called American League All-Stars, and well, to face Willie Mays and some of the other powerful stars they have in the lineup is quite an honor, and I can guarantee you they'll have all the respect in the world for me out there.
All right, it's Oakland against San Francisco, the old rivalry, and the first pitch of the strike by Vita Blue. I don't think any pitcher's ever come into this All-Star game with more pressure. This game doesn't count in the standings, but Vita Blue just been hounded since he's been here by the press, the radio, the television, the public. Ground ball to shortstop. Aparicio up, and Willie Mays is out. One down. Henry Aaron will be the next batter.
The National League had Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Hank Aaron, Johnny Bench, Pete Rose. I don't even think Roberto Clemente started. I think he was on the team. Jim Palmer, Catfish Hunter, man.
Yes.
And I think from that All-Star game, there were like 17 guys that went on to the Hall of Fame. Yeah, to start the All-Star game in '71 was pretty cool, and I didn't think of it as a historical thing, but the first time two African-American pitchers started the All-Star game, and the other being Doc Ellis for the National League. So.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. We will get into Warriors and Lakers in a critical game for tonight in L.A., but, man, this one hit us hard, and I know, Pop, you knew and worked with Vita, and he was a great guy to me, but Vita Blue, unfortunately, has passed away at the age of 73. Dave Stewart, who was on with Murph and Mac this morning, broke the news. Man, this one hits hard, Pop.
Without a doubt, John, and I want to hear about your weekend and Laney's birthday in Napa and the Warrior game. Obviously, we'll dissect it backwards and forwards. Stan Van Gundy will be with us. He's going to work the game on TNT tonight. So we woke up Sunday morning feeling a little blue with our blue and gold basketball team just not performing the way they perform. And then we get the news. They really made us blue. One of the most colorful Bay Area athletes we've ever had. The great Vita passed away. He actually died on Willie Mays' birthday. And Willie made an appearance in the clubhouse on Saturday night at the age of 92, and we lost Vita at 73. So you heard, Tony Kubek, Kurt Gowdy, and the call of the 71 All-Star game. Vita arrived in big league baseball. I think his first game was the day man landed on the moon in July of 69, July 20th of 69. And before that 71 year, he authored a one-hitter and a no-hitter. He didn't pitch very much, but overpowering stuff. And I was just a kid. I mean, Vita was. In 71, he was 21, but, I was born in 62. The first real baseball game, John, that I recall sitting down and watching all of it was the 1971 All-Star game. And it was Vita Blue. And we are going to have Reggie Jackson who's going to join us in the first hour as well. Reggie hit that Titanic homer off the transformer, as Kurt Gowdy said, Tiger Stadium, pinch hitting for Vita Blue. But this is about Vita, and just going into that game, he had 17 wins. He was 17-3. He was going to do what Denny McClain did 3 years earlier with the 68 Tigers and maybe win 30. But he was just so electric. I mean, he was this generation's Sandy Koufax. He wound up that year 24-8 with a 1.82 ERA and had 24 complete games, 8 shutouts. The numbers. He punched out 312 batters that year. He was electrifying. And then the next year when the A's got their first championship, he had a major disagreement with Charlie Finley and became the world's highest paid plumber, held out. And he had good years. He won 20 in 1973. People think he just disintegrated. He pitched well. Some of it was out of the bullpen as well in 72 when they won the first series. But beyond all the numbers, and then we know about the massive trade to the Giants and what he was able to do with the 78 Giants and starting the All-Star game that year and taking the Dodgers right down to the end. He said whenever the A's and Giants would play every year, John, the first guy we thought of, was let's get Vita on. And Vita would always come on because he had 9 great years with the Oakland A's, 6 excellent years with the Giants. Started an all-star game for each franchise in 71 with the A's, the game I'm talking about in 78 with the Giants. But that's just baseball. That's just baseball. And, I honestly, when you look at his career numbers, maybe because he didn't have the postseason persona of a Dave Stewart, and Stu's not in the Hall of Fame either, or Catfish, but his numbers are comparable to Catfish. And he's not in the Hall of Fame. And maybe they'll put him in later. I don't even know how the process will work now, but he had issues off the field. Vita lived. He lived when he became an A, and when he went to Kansas City, he had issues off the field. He had challenges, but he was able to persevere. And then, I moved to the Bay Area. It's amazing that you grow up idolizing these men as just a kid. They're just sports figures. And then what we do for a living, John, we're able to meet them, interact with them. And right away when I moved to the Bay Area in August of '86, Vita Blue was, at every celebrity golf tournament, every event with the A's and Giants, whatever it was. And we got to know each other, and he was always a happy guy, and it was great knowing him. But then, as you mentioned, and Bill Laskey is going to join us coming up in a little bit. We'll have Reggie on and Bill in the first hour and a half of the show, John. And Bill and Vita obviously were really tight. And we did Giants pregame and postgame lives together from 2011 through 2016, right after F.P. Santangelo left after the first championship and worked in Washington. Vita came in with Bill. And, just so many stories I could tell you about interacting with them. And, Bill's going to get emotional because they were really good friends right until the day Vita passed away and battled that insidious disease that took his life on Saturday at age 73. But I can just remember sitting at my desk so many Sunday mornings, and Vita would come in, always with a smile, always with a, "Hey, Greg, how are you this morning?" Not quite Willie Mays' voice, but similar. And it just set the mood. And then when we got on the air, it was pure fun. For some reason, in our studio then, the Golden Gate Bridge studio at NBC Sports Bay Area, Vita was in a part of the set where the seat was lower than all the rest of us. And, Bill's in the middle of these nicknamed trees, big and tall. And you're looking at Vita, and I'm shorter than everybody in the room. And I'm looking down on Vita. Vita would laugh about it. He never would call it out that he was lower. But then the beautiful part was we'd go in the green room after we did the pregame show, and we just watch ball together. And watching baseball with Vita Blue, he was more than just a guy who could throw 100 with an over-the-top curveball. Great stuff. He knew the game. He knew the game inside and out. He knew how to set up hitters. He knew the small ball aspect of the game. He knew it all. And all the while we did it, we had fun. We talked about all kinds of stuff, all sports. He loved everything. He was a great football star, left-handed quarterback in Mansfield. We talked about, he could have played at the University of Houston and been a football star. How good of a football quarterback would he have been? But we just enjoyed it, and he just knew the game inside and out. And whether the Giants won or lost, it was always Vita. It was always the same disposition that he had when we first went in the morning and saw him to when we said goodbye. And, Bill, whenever Bill comes on, John, we do the mother with Bill Laskey. He had a pen made for me, and he had cookies made for me. That actually came from Vita, was watching Giants baseball. And, 2012, they won the World Series, 2014. I remember sitting in there and watching that Sergio Romo, Jay Bruce at bat with Vita and Tree and going through it all. It was just incredible. But, he was just funny that way because I would get all emotional about the game and, call out players here and there my own way. And Vita just had a disposition that was different. Anyway, got through it without crying, John. I'm proud of myself for that. We'll see if Tree can do the same and Reggie. But this is a tough one. We'll get into the magnitude of the Warrior game tonight. It is huge. It's like going to the Parquet last year on June the 10th. And you're facing the other team with 17 banners, the Lakers. You got to win on their home floor tonight. But for the first bit of this show, maybe the first hour or so with Bill Laskey and Reggie Jackson. And, when you think of those A's teams, the untapped potential, yes, they won the American League West every year from 71 to 75 and won the World Series in 72, 3 and 4. But how many would they have won, had there not been the reserve clause and, obviously the Messer-Smith-McNally ruling and free agency, and these men deserve to be paid. Vita was mistreated by Charlie O, as was Reggie and all of them. But how many they would have won together? This is the Bay Area's first dynasty. The Warriors won back-to-back. 49ers won back-to-back. No one went back-to-back-to-back like Vita and Reggie did. And I know Reggie's emotional as well. We'll get his thoughts on the passing of the great Vita Blue, John. But we lost one of the Bay Area treasures on Willie Mays' birthday on Saturday.
No doubt about it. I don't have the history that you do. All I know is for no good reason, Vita was incredible to me from the first minute I met him, and we had him on the show many times, but in person here at KNBR when he and Bill were doing the weekends, and I would think to myself, why is this guy so nice to me? I mean, this is one of the best, the greats of the game.
He's nice to everybody. He really was nice to everybody.
Incredible, just an incredible guy. Would remember your name right out of the first time you met him. I mean, just for those who didn't get a chance to get to know Vita, I mean, he was just an incredible guy. Like you said, funny, nice, honest. That's just kind of the way he was. He told it how he saw it, and what an incredible guy. And that hit me yesterday. I just couldn't believe it.
There's no doubt. And we are going to get Reginald Martinez Jackson will join us at 11:15. Awesome. It's always hard to get a time with Reggie, but we were going back and forth. He is an interesting texter. So Bill Laskey, and they'll be different. I mean, Bill knew Vita. They were teammate with the Giants later, and also in Kansas City, and then just the best of friends. You know, the fantasy camps and everything that they did together. I know Bill was on the air over the weekend, but this is a tough one for him. Now, I was able to get through it without my typical blubbering and butt blathering and crying. Right before we got on the air, though, I got it all out, and then I did it. I'm sure Bill will get really emotional. So Bill Laskey, Vita's best friend, at 10:30. And when you think of those teams, John, and, you know, we lost Captain Sal, and we've lost, you know, I wish Ray Fosse was here to regale me with stories about Reggie and Vita, and, you know, the two of them together. Ray came in later after the trade from Cleveland and Dave Duncan. There's so many. Joe Rudy, one of the most underrated players. Sal Bando, Campy Campaneris, obviously Catfish Hunter, Raleigh Fingers. Look at all the Hall of Famers. I'm probably missing everybody. But the two most colorful, flamboyant figures at that time were Vita and Reggie. And that's the Bay Area's original dynasty. They didn't win. Nobody in the Bay Area, now any professional sports team won anything before they won. 3 in a row in 72, 73, and 74. And the left-handed power of Vita on the mound, the left-handed power Reggie in the batter's box. It really is the Bay Area's original dynasty. So we'll get thoughts from Reggie Jackson coming up at 11:15 in the passing of Vita Blue.
Amazing. So Bill Laskey is going to join us at 10:30. He'll talk some Vita, and then like Pop said, Reggie Jackson, the Hall of Famer, is going to join us at 11:15. Between that, obviously, we got you covered as far as the Warriors' big game tonight in L.A. against the Lakers. We will review if we have to on Saturday. We'll look ahead to tonight's game mainly, though, because Saturday is what it is. So we'll get into all those things, plus the Giants weekend. We got a ton to do, but we'll definitely put an emphasis on the great Vita Blue. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The Giants lacking timely hitting, and the streak ends with the loss of the Brewers, but they did win the series. Check out that story and more turning right now on the new KNBR app.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk? Of course you would. Or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. Cool guys. Bay Area sports fans love the Giants, love Vita Blue, and there's no cost and no obligation. So call them today at 866-496-2300 or visit online O'Donnell Financial Group. That's 896-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Come on, Looney, down low. Threw it away. James spins, James drives off the glass, it's good. After the Golden State Warriors dominated game 2, LA Lakers come back. Now a dominant performance led by Anthony Davis and LeBron James. A 30-point win, and they'll now lead this best-of-7 series 2-1.
Oh, good news is Warriors should be well rested. Game 2, they rested because they blew out the Lakers. Game 3, they rested because the Lakers blew them out. Second quarter, they were cruising along 40-29, a bunch of fouls, lost their composure, technical foul, and all of a sudden they found themselves on the wrong end of a 30-8, never recovered. And the Warriors lose down 2-1. And now the venue changes, well, to TNT on TV, stays in L.A., but here we are. By the way, we'll talk to Bill Laskey at 10:30. Stan Van Gundy at 11:50. He'll be on the call tonight. Give me your thoughts on the disaster of Saturday.
Well, I mean, it's multifaceted where it happened, but I mean, the Warriors did have an 11-point lead at 40-29 in the second quarter, and we know the play that Steph identified. And he got a rebound, was heading up the floor, and Klay Thompson just decided to go to the corner on a fast break, which is kind of the modern way basketball is played now. Instead of just rim running right to the front rim and going and take a two, when you have numbers in a break, you spread out and you shoot a three, and Klay wasn't even looking. And Steph hit him, and he obviously a turnover. Klay played so well in game 2, obviously, with the 8 threes. He did not play well in this game. He got off to a good start. He had 11 in the first 11 minutes. The Warriors got off to a good start. But there's so many problems here. You're looking for adjustments because L.A. made their adjustments. And they continue to adjust. And we'll talk to Stan Van Gundy about they've changed their pick-and-roll defense every single game, from just locking and trailing with Jared Vanderbilt on Steph Curry to doubling him on the pick-and-roll. And this last game, they put Austin Reeves on Steph as the primary. And it wasn't the whole game, but, to open the game and a few defensive shells and then to start the third quarter. And then they slid Jared Vanderbilt over to Draymond to take away that high screen. And then they had Anthony Davis just roam around, and JaMychal Green was not very effective. So, but Klay's defense, it's got to start with, and his name is D'Angelo Russell. We, when he was a Warrior here for the 33 games during the pandemic year after the sign and trade from Brooklyn when KD went there, called him Angelo Russell when he was on defense and me Angelo Russell when he was on offense. And right now he is a problem. And I think they have got to find a way to keep him down. He is going off. Big segments of the game, he's coming out and scoring. 8 in a row to start the third quarter. 11 in a row to start the game the other night. And he's just getting anywhere he wants. He's not quite De'Aaron Fox in this series, but D'Angelo Russell, you got to D him up. And Klay Thompson did not guard him well at all in this game. Just did not guard him, kept losing him. I don't know why Gary Payton II is completely out of the rotation, John. I thought going into it he would match up well with Dennis Schroeder off the bench, and maybe you need his presence on D'Angelo Russell. So I'm all for a lineup change tonight. I think JaMychal Green, the shelf life has expired there. I don't know if Kevon's completely healthy yet. He's having a problem with the fumbles a little bit. Does not look like the energy. But if Kevon is fully healthy and Celebrini says he can get back up to 30 minutes or so if you need him and not 15 minutes, 12 minutes, then you think about starting him. But that may not be an option just based on his health. I'm not sure. And then you get into with Coach Van Gundy. He was on the Sacramento series. He'll be on it again tonight with Brian Anderson, our friend. And, when Draymond got suspended for Game 3 down 2-0 to Sacramento, the Warriors won, and they went to a small lineup. They spread the floor, put Jordan Poole in, and, Coach Van Gundy, Stan Van, I think he started it in the NBA as far as I can remember, the concept of 1 big in, 4 out, and it was Dwight Howard, surrounded by shooters, 2 in each corner, 2 above the break, just cocked and loaded, and that's the way the game changed. And Stan Van was in. We'll get his thoughts on whether you want to go small and start Jordan Poole here Again, Kavan could be an option. And you got to change the lineup some way or form. The only other option would be Gary Payton II to try to slow down D'Angelo Russell, because he is just going off in this series. I mean, when they win, John, he's put up a big number, and you got to find a way to suffocate him in this game. But the problem are the fumbles and the fouls. The lack of ball handling, the turnovers are just awful, which gets the Lakers into their fast break game. And LeBron's a different player, whether he's playing in the half court. He can be good in the half court, and they're now starting to post him a little bit right around the elbow and cut off of that. But when he's coming downhill like a freight train, he can just pick you apart. And then the fouls. It's the way the Lakers play. It's just a constant collision. It's just a different style. It's like they're running. They're a football team, and they're coming downhill at you all the time, and they don't care if a body is in the way. They're going to run over you. They're not going to juke you, and they're going to take on the body. And watching the game the other night, it's like, Jesus, is this May Madness or March Madness? What am I watching here? The block charge just over and over and over. But they're big-time collisions. Draymond's stepping right in there and taking them. And he got called for 3 blocks on Anthony Davis. Could some of those be play-ons? I don't think so, because the collisions are so violent. But they're just going right into you. And how do you deal with that when they're not trying to move around you and be clever, Euro step you? They're running right for the middle of your chest. So what do you do in that situation? So you just got to stop fumbling it. You got to have better execution, more multiple pass trips, just not one or no pass trips. So if Jordan does start the game, move the ball. We got to move the ball here. And then, what do you do with the fouling, John? Because the one comment that obviously Anthony Davis, when he scores and plays well, they win. But the real bottom line, the Warriors and Lakers were a push at the free throw line when the Warriors won in Game 2. The other 2 games have been lopsided Lakers. But what do you do when they just run right into your chest?
You're exactly right. I mean, they got to figure it out, because you can't be minus the way they are on the free throw line, and then you've got to be perfect everywhere else. Game 3, obviously, where they had the huge advantage, was shooting the 3-ball. And you said this last week. They don't shoot the 3-ball well in this place. Nobody does. Steph certainly doesn't to start everything out. So they got to figure that out. Get into the foul situation. We'll get into all that conversation, not only with Stan Van Gundy at 11:50, but throughout the show. But let's get it back to Vita Blue coming up next. His best friend, Bill Laskey, our good friend Bill Laskey, is going to talk about Vita Blue, and then we'll also talk to Vita with Reggie Jackson, the Hall of Famer, at about 11:15 before we get headfirst into Warriors with Stan Van Gundy at 11:50. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Phillies Tuesday, May 16th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is giving away. That's right. It's a grant. It's a gift. It is giving employers money of up to $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. 2 different ways to qualify. The easy way, and that's the way most CPAs are doing it. It's math. it's a certain drop in gross revenue. But I've seen so many CPAs telling their clients, if you didn't have that drop, forget it, no ERC for you. Wrong. The law provides a choice in either or, that method or a facts and circumstances method. So why aren't the CPAs telling their clients about that? Because it's very complex, and CPAs like numbers, and they don't like facts and circumstances. We're attorneys. We're familiar with this other test. If you've been turned down by your CPA because they said your gross revenue didn't go down enough, talk to us for a second opinion. And if you qualify, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
There's ERC, and then as you heard Steve Moskowitz say right there, there's ERC with Moskowitz LLP. Give Steve a call right now, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or online at moskowitzllp.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, it was sad. We knew he was scuffling, and he finally succumbed to cancer. And you know, it was just immediate. You just felt a loss. I mean, you lost an ally, you lost a friend. And he was that way with everybody. Everybody in the ballpark. When you walk in that ballpark, you know, the guards at the gate, you know, the kids who were going to be the bad boys of the day, and the folks in the stands. I mean, he always had time for everybody. He loved his life. He loved being a baseball player. He loved being in baseball.
That, of course, was the great. Sorry about that. I just got something stuck in my throat.
A froggy?
Yeah, it's got a frog
Patrick Mahomes in your throat?
Must be a Monday thing. There's Mike Krukow, and he's talking about Vita Blue, and it certainly shocked all of us yesterday, certainly when we, at least I saw the tweet from Dave Stewart, was on the Morning Guys this morning, and Vita Blue has passed away at the age of 73, and the first guy I thought of, and I know the first guy you thought of, was our good friend Bill Laskey, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hey, pal.
Hey, mothers! Hey, you know, I said, you know, to Walter, I said, I feel better today,
good,
new
man.
day, you know, and then all of a sudden Greg goes, hey, we'll be talking to Bill Laskey, you might get emotional, and there I go, bam, right off the
sorry,
cliff.
River.
Yeah,
sorry.
thanks, Greg.
And the whole mother thing actually started more with Vita than with you.
Well,
Vita
it was
would
you
yell
throwing
back
that pen, too. You threw that pen across the room, and Vita would go, what are you doing?
So we worked together so long, and I think it's so many days and nights when we were just watching ball and telling stories. But your relationship with him is special, obviously, on TV and, you know, all the shows you guys did on KNBR on the weekends. Bill, how did you get so close with the great Vita Blue?
You know, Greg, he was a teammate of mine, you know, in the middle 80s. You know, he came back from the Kansas City days, and, Bob Rosen gave him an opportunity. He just said, let's bring you back, and he came in as a bullpen pitcher, and I got to know him, but I really didn't hang with him. You know, he was on his own way, and he was great Vita Blue. He did what he wanted to do, and then after – when he retired, Mario Alioto got us together and started doing events, and that's where I got to know him. And we were doing more events, from bocce ball tournaments, golf tournaments, tennis tournaments. We were everywhere. We were everywhere together. I'd pick him up, we'd go here, we'd go there, and we became just best friends. And, you know, let's put it this way. He had so many great friends with the Oakland A's. Dave Stewart, of course, Shooty Babbitt, Bip Roberts. There's so many that he was so close to at the Oakland A's. And I was that guy with the Giants, of course, with Rich Murray, Tiny Felder, Jim Barr, all the great guys. And he was just a good pal, but he and I just hit it off. And I went through some hard times. He helped me out. He went through some hard times. I helped him out. And that's what I remember about him. He was always there for me as I was for him. And we carried it on when, we got on the set with you and Comcast. I'll never forget our first show when we opened up and you just went off, and I looked at you and I said, "Where did you read that at?" And you said, "I didn't read anything." And I looked at Vita and I said, "We're out of here." And you said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I can't do it." My goodness, Greg Papa was fantastic. And Vita goes, "What? You didn't read that?" And you were, of course, impeccable superstar. And Vita and I were nervous as hell every time we went on there. And you made it easy for us. You made it so nice for us. You made that friendship to us, Greg.
Yeah.
And that was really the first time I met you. And our friendship grew from there. And Vita and I and you for so many years, 2 World Series, parades, all the fun times in the green room, like you said, and it was more laughter and storytelling, and you were so good to both of us.
Yeah, that's what I remember more than anything. A couple of moments on set talking about matchups with Jim Palmer. I remember his chair was always a little lower than yours. It's like he was in a hole. We'd laugh about it. I think Radnich would mention it on KNBR on Monday when we came back. But it was just watching baseball with you and Vita. And, yes, he was an overpowering talent. There's no doubt. I mean, nobody back, in the early 70s, late 60s, he was this generation Sandy Koufax, that fastball, then the curveball. But his knowledge of baseball, I think when people are uber talented like that, Bill, we forget the mind, the intellect. I learned so much from you, obviously, but Vita Blue knew the game inside and out, and not just the pitcher-batter confrontation. He knew the entire game.
Mm-hmm. And he showed it. You never saw him write notes down. You never saw him, he would call me the stat man or say Bill Laskey. Remember, he used to do that all the time, and we'd laugh. And he was just a joy to be around. But when you talked baseball with him and you did a lot to him, you brought a lot out of him. He knew the game, and he knew how to pitch to hitters, and he knew type hitters that were solid hitters that would go the opposite way. You can't pitch him that way. You can't do that. You got to do this way. And I loved talking baseball with him, and us three we had so much fun on set, off set when we used to do the Willie Mays shows out there. So many fans just going up to him, and it was just a fun time. And he's been our friend, and he always will be our friend.
He was amazing. I just remember moving here in 2010, and you three guys were doing all the Giant stuff, and it was so entertaining and so much fun. And then Bill, I remember meeting him, and it was like he was like anybody. Like, I'm thinking, this is the great Vita Blue. He was the nicest guy. He'd always remember your name, and he was so cool. And I was like, this guy's like one of the best of all time. And it's like talking to your best friend. Like, first day I met him, he was awesome.
Yeah, he was, and he always wanted to talk to people. He was a friend to everybody, and Greg did this so many times. He wanted to talk to him about his career, and I don't want to talk about that. And Greg used to say, "You're one of the best." I know, but that's all in the past. He never wanted to take the accolades for himself. He never wanted that. And I sat in so many car rides and talking about the Hall of Fame and all the different things he did. And he goes, "Well, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I'll move on." But I know in his heart he wanted to be in that Hall of Fame, and I hope someday that they put him in the Hall of Fame because he sure deserves it.
Bill, how do you think he looks back on his career? Because he was a meteor. The first baseball game I really remember watching as a kid from start to finish was the 71 All-Star game, and Reggie's going to join us coming up in about a half hour, and he hit the home run off the transformer at Tiger Stadium, and he pinched hit for Vita. But Vita started that game. He had 17 wins. I mean, the way his career started, you thought he was going to be a 300 winner. He did get to 209. He had his situations, obviously, with Charlie O and situations off the field and, the Kansas City years. Does he look back on his career? I don't want you to have to speak for him, but you know him so well, as though he got everything out of his ability and he's satisfied, or was there more there? How did Vita look to Vita?
I really believe he felt he did the best he could. He kept talking about his childhood and all the, problems he had with his families, and he was a poor person. And, I'll never forget him telling me when he first signed, he was in Double-A, and he wanted to come home, and his mom said, "Don't come home. You're not wanted here. you're going to play professional baseball. And he was teary-eyed. He said, my parents wanted me to push myself. And he said right then and there, I had to wake up. I had to say to myself, I want to do this. And sure enough, I think it was a year or two after, he was in the big leagues at 19 years old. And he said, I learned from the job. I learned from a lot of people, Catfish Hunter. He named a few other pitchers that he had talked to learn about the game. Of course, the great Reggie Jackson was part of it, and some of the great Blue Moon Odom, a lot of people that he reflected on building what he had in the dynasty that he did. 3 World Series with the A's. He kept talking about that all the time. But I just think he did his best, and he knew that. He used to put that hot heat on his shoulder, and Vita was coming by because you could just smell it on him. And I'm like, God, Vita, why can't you do mild heat? Why do you have to, stink the whole room up, because you just have this hot, powerful liquid gel on him, and it was just so stenchy. And he goes, I got to wake my arm up. I don't have that many more bullets in it. And we joked back in the day when we played together. But he was, after the game was all over, I think he reflected Greg and having a great career. And I know in his heart he wants to be in that Hall of Fame.
And you guys talked about him just being that meteor. I mean, 1971, one of the best years a pitcher could ever have. 24-8, a 1.82. We don't even think about this anymore. This would make Farhan faint. 39 games started, 24 complete games, 8 shutouts, 312 innings, 300 strikeouts. He's the MVP, obviously wins the Cy Young. That's one of the best seasons a pitcher's ever had.
Oh, I threw those 300 innings at him a lot. I used to say, guys are doing 2 seasons like that. And he goes, nobody will ever throw 300 innings. And he used to always say that. And he goes, yeah, how much would I be worth now? Because he'd always say that to Greg and I. What kind of money would I be earning now, Greg? How many millions would I have in my pocket now? But I got pennies, And he used to say that, and we all reflect on it. He was the greatest. And, he'd light up a room. He was the mayor of the city. He had friends on both sides of the bay. And all I do is reflect on my friendship with him. The memories for the last year and a half have been really tough, but he's in a better place now. He's not hurting.
He fought it hard right to the end. An insidious disease that we got to figure out a way to keep people alive from that. But we lost him too soon.
Greg, I sat with him on phone calls when he was sitting in the chair at Alta Bates, and I just kept telling him positive things. You're doing the right thing. Keep going. I used to always make him laugh. And Michelle Lewis, who took care of him, used to say, I knew when you called him because he would just be laughing. And, of course, me and my one-liners, I had him laughing from when he was seen at the Oakland A's Mets thing. And first thing I said is, man, you were styling coming in that convertible. I said, man, you were looking like $1 million. And he goes, oh, thanks, Tree. And I said, but why did they put Vita blue on the back of your jersey? He goes, man, I didn't know, man. I didn't understand that either, But you know what? The only person to have his first name on his jersey, Greg and John, and you know what? We'll remember him from now, and we'll never forget him.
Well said. Thanks for making the time, Bill, man. It's always great catching up with you.
I got through it, Greg. I got through it.
Quivered a little bit. Let me just
yesterday.
The one thing I remember, obviously all the times we were on television, but television is so formatted, we don't have time to tell stories. When you and Vita were on KNBR on the weekends, and you'd open up the phone lines, and invariably people would ask Vita about specific moments in his career, and on both sides of the bay. I mean, he's the quintessential A and Giant because he started an all-star game for each. He made all-star teams and, was a dominant pitcher for both sides of the bay. Just the way he touched the Bay Area, you felt it probably more than anybody, but I can just recall all the people reaching out. Remember games you pitched against the Dodgers, but it was so much Vita, and Vita, you did this, Vita, you did that. That's what I remember. He touched everyone.
Yeah, on the hill with Vita and Bill. It was a special 3 years we did, and we had a lot of laughter. It was more laughter than anything. And, I'm going to do a little ceremony on extra innings. I'm looking at May 28th to do that. I'd love to have you guys come on to talk a little bit about them. And I just wanted, just have a little a day where we can just sit back and cherish Vita Blue. From a man, a baseball player, a father, a grandfather, and one of my best friends. And I want to honor him that way on extra innings. And I'm circling that date. I got a lot of people I want to get on board, and we did that for Vita, and I did that for Jimmy Davenport when he passed away, and that was just a remarkable show, and I want to continue it and do it for Vita Blue.
Well said, my friend. And well done, and we're looking forward to that. What's
I got it.
I
keep saying I got it. Yesterday I couldn't do it. Today I'm better, but you know what? Give me another hour, and I'll be crying my heart out again.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's the way it is. It comes in waves, brother.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for including me. I appreciate all your
course.
friendship, and I know Vita loved both of you.
Yeah, what a
Love
man.
you, Vita.
What a great guy.
Man.
Thank you, man. That is the great Bill Laskey. And that's going to be cool when he does that and honors Vita Blue. So make sure that you
It's
tune
Memorial Day Sunday, so that's fitting.
Very cool. Very cool. Pop and Lund today, sponsored by good friends at Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. More on Vita Blue. Do not miss the Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson at 11:15. He'll talk Vita Blue as well and all sorts of great stories. Do that at 11:15. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, back on KNBR, this time speaking on behalf of Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. What home improvement projects have you been putting off that you've determined to get done this year? If you're looking to add something like a back porch or another room to your home, consider partnering with Golden State. They can help you pick up the pace on your next project, supported by the largest inventory of in-stock materials ready to be delivered to you anywhere you are in Northern California. When it comes to building codes, the Golden State app helps keep professionals up to date with ongoing changes to the numerous codes. So talk with your preferred contractor or professional builder and start navigating plans to finish your desired project before fall suddenly arrives. So just start at goldenstatelumber.com. Building a better Bay Area since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Must win is when the other team has 3 wins, and if you lose, you're done. That's a must win. I have faith that our team can win any series as long as we have more games to play. We're in the same situation we were in a year ago in Boston in the finals, down 2-1 on the road. We know what we have to do to get the job done, and that's the plan.
Again, much like it was last series, it is not a must-win. It's just advisable. It's critical. Whatever term you want to use, going down 3-1 is not great. The Warriors have done it against OKC. There's no question about it, but it is not advisable that you go down 3-1. But Steve is right, and I agree with him 100%. It is not a must-win, but advisable that they would win tonight on TNT, Lakers and Warriors. By the way, Stan Van Gundy is going to join us at about 11:15, and we'll talk more Vita with Reggie Jackson at 11:15. But let's get into this whole thing because it seems to be, as you pointed out, the thing that everybody's talking about. There's a lot of different issues here, but the free throws and what the Warriors are supposed to do about it. And first and foremost, this isn't a big surprise because during the season, the Lakers were the best team in the league as far as getting to the free throw line. The Warriors committed the most fouls, so you could see that. You could see it coming, but it's just become so egregious in Games 1 and Games 3 that the Warriors have to do almost everything else perfect to overcome the free throw deficit.
Well, it's also the construction of the teams. The Lakers are built inside out. They're a paint team. They got bigs. And even though, Anthony Davis thought of himself more of a 4, and he's playing 5 now, and LeBron is a 3 playing 4, by today's NBA standards, Anthony Davis and LeBron James are big, 5 and 4s, and they play physically big. Neither one is a knockdown outside shooter. LeBron can get hot. Anthony Davis on the mid-range, the half roll, when they run that pin down for him, is hit or miss. He's not Joel Embiid. He's not Nikola Jokic. He's not Kevin Durant. So they come at you with force. So the way their team is built is just different. The Warriors are the Rainbow Coalition. They're Splash Brothers. And the Lakers are big and strong and physical. So, but that doesn't mean you can't at least neutralize it to some degree. I mean, 28 of 37 for the Lakers on Saturday night from the line and 12 of 17 for the Warriors. I think there are times you can go inside and challenge Anthony Davis and try to tie him up. The best way to deal with a shot blocker. And Stan Van had, the multiple Defensive Player of the Year award winner, who was different than Anthony Davis, but Dwight Howard, like Davis, is just really athletic, or was when he was playing. And there's ways to get into their body and tie them up and to occupy them. The one game, what I want to see first of all is Darvin Ham. And what pick-and-roll coverage is he going to pick out tonight? Because he keeps changing it. And I like that. Sometimes I think, you don't always have to change your strategy and make adjustments if you lose. When you're playing against a player like Steph Curry or a great quarterback like Tom Brady, what do they say? Give him different looks, give him different bodies, change up all the time. First game, Jared Vanderbilt just lock and trailing him was really effective. I thought it was effective. The second game, they changed it all, and they went to doubling him. Just about every time, blitzing him, putting 2 on the ball, and he had 12 assists in that game, John, just 12 baskets and 20 points, but the Warriors rolled. And then, Draymond had 9 secondary assists, so he got away from that coverage. And now you're always looking at the step ahead of the original defender. So, why would they put Austin Reeves on Steph on Saturday? And Austin Reeves is a good defender. He's not playing as well as he's capable in any of these games. He's not playing as well as he played against Memphis, but he's a good player, and he's going to be on the floor as 30 minutes. But they put him on the ball and Steph Curry and then put, Jared Vanderbilt, who's on the floor to guard Steph, on Draymond to take away that drag series, the high ball action with Steph and Draymond, where they run that action, then there's a switch. Now, if you knew that going into the game, it would be, well, let's just not bring Draymond over. Let's not set a screen. Let's go flat. Let Steph just take him. But it's more than that. I just think, John, they got to get back to ball movement here. The other night, 19 turnovers in the game, sloppy turnovers. Lakers had 27 points off the turns, and the Warriors only had 26 assists. What did they have the game before? Like 38, John, and 34 through three quarters when the starters played? So the first thing is, what do you want to do with the starting lineup? Stan Van Gundy will join us in an hour. Do you want to go to Stan Van's Orlando recipe? Howard in, 4 shooters out, start Draymond Green, put Jordan Poole in the lineup and have shooters ready to roll and do it that way. If Kevon gets the green light from Celebrini physically and he can give you more than just 15 minutes, can he give you 25 to 30? Do you start Kevon? I mean, Gary Payton, I think, needs a role in this series. I'm befuddled why he can't guard D'Angelo Russell, who you got to get under wraps a little bit here. He's killing you. But who do you want to start with, assuming it's Steph, Clay, Dre, and Andrew Wiggins, John? Who's the fifth Warrior tonight to start the game?
I would think it would be Jordan Poole. The numbers say he's a better starter than reserve. I think they need to get him going. I think he needs to be the guy that we saw in the playoffs more often last year. So he's obviously not a good defender, so his offense has to offset his defense. But I think you got to first and foremost find out what Jordan Poole you're going to get. So I would vote Jordan Poole. I also think that you're not going to outbig the Lakers, so I think you have no choice but to go small.
Yeah, I would vote that way as well. That's the way I would go. And it does a lot of things. It gets in the scoring threat on the floor. It gets Steph off the ball or on the ball. If you want to put Steph on the ball, if they're going to come trap every pick and roll, gladly, go ahead and do it. I mean, also, what's Steph's mindset going into this game tonight? Because you heard Steve say, not a must-win until we face elimination. Well, that was the Oklahoma City series, the 73-9. You were down 3-1. You faced 3 straight elimination games and won all 3. You've been here before. The first championship, 2-1. You're down to Memphis. They take Steph to the Blues Cafe. Festus Ezeli is there along with Draymond, a few others. And Steph comes out and they make a tactical error, tactical change, not guarding Tony Allen, having Bogut roam. And they never lose a game the rest of the series. They were down 2-1 in Northeast Ohio, and Cleveland decided not to play Bogut, to start Andre, match up with LeBron, and you won 3 straight. You've been, obviously, the Oklahoma City series. Last year, the Memphis series. Last year, the NBA Finals. You were down 2-1, got rolled in Game 3. Draymond didn't play well. Steph had an injury. And then Steph's mindset coming out in that game, and whether it was the 50-pointer against Sac in Game 7 a few Sundays ago, John, or that 43-pointer in Game 4 in the Parquet in Boston when he went for 43 and outscored the other 4 Warrior starters that night. And that was not a must-win, but it's like the 49ers line. It's not a must-win. It's a got-to-have-it game. You got to have this game tonight. You don't want to go down 3-1. So, obviously, So what's Steph's mindset? Does he have to go drop 50 on them? I don't know if he can. Of course he can. But can he do it just with 38 shots, or does he need 58 shots? This team is clamping on him, and they've got a different coverage every time on him. Whether they just lock and trail him or face guard him or blitz him, he's not been as effective in this series as he was Sacramento. And the bottom line is the Lakers are a better defensive team. They have better defensive personnel. So what does Steph Curry's mindset have to be tonight? Does it have to be like the last time he faced a 17-time NBA champion team on their home floor, down 2-1, and he's got to go for 40 or more? Or does he just, now it's the Lakers and they got 17 titles as well. Does he just play the pure game? And the one thing they've got to get down is the turnovers. You cannot I think you're going to foul these guys anyway. John, you just can't give them the live ball turnovers and have it turn into a fast break situation. You've got to get your defense set. And to me, it was just fumbles. Anthony Davis, 11 deflections on Sunday night. He was just everywhere. Every time Kevon caught the ball, he just fumbled it. It's like, what's going on? And when you fumble it like that and they get in the open floor, now you got a freight train coming at you in LeBron, or you just foul the guy and just put him on the line. And now, he makes his free throws. They get a set defense after it. So the first thing they've got to clean up, and it's hard because the Lakers are really good defensively, you got to stop fumbling the ball away.
Yeah, and look, these are unforced errors. 19 turnovers. We've talked about this, it seems like a million times with these guys over the years, but you cannot – this team is too good, so you cannot do that. You got to stop fouling. You just got to find a way, because when you're pulling the ball out of the basket, the way you can score against the Lakers, if you're pulling the ball out of the basket constantly, then you're not able to get out on the break. And they are vulnerable, and you can beat them back. LeBron is slow getting back. Anthony Davis is slow getting back. You can beat these guys back up the floor. But if they're able to set their defense, which they are when you're pulling the ball out of the basket from free throws, that's another major problem here. So, look, I don't know how they're going to do it. Steve Kerr has talked about it. I think there's a lot of different ways that you can. I don't know if you believe in this. Maybe you don't. But remember back in the day, Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich. I'm interested in the way that Steve Kerr is handling this whole free throw discrepancy thing which he says we're not, the referees aren't deciding the series, all the kind of stuff. I mean, those coaches used to just bitch and moan. And I don't know, maybe it was just me. I thought that they did curry a little bit of favor with the officials. So it's interesting to me the tactic that the Warriors are taking, which is, this isn't on the officials. Well, I agree with you, too, in that, look, these teams are different. But you got to say something about the officiating. You got to try to get this thing more even than what it is right now.
Well, and then if you don't get calls, you got to stay composed.
Absolutely.
Bill Kennedy's been in this league for a while. David Guthrie, to just take all these technicals and Jermichael Green. He can't make a shot when he's on the floor, but he's mouthing off on the bench. You can't take technicals. You got to play with composure, and Draymond as well. Draymond took another one. It's a different era of coaching. Steve will work the sidelines, obviously, and, Don Nelson was an intimidator. Nelly would open up his jacket, throw his big belly at the, baseline official and just go at him. Steve Javy, whoever it was, they yell back at him. You could do that then. Today, it's just a little bit different. They're going to tee you up fast. They're not going to stand for it. And I think it's just the overall construction of the teams. The Lakers are a physical, it's like, two different styles of football. The L.A. Lakers are a power running team. When they're in you just don't want them in transition because then you got to deal with their fast break, and it's James. It's the runaway James. How many times have we seen him spin off of Moses Moody, the 360 spin, go and score layup, spun off of Draymond Green? That guy's difficult to deal with. Whether he's 18, 28, or 38 now, it is hard to stop the freight train of LBJ. That's hard. So don't do that, obviously. And then the other side of it is they just run into your chest. They are a power running ground attack. They just come right at. I mean, Anthony Davis doesn't have any opening at all, and he just runs right over you. Then it's up to block charge. That's a hard call. And are your feet set? Are you moving? Who's initiating contact? Hell, AD's initiating contact every time. He's dropping his shoulder and he's trucking you. But they don't see it that way. And it's just not good basketball. I mean, I love March Madness, but how many block charges do I have to see before I can't watch this anymore?
And like you said, it stops the game. There is no rhythm. There is no flow. And that hurts the Warriors because the Warriors are the better shooting team. They want a game that is flowing, that is moving, that is rhythmic, and they're not getting that with so many whistles. And so there's a lot of beyond what people see and who complain about the officials. To me, it's not about the officials. But it's the stoppage of the game constantly, which gets the Warriors out of their rhythm. And then, as you said, in the second quarter on Saturday, they completely lost their composure because of it. Look, this is the way that the series is going to be, but you have to be great in a lot of other aspects of this series in order to win it. But you do have to find a way to not foul so much because it breaks the entire rhythm of the game.
Totally. But I think the best you can, the actual fouls that were called on Saturday, the Warriors were called for 22 personal fouls. The Lakers were called for 21. But they're always initiating contact, and they're take fouls. They're, in the act of shooting fouls. That's how they're able to get up 37 free throws to your 17. So, to me, that's more of a construct. Daryl Morey, when he was constructing his teams, he wanted two things, threes and frees. Mm-hmm. Nothing else. No mid-range. He wanted three-point shots and free throws. Well, the Warriors are the three team. The Lakers are the free team. They are the free-throwing team. You would think I'd rather go, 3, 6, 9, 12 than you going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would think that'd be a better way, but you just at least got to be there. The other side of it is D'Angelo Russell is killing the Warriors. You've got to find a way to bottle him. I thought they would attack him where it's Angelo Russell, because he plays no D, right off the floor. I thought he would be eliminated because he can't guard. Why is he able to stay on the floor for 30 minutes and drop 21 points on you, John, score their first 11 points of the game? Can they not, whoever he is guarding, Whether it's Clay, I don't care if it's Clay. If you start Looney tonight, they may put him on Looney. They're trying to hide him. But Looney will run a ball screen with Steph. If it's Clay, run the 1-2 pick and roll with the Splash Brothers and get Angelo switched on to Steph. How, if you can't guard him on one end, and I don't know where Gary Payton II is. Darvin Ham makes an adjustment here. Lonnie Walker IV hardly plays for them. Has a good run in the fourth quarter, blowout minutes at Chase on Thursday night in Game 2. All of a sudden, he's subbing in over Troy Brown Jr. He's attacking. He's defending. He's athletic. He's getting up 12 points in the game, made a couple of threes. I thought, Gary Payton II, I'm not sure why he can't play in this series, and specifically to try to slow down Angelo on offense, John, but why can't they attack Angelo Russell with no D and get him off the floor because he can't guard?
That has to be one of the major adjustments tonight. You absolutely have to make him do that, and nobody knows it more than the Warriors. I've been shocked by that, especially in Saturday's game, that they wouldn't try to, as you said, go right back at him so that the Lakers at least have a decision to make. They haven't done any of those kind of things. So.
You know what's the great equalizer is that big shot blocker roaming in the middle.
Yep, absolutely.
Because Angelo can mug up on you, he can play up into your body. And, he gets, he does fight through screens reasonably well. I think the bottom line is, if you're a Laker right now and you're on the floor when they have Jared Vanderbilt, Anthony Davis, and Dennis Schroeder, and you're the only other two guys, say you're, Angelo Russell and James, and LeBron's been an iffy defender, you got to guard now. Everybody else is guarding. Darvin Ham has made it who they are. It's their their offensive, mantra is physical attack. Defensively, they move their feet, they suffocate you, they don't reach, and they don't foul. So it's just if you're going to be on the floor with these guys like the Warriors when they had KD and Andre and Draymond and Clay was before the injuries and Bogut, you had to guard. If you didn't guard, you got attacked. So Steph had to become a better defender. These guys they're not great individual defenders, but they play well enough defensively in the team concept, but I think you got to isolate Angelo Russell tonight and attack him and get him off the floor where he can't, drop 21 and 10 on you.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, here's the other thing, too, as you just pointed out, the reason he's able to play that way, Anthony Davis has just been able to roam this whole series. I mean, that's just what he does. He's just roaming back there. It's like, all right, you want to try to come to the rim, and he's the ultimate protector back there. So it can be tough. That's why.
So Jordan Poole and play 4 out?
Yeah.
And just let, if you start Draymond with the other 4, right, Steph, Clay, Jordan Poole, and Wiggins,
right.
Anthony Davis has got to guard.
You got to make him.
He's got to guard Draymond.
Yeah. You got to make him.
Who else is he going to match up with? Mm-hmm. So, and he's a little top heavy. I want to hear what Stan Van thinks about, how the Lakers going to run their pick and roll coverage because they change every game. And then there are ways to attack, Anthony Davis. And I know Coach loves the 4 out, 1 in concept, but he is drivable. I mean, if you pull him away from the basket, all those guys can beat him off the dribble. Even Draymond. He may not finish around the cup, but they can all beat him off the dribble. So I think first and foremost, John, can we get the turnovers down to 12 tonight?
Exactly. Jeez, stop beating yourself up. All right, we'll get back to that. But Reggie Jackson is going to join us, the Hall of Famer. And if you hadn't heard, and Dave Stewart's at least the one that I saw it first with. And by the way, Dave was on with Murphy Mack this morning. If you missed that, go to KNBR.com. And you can hear that conversation. He broke the news yesterday that Vita Blue has passed away at the age of 73. Of course, former great A and Giant. And we're going to talk to Reggie about his days on the A's with Vita Blue. We'll do that coming up next. We will also get some other NBA topics, weird, strange things. Speaking of officiating between the new owner of the Suns and the Joker in the Denver-Phoenix series. That series is tied at 2 games apiece, so we'll get into that conversation as well. And then Stan Van Gundy, as Pop said, at about 11:50 this hour. So great hour for you. Reggie Jackson next. Stan Van Gundy to talk Warriors and Lakers. We'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The Warriors, of course, they crumbled, to put it nicely, in Game 3. That lost to the Lakers in L.A., but Game 4 is tonight. So what are the adjustments? What are the takeaways? That is trending right now on the new KNBR app. Hey, your old pal John Lind here for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You know, it was a rough winter for many of us, the heavy rains and dangerous driving conditions. And unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. Bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. The Dolan Law Firm's Employment Practices Group also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, and sexual harassment cases. Now that the bad weather is mostly behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they want to remind everyone to please be aware that good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And for employees, go to dolanlawfirm.com. That's dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over, get this, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. Headquartered right here in the Bay Area, they live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Vita was one of those guys, man, and I speak of mentor. Vita's one of those guys, man, that always told you, you either it's good manners or good judgment. And Vita was a good judgment guy. But when Vita told you the truth, he told you the truth in a way that you could laugh about it, even if it was painful. And that's what I loved about Vita Blue.
Stu, the great Dave Stewart, he was on with Murph and Mac this morning. If you missed any of that conversation, go to KNBR.com. We're going to hear from the great Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson momentarily to talk about Vita Blue. Well, unfortunately, after a battle with cancer, passed away yesterday at the age of 73. Pop, you want to take it away?
Is Reggie there, Mr.
He's
October?
there.
Reginald Martinez Jackson. First of all, my condolences to you, sir, and just. Obviously, you came up to the A's when they were in Kansas City, and Vita came up a couple of years later. But what do you remember about the first time you interacted with the one and only Vita Blue, Reggie?
He was just a fresh, young, wonderful guy from Monroe, Louisiana. And back in those days, in 1970, I think I met Vita. I met him in '69. But black folks, and all of us, probably except me in Luhanan, were humble. And but Vita was a kid from Monroe, Louisiana, and just a sweet and humble kid. With a flamethrower attached to his body. And we're amazed at what he could do with a fastball. And then he learned a breaking ball, and never was a braggart or anything like that, but just was a very humble, wonderful guy, super talented. And one of those guys really for the A's like Campy and Bando and Rudy that were right on the edge of Hall of Fame.
Without a doubt. The 71 year and, starting the All-Star game and, winning this Cy Young and the MVP, and then you pinch hitting for him in that All-Star game and hitting the transformer at Tiger Stadium. Just what do you remember about the magical year Vita had in 1971, Reg?
I think Vita was 17-1 at the break. 17-1, 17-2, microscopic earned run average. And then, of course, I remember the two starting pitchers being black. That was a big deal. And, what I really remember I remember so much about the All-Star game because there were 20 some odd about 27 or 28 Hall of Famers there. And then Vita got hit in the first inning. I want to say, I think Bench and Aaron homered off him in the first inning. And then, we started playing and everything. But, after that, he was just such a marvel when he was on the mound. 24-8 with a 174 or something like that. It was just a spectacular season. And I remember him dominating the league, but he didn't lead the league in innings pitched or strikeouts, and he struck out like 307 or 8. And he didn't lead he won 24 games and didn't lead the league in victories for a pitcher or innings pitched.
Wow.
Now, I would let you guess who it is, but the guy pitched for Detroit.
Denny McClain. Well, Denny McClain
No.
won 30 in 68. Was it Denny?
No.
Mickey Lolich, maybe.
Mickey Lolich, right.
Lolich.
Denny was already gone to Washington by then. You're right, yeah.
Listen to this, all of you analytical people out there. Mickey
Farhan's
Lolich,
listening, Reg. Farhan Zaidi's listening.
Nicky Lovitz pitched 374 innings.
Oh.
What?
He struck out 325, and he had 28 or 29 complete games. And the next year, he won 20 again. But all those numbers, guys, 800 pitches and 80 pitches. And, man, get out of here with that noise.
So I was looking at this today. You know, obviously you went to Baltimore in '76 and got traded. That was the first year you faced Vita. In your career, you were 5 for 18 against Vita, 278 average, all singles. He punched you out 9 times, and you walked twice. But I want to go back to when, you know, you had the power from the left side and he had the power from the left hand. You must have faced him in spring training workouts. Did you get in the box against Vita, Reg, when you were teammates?
Yeah. I hated it, but I did.
What was it like?
You don't want to face Vita. You said I was 5 for 18. I'm so proud of that because I thought I'd have been I get the strikeouts. I've had 18 at bats against him. I struck out 9 times. I mean, so that's what the thing was with Vita, and I can't say I was over the hill. I was in my heyday.
Right.
He's such a wonderful person. What happened to me about 8 to 10 years ago, Vita called me up. Every once in a while I get a call from him. We always stayed in touch. Probably talked 3-4 times a year. I did my best to go to his golf tournament. I only went a couple of times because it was always in October. And in October, my career has been busy. I've always had 15 World Series and playoffs like 25 times. But he called me up and he said, Reggie, I just want to tell you, I want you to know that you've always been my idol. And I've always respected you so much for how you treated me and what our friendship meant. He said, you just meant so much to me. I wanted to call and tell you. And I could hear him start to have tears in his eyes. He put tears in my eyes. He was so genuine and so honored with his friendship with me that it just put me into a whole nother emotional place and a mental place where you just were so grateful that another human being would speak to you that way. And every time I saw him, whenever we'd get together with the A's or wherever we ran into each other at a dinner or something, it was always a wonderful moment. I enjoyed that day. We were at the stadium in Oakland, and myself and he and Dave Stewart talked to me on my documentary. It was so meaningful for me. I had a few other people that I wanted to get into the documentary, and sadly, one of them was Franco Harris. And I got so upset at the production people because I couldn't get Franco in the film, and it just broke my heart. And so I was so grateful that Vita and Dave Stewart could be in my documentary. And we were also doing something with Ricky Henderson that day, but the noise in the stadium was so bad. We were doing it during batting practice, et cetera. And when we finally listened to the film, we couldn't get Ricky in. And Ricky, it's like Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, Duke Snyder, Ricky Henderson are my favorite players. I've always thought Ricky Henderson was top 10 or top 12 all-time greatest baseball player ever. But getting back to Vita, what a spectacular human being he was, and what a wonderful person he was.
And you guys are brothers for life. So I watched the doc. I've watched it twice on Amazon Video. It's beautifully done. I know you're proud of it. When you go to Hank Aaron's house and sit around the kitchen and talking to Julius Erving was poignant. You got into some really heavy issues with where our country was when you were breaking into the big leagues in '67 and where we are now. But when you were sitting around with Vita and Stu and in the seats in the Coliseum, when was that shot, Reggie?
That was shot 2022, somewhere around April or May, June. During the baseball season in 22. Yes, because it released. COVID got real bad toward the end of 22, and so we stopped for about 4 or 5 months. But yes, that was done sometime in 2022. I had an old car that I brought up and everything, and we rode in it, and it was really a wonderful experience.
Are you proud of the doc, Reg? Are you proud of it? I mean, you hit so many powerful issues in the doc: race relations in our country, diversity, and buying a team which you've been denied. Are you proud of the way it came out?
Yes, I am proud of the way it came out. I wish I could have had a little more control to get a few more people in that helped me get to where I am today, that the people that I wanted to give credit to. The Rick Hendricks of the world, the NASCAR guy, and he owns a bunch of automobile stores that I'm involved in. But there's a lot of people along the way that helped Reggie along to become who I am today. And I couldn't get them in the movie, and so I got really, really upset about it. But the way it came out and the way it's been received, and I've had as many white people say they enjoyed it by the way I presented the things that happened with racism and lack of diversity and equity and things like that. So many people have said they really appreciate the way it came out and what I was saying.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson joining us. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader talking about the passing of Vita Blue. And you were in Oakland a few weeks ago, and I know you're outspoken about what's going on in Oakland, but what is it like? I mean, you've had so much success in your life, not only in baseball, but off the field as well. But what is it like reuniting with those guys from the early 70s?
It's always special to see those guys. Raleigh Fingers had a bad back this past time, but he was good and healthy otherwise. I got a chance to see Bert Campanera, which is always special to see, and Blue Moon Odom always looks good. One of my all-time faves is Joe Rudy. I have a golf tournament every year, and Joe comes every year, no matter where it is. And I got to see the Bandos. I saw Sal this past summer as he had passed on. But seeing his family and, seeing the guys there, Darryl Knowles, and those guys, it's a special time. Dick Green, I think, was about 82, and he looked 65. So it's a wonderful experience being with those guys. It always has been, and I hope to do a little bit more.
Yeah, it's just the Bay Area's original dynasty. Bay Area never had a professional sports team win a championship until you guys won in 72, 73, 74, won 5 straight American League West from 71 through 75. And I know when you were outspoken, and Vita was there as well for the 50-year reunion of the 73 team, Reggie, when the Mets were here, about where the A's are now. You think that the club may wind up leaving, and then we got the news just after that the current ownership brought the 49-acre parcel in Las Vegas. So just give me your thoughts on where the A's are. And let's just say that the deal in Vegas falls through for whatever reason. Ownership's around the league, and they have 75%, which would be, 23 of the 30 teams would have to vote for it. Could you still put a group together to keep the A's in Oakland, Reg?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. I do know the Fisher family. I don't know them well. And I've tried and even continued to try, if I can say that, and using the term with sincerity. I've continued to try, but it hasn't really worked out, and for whatever reasons. And it's hard to look inside something when you don't have all the data and the facts. But it's sad to see the team now. It's just tragic. And somebody was saying, I thought they'd lost a whole bunch of money. But then an article came out about a week ago that said there's 4 or 5 teams that made money, and one of them was the A's and made $62 million. Have you seen that?
We did. It was Forbes. They have a sweet TV deal with NBC Sports Bay Area and California, and they get money back from the other owners with revenue sharing that may go away if they don't get this deal in place, Reg. So what do you think happens? Do you think they do? And it hates me to. I mean, the Raiders are in Las Vegas now. It's hard to believe. Do you think one day they're the Las Vegas Athletics?
Yes. I don't think there's any doubt in it. Certainly, I'm disappointed for the team to survive and get back like it was. And I'm sure that you'd have a rush if you had someone say that they're going to stay there in Oakland. I know the fans would love it. I think the fans have been treated terribly here. Somebody's to blame. I would have to put it on the political side. I think that if they would have built new stadium or built new something and said, we're going to build a stadium where it's at now. We can't go downtown. We can't go across the street. We're going to build where the property is now. They would have had a chance to keep 2 out of those 3 teams, because you got a guy, Joe Lacob, that wanted to buy the A's. He is the best operator of a sports franchise in the country. You hear that?
I heard you.
The Warriors are a couple hundred million over the cap. He produces revenue, this guy. This Joe Lacob is smart. If he'd have owned the A's, they'd have had a stadium and they'd have been still there. But he couldn't buy them. He couldn't buy them from the Fishers. And then, of course, Bud was involved in that trade, too, the commissioner's office.
Reggie, as always, our pleasure. Thank you so much for sharing Vita and all the other views. It's always great having you on.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Greg Papa, one of my all-time faves, buddy. Have a great day.
Thank you, Reggie. My condolences to you on your loss of Vita Blue.
Absolutely.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Reggie.
There's Reggie Jackson. Yeah, absolutely check out the documentary. Excellent.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's excellent. Make sure
and there's a great scene where he and Stu and Vita are just talking. And Vita goes into, the year he held out after his 71 year when he won the Cy and the MVP and started the All-Star game and all the numbers. He held out. The next year, Johnny went 6-10, and didn't pitch until, I think, late May. So he gets into the way Charlie Finley, and he brought up all the things that Reggie, he didn't even lead the league in wins that year, or strikeouts, or innings pitched, but he led the league in ERA at 1.82 and shutouts with 8. But great to hear from Reggie and Bill Laskey, obviously, on the profound loss of Vita Blue.
Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll talk to Stan Van Gundy. We'll get you ready for that as we get you ready for a huge game, a critical game between the Warriors and the Lakers. What do they need to do to stay out of a 3-1 hole? We'll tell you. And then Stan Van Gundy from his viewpoint. He'll have the call on TNT tonight at 11:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
I'm still not really sure what happened. I haven't seen a video of it. I think it's crazy that Nikola got technical foul in that situation. He's going to get the ball, and some fan is holding on to the ball like he wants to be a part of the game. Just give the ball up, man. You know what I mean? And, they deemed Nikola doing something that was excessive, I guess, and they gave him the tech, but I still don't really understand it.
Do you think the fans, the owner of the Suns, made any difference?
I don't give a shit. I mean, I really don't care.
Bravo, Michael Malone, the owner of the Suns, holding the ball. The Joker, the talk that he could get suspended at all. If that was a normal fan, the fan would have been ushered out of the arena. Obviously, he's not a normal fan. He's the owner of the Suns, and then he flops, which is the norm in the NBA these days. So it's all the way going to the owner. What did you think of that whole incident in that game?
Matt Ishbia is his name, and he saved us from Robert Sarver, and he's the one that literally, while he was executing the transaction to buy the Phoenix Suns, he made the trade to get Kevin Durant. So it was wild, and I know what Ishbia looks like. He normally doesn't sit on the baseline. He normally sits more at midcourt, whether he's got Aaron Rodgers next to him or Kyler Murray. I don't know if he gave Kyler his tickets or whatever the deal was. It was unfortunate. The bottom line is Nikola Jokic did push a fan, which is not a good look. And then the fan right next to Ishbia pushed the Joker in the shoulder and got ejected. There was another guy next to Ishbia that stood up to the Joker. I mean, when you got the fans so close to the court and you're right off the baseline, there are going to be situations like this when, LeBron ran in the crowd and jumped over a couple of rows to save a transition, basket the other night, and it was Laker fans. If he did that at Chase Center, it may have been a different outcome. I hope the Joker does not get suspended. That would be difficult to have him get suspended for a Game 5. But what a performance. He scored just about every damn time he touched the ball. He went for 53 points on 20 of 30 from the floor, 11 assists in the game, 11 of 13 from the line. And just about every time he touched the ball, he scored. And he scores around the basket. He is an unbelievable offensive player. When he came into the league, John, I said he's the greatest passing big man ever. And to me, it's not close. I think you can even take big man out of it. But the one rap on Nikola Jokic was he looks to pass too much. He's not a guy that will just take over the game and score. Really? He's done it a few times in these playoffs, and he went for 53. On the other end, Devin Booker's performance, the efficiency with the way he is shooting the ball and running the club as a point guard as well. Durant's just Durant. And then Landry Shamet, who I've liked for a long time, wanted them to be a Warrior, made 4 big threes in the fourth quarter and was able to hold them off. What a game that was. And now we're tied at 2 going to Denver. So I hope the NBA does not overreact. I don't think it really matters if it's an owner or not. It's just a fan. Treat it the same way. I remember Steph Curry at the end of a loss in Cleveland a few years ago in a finals game against LeBron and the Cavaliers, took out his mouth guard and whipped it and hit one of the owners of the Cavs. I think it was a minority owner's kid or something, and there was a big uproar about that. So I agree with Michael Malone. It doesn't matter if it's the owner or not. It's just somebody in the crowd. Maybe he gets fined for it. I would hope they would not suspend him. But I can't wait for Game 5 after what I saw in Game 4. And everybody thinks that the winner of the Warriors-Lakers, or maybe because it's just LeBron and Steph, the winner of this series will win the championship and get out of the West. Really? Denver and Phoenix are loaded. I told you I thought they would be better without Chris Paul and just put Devin Booker on the ball. The way Booker's playing on both ends, Durant's block shot on Aaron Gordon at the end of the game, just suffocating it, and Jamal Murray scoring. This is an amazing series from a Warrior perspective. We hope they beat the Lakers and this one goes 7 and they wear each other out. But that was high-level basketball last night.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're 2-2, and you and I had been talking about this for a long time, that once the Suns kind of got their feet under them, and it was interesting to listen to Devin Booker beyond the incident that happened last night. Is you and I talk about all the time when the Warriors had Kevin Durant. Booker's like, I've never been this free on the court. I've never had not had double teams and been the center of the attention. And now that Kevin Durant's around, he's getting all these open shots, and everybody's now lauding him as a top 5 player. Well, he is if you're not going to cover him. I mean, he's just been out of this world in this series, and he's incredible. He can ball handle, he can shoot it, he can, he's got a mid-range game, a long-range game. He can do everything, and because Kevin Durant is such a magnet on the court, it's opened him up to do all these other things. So if this is the Suns team you're going to see, I think they beat the Nuggets, and I think whoever comes out of this series they're going to give a hell of a run to, because Phoenix is starting to kind of get their feet under him now.
And they always put Devin Booker and KD together on the post-game podium, and sometimes Paul's there, and he's very deferential. I mean, this is Kevin Durant. He's a 4-time NBA scoring champion, missed out by a 5th narrowly, 2-time Finals MVP. It's Kevin Durant, so he owns him in great respect and deference. But Devin Booker is making tough shots, and a lot of it, Durant does, tilt some coverage, but he's still late in the shot clock is where he can just take it off the dribble. I mean, how many times they throw him the ball with a clock down to 5, and you're like, how is he going to get out of it? And he just takes it, and his ability to finish at a very high efficiency level is amazing. The last 2 games, he's shooting over 70%. He was 14 of 18 from the floor, and he rises up in transition and sticks a 3. You know what I think of Durant, but Devin Booker is an amazing offensive player who was playing his ass off on defense. He just guards his heart out. He's trying. And then the other side of it, and we'll get into Coach Stan Van Gundy and the Warrior-Lakers series. And the Warriors just finished up their shoot-around at UCLA. So they're starting to lock and load for the game tonight, and Coach Stan Van will be on the call tonight with Brian Anderson. Will give us his thoughts on who do you start with the 5th Warrior, what does the Lakers do with their pick-and-roll coverage, just all of it. How do the adjustments, do you go 4 out and 1 in like Coach did in Orlando? But the one thing is just not fouling. We talk about it over and over again, where the Lakers in the half court, if the clock's winding down, they're just going to run right into your chest, and they're going to play the block charge game. That's what Kevin Durant so many times last night and throughout his career. And he's different than Booker, where Booker can kind of slither out of it. Durant at times is still top heavy and a little bit awkward and off balance with his where his shoulders are, relationship to his body. But he'll just slam into people and get himself on the line. It happens over and over. He had 13 free throws last night. John made 12. The Joker had 13 and made 11, but the Joker gets fouled in different ways. He has so many and ones that he's just his dexterity around the goal is amazing. But Durant is a different offensive player than Booker, but Booker's all that. I hate when they get into which one is more responsible. Both. If one of them comes off the floor, they're screwed. And the two of them together, and Durant played with young James Harden, Westbrook with his speed, obviously with Steph and Clay and Kyrie Irving. He's played with great offensive players, but the way Booker is playing right now and his ability to just go. I know Durant's presence is always there, John, but Devin Booker, as far as a shot creator off the dribble and to do it at the efficiency level he's doing it at, hell. He was 14 of 18 from the floor last night. Went for 36 points and scored and had 12 assists. If you had to pick in the entire entirety of the playoffs, what they have in the NHL is called the Conn Smythe Award. The guy who's played the best in the playoffs. Would it not be Devin Booker the way he's playing?
Oh, right now, there's no question. I don't think it's a question. I mean, he's unstoppable. He's amazing. He's been the best player in the playoffs. There's no question. And if, like I said, if they keep it going like this, the Suns, they're gonna be tough. Now they don't have the longest bench or anything like that. But as you said, Landry Shamet stepped up. If they can get some guys off the bench to step up, they're gonna be really tough to beat.
Landell, the kid from St. Mary's, Jock Landell.
Yeah.
I think they got to play him, and they started to last night. I didn't think they were going to go back to Ayton. Landell bothers Nikola Jokic the way DeAndre Ayton does not. I'm not saying flip the starting lineup or anything, but I'm saying when it's time to win the game, I may go with Landell over DeAndre Ayton.
All right, let's talk to Stan Van Gundy, what he's seen from the playoffs, and specifically, he's on the call tonight for Lakers and Warriors. What adjustments does he think will happen? A quick look back at the series, and they'll look ahead tonight to a critical game. The Warriors don't want to find themselves in a 3-1 hole. We'll talk to Stan Van Gundy about it from TNT next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I get great sleep every night because my Sleep Number smart bed learns how I sleep and then helps me sleep better. It automatically responds to my movements throughout the night to keep me sleeping comfortably. Sleep Number beds help you get proven quality sleep by allowing you to adjust for your ideal firmness, comfort, and support. My Sleep Number, because of the two herniated discs in my back, is 100, and I sleep great. Unlock your unique potential every night and sleep next level with Sleep Number, and now you can save $500 on the next generation Sleep Number smart bed, plus free special financing. It ends Monday, May the 8th, only at Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com. Subject to credit approval. See sleepnumber.com for details.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know this guy's nickname?
Who?
This guy's
JVG?
He told me his nickname.
No, from my dad when I was like 5 or 6, and you're making fun. You can't make fun of my 87-year-old dad.
Please tell the world your nickname.
Jeff Marino Hot Dog Buddy. That's it. Come on, baby.
Wow. That's amazing. That's ESPN. Stan Van Gundy is going to be with our good friend Brian Anderson, VA. They'll have the call for TNT. Critical game 4 for the Warriors. They want to fall into a 3-1 hole. We'll get to that in a second, but Stan Van Gundy joined us courtesy of the UMA guest line. So hot dog's a pretty big deal, huh?
Well, you know what? It was actually fun. For whatever reason, when we were growing up in the Bay Area, my dad occasionally would wake us up in the middle of the night. I don't know, middle of the night, but, for a little kid, middle of the night, it'd be 11 o'clock at night, midnight, whatever. He'd come in and wake us up and put us in the car and take us to get hot dogs. If we wanted to be a little closer, there was a Casper's fairly near us. but there was a place in Oakland, Chris and John's. And my dad had gone there when he was in college at Cal, and we would drive all the way into Oakland and get hot dogs that my dad swore were the best in the world, and they were pretty damn good. And it was just a fun thing and a good memory that both Jeff and I have of growing up.
And you guys grew up in a great time, and it's the Van Gundy series. We had you for Game 1, Jeff for Games 2 and 3. You're on tonight with BA, and then you have Game 5 back in the Bay, and then hopefully it goes 6 and 7, and Jeff will have those on ESPN and ABC. But just I know you're such a big Bay Area sports fan, obviously growing up in Martinez, and you remember the Warriors' first championship in the Bay in 74-75. We've been having a lot of tributes today, Coach, to the great Vita Blue. Just had Reggie Jackson on before you hopped on. So what does it mean to do a Warrior-Lakers series with all the history you have with Bay Area sports?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's been a long time, but man, those were great times. We were big A's fans. Got to go to World Series games there, and Vita Blue. I was sad when that happened. I mean, he was not only a great pitcher, but as you know, a great personality as well. And to see him pass was sad. And I think when our childhood heroes pass away, something of ourselves, goes with them. And so that was a tough one. And then the 75 Warriors, look, I was a sophomore in high school and obviously very into basketball. And that was the team that we followed. I mean, and look, we had followed the Warriors since I remember as a kid, going to games at the Cow Palace. So to follow them then to the championship in 75, that team will always have a special place in my time as a fan, as will the A's World Series teams.
Stan Van Gundy's joining us, of course, TNT. We'll have the call. Brian Anderson and Coach Van Gundy on the call tonight for TNT as we talk keeping the Warriors at a 3-1 hole. So, a lot of the discussion has obviously been the free throw discrepancy. As a coach, what do you tell your team here to try to at least even this thing up to an acceptable level?
Well, look, first of all, the free throw discrepancy has maybe been more than we would have expected, but this isn't out of character for either team. I mean, if we look at the Lakers, they led the league in free throw attempts, and they gave up the fewest free throw attempts in the league. The Warriors shot the fewest free throws of any team in the league, and were 25th in the league in opponents' free throw attempts. So you have the number one team in the Lakers in free throw attempt differential, and the Warriors were dead last, 30th in free throw attempt differential. So why people are surprised by this is a little bit beyond me. It's the same with the three-point differential. You have the Warriors who attempted and made the most threes in the league against a team who was 25th in giving up three-point attempts, and then the Lakers who were 26th in three attempts. Neither one of these differentials are out of character for either teams. What we're seeing is these teams at who they are. They're right in character. Now, it may have been exaggerated a little bit, but these are who these teams are. The Warriors are going to try to outshoot you. The Lakers are going to try to attack, score in the paint, and get to the free throw line. So we're not seeing anything that's unexpected here in these first three games.
Yeah, the fouls are a problem, and the fumbles, the turnovers. And Steve Kerr was talking to practice. Yeah, go ahead, Coach. Go ahead.
Those are Warrior turnovers. I mean, the turnovers and the fouls have been Warrior problems.
Yeah, historically.
For 8 years here in this run where they've been great. It's just they've had enough margin for error to overcome those things. Now the question is, do they still have enough margin for error to be able to overcome them? These aren't new problems. Now, maybe being down 2-1 maybe having gone through a 7-game series with the Kings, fans are starting to notice the vulnerabilities a little bit more. But this is who the Warriors are, just like their great three-point shooting is who the Warriors are.
Yeah, and you were on that series, obviously, the Sacramento series. And I remember specifically you working Game 3 with our friend Brian Anderson. And Draymond gets kicked out of Game 2. They lose that game. They come home, and they're forced to go to a different lineup, obviously, with Draymond not able to play because of the suspension for Game 3. And you talked about what are they going to do in Game 4? Well, in Game 4, they kept the same lineup where Jordan pulls in, Draymond plays off the bench. Now, Kevon's under the weather a little bit. So, one thing when Steve talks about the turnovers, he wants the court spaced out a little bit more. So we're trying to figure out who's going to be the fifth Warrior to start tonight. JaMychal Green did well in Game 2, not as well Saturday, Coach, in Game 3. We know it's Steph, Clay, Dre, and Andrew. Would you like to see them go to Jordan Poole and maybe go back to, I think you're the one that kind of brought it into the NBA years ago with Dwight Howard with the Orlando Magic, the 1-in, 4-out concept where you have shooters around the perimeter and play just one big. So how do you think the Warriors go tonight? If Looney's healthy, do you put him back in? Do you stay with JaMychal Green? Or do you go out, go to your one big in, 4 out and start Jordan Poole?
Well, I think that we can assume, and I think you assume it also, and I think we're going to be both right on this, it won't be JaMychal Green. And it wasn't so much that JaMychal Green didn't have a good game in Game 3. What happened is Darvin Ham made great adjustments to their matchups all along. So in Game 2, he put Anthony Davis on Draymond Green. And so the Steph Curry, Draymond Green pick and rolls with Davis up on the pick and roll, they hit Draymond behind, and he made great plays, 9 assists in that game. Steph had 12 assists. They picked him apart. Game 3, he went and changed the matchup, put Jared Vanderbilt on Draymond Green so he could switch those pick and rolls, put Anthony Davis on JaMychal Green, made all the difference in the world. So I think JaMychal will definitely not be in the lineup. And then my guess would be Steve goes back to Kevon Looney. If you remember in the SAC series, right, he went with the smaller lineup. He sort of liked it. And then when it didn't work and they lost, he went back to that lineup with Kevon Looney in there. That is still by far been the best 5-man lineup in the NBA in the playoffs and was in the regular season also. And I also think, look, when you're down 2-1, you're on the road, you want to go with your best, not only your best players, but your best competitors. I think he'll go with Kevon Looney, unless he really wants to get back to that matchup where Davis has to guard Draymond Green. Then he could go small with Poole and sort of force the Lakers' hand into Davis on Draymond Green. Look, if it were me, I'd go with Looney, but also, on the other hand, if I'm the Lakers, I don't care what lineup Steve puts out there. I'm not putting my center on Draymond Green. I think he's too good getting behind your defense on pick and rolls. I always want to be able to switch Draymond Green pick and rolls. But it'll be interesting, and the adjustments on both sides with Kerr and Darvin Ham have been great to watch. As a coach, I have really enjoyed this series. I've enjoyed watching the strategic thinking and adjustments of both of those guys.
Stan Van Gundy's joining us. TNT Game 4 tonight in L.A. between the Warriors and the Lakers. It's strange to look at the numbers just in the playoffs from Anthony Davis. It seems like every other. But if he is a motivated Anthony Davis tonight, what can the Warriors do given their lack of size?
Yeah, it's tough. And I think that Draymond Green has played him well. I think that they could play, even if Looney starts, they could put Green on him if they wanted to and put Looney on Jared Vanderbilt. So I think Draymond's played him well. He pokes at the ball. He bothers him. Where Anthony Davis has gotten stuff is, on the roll against pick and rolls, that pocket pass against the drop. I thought in game 2 he settled for jump shots. And that was not as effective. Games 1 and 3, he caught the ball going for the basket and attacked. Now, I did think in game 2, even when he tried to roll to the basket more and catch it on the move, I thought the Lakers did a great job of pulling over from the weak side and making that tough. I didn't think they did nearly as good a job in game 3 of pulling their weak side over. And so it'll be interesting to see how they adjust on that. But I don't think it's a matter of Davis's motivation. I think it's a matter of how they play offensively. And I also thought game 3, Darvin Ham, they went to some good screens off the ball, some little flex baseline screens to get Davis into the lane. I thought they sort of caught Golden State by surprise on those. It'll be interesting to see how Golden State adjusts to defending those picks, and also interesting to see if Darvin Ham will go back to those with more frequency, because if Davis is able to catch the ball in the paint, the Warriors have zero answer for that. He's too big. So their answer is to keep him away from the basket.
Yeah, you were noting in game 1 how they run Anthony Davis off a lot of pin downs for movement to get him to catch the ball on the move. On the other side, Coach Van Gundy, the way Darvin Ham has changed his pick and roll coverage has been interesting. Even after winning game 1, he adjusted to game 2, where in game 1 it was more Jared Vanderbilt just lock and trailing on Steph and fighting through screens. And then the second game, he decided to blitz him more, put 2 on the ball, and Steph was able to find the openings and pick up 12 assists in the game. Draymond playing that pocket pass, had 9 assists as well. And then this last game, as you mentioned, he completely changed. He put Austin Reeves on Steph, had Jared Vanderbilt on Draymond to take away the high drag pick and roll between the two of them, and then had Davis just more roll. What do you think he does tonight?
Well, I think if he gets Looney back in the lineup, he can run pick and rolls with Looney. And Looney, he's not Draymond, but he can make plays, as we've seen throughout the year. Very good making plays, rolling behind the defense if they want to be up blitzing Steph Curry. Now, the question is, if you do that with Looney and Draymond in together, what do you do with Draymond there? Draymond on those sets in the series has spotted up in the corner. I don't think that's very effective. I think he either needs to cut from there or play down in the dunker spot. And that's quite honestly why Steve has favored going to smaller lineups. And so I think if the Looney-Draymond lineup, whether he starts it or not, if that is not working and not creating shots, then I think you'll see more of the small lineup. But look, the thing that gets me is I didn't think the Warriors had a problem offensively in game 1. That's why, personally, I'd go back to the Looney lineup. I don't think they had any problem creating shots. Heck, you had 3 guys make 6 threes apiece. The problem was at the other end, they got dominated in the paint and at the free throw line. I mean, they gave up 54 points in the paint and, had a 29-6 free throw attempt differential. The problem was on the defensive end, in my opinion, not on the offensive end. So if I were the Warriors, I'd be playing Looney and Draymond together. It's been your best lineup all year. Hell, it's been the best lineup in the NBA all year. I'm down 2-1 on the road. I'm going to my best.
Stan, in terms of Curry, obviously Steph Curry, and he's not going to go for 50 like he did in Game 7 against the Kings. This is a much different and a much better defensive team. They can throw a shooter at him. Vanderbilt has done a nice job with him. Is there anything you would do to get him going even that much more?
Well, I mean, look, I think Steve made a great adjustment, which is what forced Darvin Ham's hand. In game 1, they were coming down and trying to run the majority of their offense through Draymond Green, the way they have a good part of the year, flow into that offense. And the Warriors don't guard Draymond Green or Looney or Gary Payton for that matter, and really not JaMychal Green, even despite his shooting. So they've got two guys just dropped into the lane, and it was hard for Curry and Thompson to come off for handoffs because of Anthony Davis back in the lane. They just played on top of those shooters and didn't let them come off. Steve's great adjustment is put the ball in Steph's hand as a more conventional point guard and come down and run pick and rolls. And that got them great shots, both in games 1 and in game 2. They were able to do a tremendous job with that. Now, as you've noted, more blitzing, so Steph's been more of a playmaker than a shooter. I think the one thing we could see is guys like Wiggins and DiVincenzo handling the ball more up top and running Thompson and Curry off screens from the bigs on the baseline. You can't really get on top of those. I thought the Lakers in game 1 had a ton of trouble defending screens off the ball. They were taking shortcuts, shooting the gap. Curry got one early, actually at the start of the second half. Thompson got 3 coming off screens. So I think we could see more of that to create openings for Curry. We really haven't seen Steph get a lot of shots after he's given up the ball coming off the screens like he normally does. That's the one thing we haven't seen. Now, Vanderbilt did a good job in the 2 games he was on, Curry. I think Reeves is a little bit more vulnerable to that type of action, and I would expect Steve would run Steph off more screens away from the ball tonight.
Yeah, and the other guy that we're looking at is D'Angelo Russell. I mean, everything is AD and LBJ with the Lakers, but the guy that is really hurting him is D'Angelo Russell offensively. I thought going into the series, Coach, the Warriors would attack him and his lack of defense and get him off the floor. Are the Warriors attacking him enough? Is there a way he's been matching up with Clay a little bit just to run that 1-2 pick and roll and to get D'Angelo to switch on to Steph Curry? Should they attack him more on the Laker defensive end?
Well, they certainly will. I don't think it should. They will. And I think there's 2 ways to attack him. Number one, he's not going, my opinion, he can't stay with Klay Thompson running off screens. And so they can get that. But yes, I would expect that we'll see those pick and rolls with Klay on Steph and trying to force. We saw it a little. I think they'll try to force more switches and get Russell in there. And having to guard Steph Curry. But look, Steph one-on-one against anybody other than maybe Vanderbilt, you've got a mismatch. There's nobody else that really has a chance to guard him one-on-one. So you can force about any switch you want. Like, I think the one thing we'll see more out of the Warriors tonight, and I think they should go to, is putting LeBron James in more pick and rolls. He doesn't want to switch on to Steph. He wants to try to show and recover, but they did force him into a couple of switches onto Curry the other night, and he has no chance. LeBron James has absolutely zero chance guarding Steph Curry off the dribble. Now, give the Lakers credit. When they get in those switches, they are trying to get up on him and force him to go to the basket more than create space to shoot the threes, but no one other than Vanderbilt. Schroeder has a chance to guard him. Other than those 2 guys, they have no chance. So any switch you get is a good one.
Great stuff. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Have a great call. Say hi to our good friend B.A., and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Here you go.
And there he goes.
There he goes.
Stan Van Gundy.
Fan of hot dogs.
And the word is they've got tonight's game 4, and they've got Wednesday night's game 5 back at Chase Center. Coach Van Gundy has purchased a suite at Oracle to watch the Giants play.
Really?
The Washington Nationals is going to bring the entire TNT crew there to watch Giants Nationals on Tuesday night, tomorrow night. So we got them tonight in L.A., and we are going to have a Game 5, to be sure, back at home on Wednesday, and they'll watch Giants baseball on Tuesday.
And no doubt there will be many hot dogs in that suite. Many.
Does Stan like hot dogs as much as Jeff does? He didn't acknowledge
I mean,
that.
he did say that the place in Oakland that they went, what, Bill and John's? Is that what he said?
Yeah, that's a classic place.
He said that he said they were great, and he mentioned Casper's, which they're all over the
Casper's
East.
as well.
Yeah, I've had a dog there. I always wonder why. I mean, I guess I do know why, but like hamburgers they're everywhere. Hot dogs, you gotta search for a hot dog joint.
But there's always a great hot dog joint in each town.
Yeah. But I mean, hot dogs are good. They've never gained the popularity, obviously, of a hamburger. But
depends where you are, John.
Dogs are good.
Ted's Hot Dogs in Buffalo is ginormous.
In Chicago,
more than any burger place I know.
Yeah, Chicago's a
Chicago
hot dog
style
town.
in Chicago, anywhere.
But
Casper's is big time.
Casper's is good. There's no doubt.
And then you can combine them and go Olympic Club and Silverado and go Burger Dog.
Oh yeah,
Where
I'd
you
like
got
to
'em
do
both.
that. I've told you this before. My first job, Der Wiener Schnitzel, and I did.
Yeah.
I made.
Did
the
you drive
chili.
that little truck around?
Oh no. I wish I could have, but man, I made those chili cheese dogs and probably for
You're
every.
going to hear about your weekend, by the way. I haven't
Oh yeah,
heard
we
anything
need to get
about
into
Lainey's
that.
birthday.
Yeah, good time had by all. Good time had by all. Man, we had a good time. Well, until the Warriors started losing, we were having a great time watching the Warriors too. Lots of good people up there. And by the way, not to go off on a tangent, but thank you for everybody. We were talking about Mexican places to go up in Napa. Man,
Did you hit those on
Oh
Cinco
my
de
gosh.
Brinco?
We went to a place for dinner, and then we just walked the streets because all these people are like, there's one here, and there's one here, and there's one here. Believe me, it was, I had my fill. I don't think I need tequila again
I never
until
doubt
like
you, John.
2025.
I never doubt you.
Yeah, it was a good time. Anyway, all right, we'll get into it. We'll talk about a few of the things that Stan Van Gundy said there, some changes, adjustments for tonight's game to get the Warriors a win, and then our good friend, Susan Slusser, is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We will review the Giants' weekend. Successful, not a sweep, but very successful. They get the series win. We'll do that at 12:30 only here on the Sports Hitter.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Dave Sturdy joined Murph and Mac this morning to reminisce on the life and career of the great Vita Blue. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Yes. Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope your Cinco de Drinko was nice. We'll talk to Susan Slusser at the bottom of the hour. The Giants, they do not get the sweep, but they do get a series win. That's 2 in a row, and now the Nationals are coming to town, so hopefully they can take advantage of that. How was your
Cinco de Drinko?
Cinco de Drinko, yeah.
Went and ran into some wonderful people who grew up in New York, Yankee fans.
Mm-hmm.
They are now living in St. Louis, and they were a hoot. And they're big LeBron James fans, unfortunately. So I went to what's the bar I went to? Golden Gate. You ever been to Golden Gate Sports Bar?
No.
John, it's bright. It's got Nate Thurman on the. It's an old school sports bar. I actually ran into Ted Griggs there.
Oh, wow.
And Dennis O'Donnell there.
Come on.
But this couple that I had met the night before, they come walking in after we drank, I think, we had about 4 margies each and had a great time. But Golden Gate Sports Bar is a classic old place. What is it, the Golden Gate Tap Room? Is that what it's called? Maybe it's the Tap Room.
Look here.
Anyway, and it was full of Warrior fans and Laker fans, and it was insane. Ted Griggs he was there, my old boss, and we got into. We should mention what happened to Glenn Kuiper over the weekend. Obviously, the Vita Blue story was humongous and just such an unfortunate choice of words for Glenn. And Ted and I were talking about that for a while. There's just certain words you just cannot utter out of your mouth. I mean, even the F word you can say, the 4-letter F word, the longer F word you can't say. That one will get you in trouble, and the C word certainly will get you in trouble. But not a fireable offense like what Glenn said. So I don't know how this is going to finish up, but just watching the Warriors with Ted, and we've been together so long. But pretty amazing weekend. But anyway, there were so many Laker fans there. It's the Golden Gate Tap Room. I think what an amazing sports bar. They got all these old school figurines. They got one of a '97. It looks kind of like Nick Bosa, but nothing like Nick Bosa. And then just memorabilia everywhere. And I'd never been there before, the Golden Gate Tap Room in Union Square. But ran into my friends I made the night before from New York, huge Yankee fans who now live in St. Louis, and some reason are LeBron James fans. And they're going up to Napa for their wedding anniversary and may come back and watch a game with me. But running into Ted, and then just so many. I got a shout out to another Ted from the East Bay who got me a table when we were no tables to be had, but he saved us a spot, and then we wound up completely overtaking his table later on. But the Golden Gate Tap Room was live on Saturday night until it was 40-29, and then the Lakers let it half on a 32-8 run, and not good. But anyway, we had a lot of fun there.
That's awesome. Yeah, it was great. We ended up at C Casa, which is in the Oxbow Market, because we were up there late, and we got in there and we had a great time. I I love margaritas, but I was doing Palomas all night, which is
nice.
Your tequila, your little grapefruit, little spark, excellent. All night long, had a bunch of those, and then we walked around, and I can't thank people enough up in Napa because there's just tons of suggestions. People were hitting me up in the DMs and go here, try here, and so we just kind of cruised around, walked around, had a great time, met a lot of cool people up there, and then we were up at the top. I don't remember the name of the hotel, but Charlie Palmer Steakhouse there in Napa. But at the top, they've got this rooftop, if you've never been there, and it's got tons of TVs, and people are up there partying and having a great time, and Lakers, Warriors, and TVs are everywhere. And like I said, it's 40-29. People are howling. They're having a great time. The sun's going down. It's a beautiful atmosphere. And then it just started. That run started. The fouls started. The technical hits. And all of a sudden, and then, the booze was flowing even more. But yeah, it was a good time had by all until that run after the 40-29 run. But it was beautiful, beautiful weekend. Sun came out on Sunday. We did the brunch stuff over at Bricks. Bricks was awesome.
Oh, you did hit Bricks?
Yeah, hit Bricks on the way out of town,
amazing.
That's a great spot. And they always have great specials if you're ever in the area. That's a great spot to go. But yeah, it was an awesome weekend. And you got to do right by your significant other on the birthday. You can't screw that one.
And it sounds like you did well too, John. So
yeah, things worked out.
And just
Nice.
the Warriors and Kings was fun.
Yeah.
But it's the power of the purple and just how many Laker fans there are. And they're not just, people from Southern California that are driving through. They're Laker fans in the Bay Area, and they live here. And it was just, honestly, at Golden Gate Tap Room on Saturday, it was probably 65% Warrior fans, which means 35% Laker fans.
Wow.
And it was way before, LeBron arrived. It's just, it goes back, generations. But, one thing Stan Van Gundy said was he kind of surprised me because he loves the 4-out, 1-in. I don't know how often the Warriors will play two bigs because you can match up Andrew Wiggins with LeBron. LeBron's a big, but he's not a big. He's, more of a 3-4 than a 4-5, and likewise for AD. So you can play the small lineup and get better spacing. But I don't know if Kavan is physically able to do it. They had the workout at UCLA this morning, the shoot-around, where he went to school. Hopefully he's cleared because he just does not look like himself, John, the last two games after getting sick right before Game 2 and forcing the change to the Jamaica green lineup, which I don't think they're going to do tonight. And then the other part of it is those ribs for Anthony Davis. He went down hard in the second quarter, and Draymond Green, one of the many times they were grappling to the ground together on a block charge that took forever and a replay review, and happened like 6 times, and Draymond was called for 3 blocks on him. Well, one time in the second quarter, he kneed him, and it's a left rib cage area. And the entire game, Mike Breen mentioned it, Lisa Salters mentioned it, he's grimacing in pain. You saw him even after he left for the last time, John, when they pulled him to start the fourth quarter, when they had the huge lead. He was over on the bench, and you know exactly where it is. It's on the left side of his upper rib cage. So, I mean, if he's going to flak-jack that up and whatever's going to happen tonight, but someone's going to throw a bow into his ribs tonight to see if they can tenderize him a little bit. So that's one way to get the shot blocker out of the game, is to just throw an elbow into his rib cage.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And look, I'm not saying anything that people don't think about Anthony Davis. As great as he has been inconsistent in the playoffs. And the other thing is, you're as a Lakers fan, I'm sure you're kind of waiting every time he falls down, or at least it used to be in the regular season. Every time he falls down, you're kind of holding your breath to see if he's going to get back up. So look, if this is an injury, it would greatly impact what they do, because we've said this throughout the entire series. LeBron now is a Robin to his Batman, and as he goes, so go the Lakers, because he does, on the offensive and defensive end, he impacts everything they do, and he's really the one guy they cannot deal with on either end.
D'Angelo Russell. You got to get him off the floor. If the Warriors, I don't even want to think of the thought of being eliminated this year by Angelo Russell. This cannot happen. They have got to figure out a way to get him off the floor. And you got to guard him better. Clay's not guarding him. Can Gary Payton II, can he not guard Angelo Russell, John? What's going on?
I would think he could. I mean, it seems to me.
Can we see it? Can we try it?
Well, it seems to me that Steve has very limited trust in a small handful of players.
Not Gary Payton II?
Well,
when did he lose trust in him?
I don't know, but not
Something
based
wrong
on the
with him
playing
we don't
time.
know?
I don't know. But not based on the playing time. I'm just looking at the playing time going,
last
he
year
clearly
they made a
doesn't
trade
trust
to get him back. He loves GP2. What's the matchup he's trying to avoid here.
Maybe get more shooting on the floor, but
He can make a left corner three as much as DeMichael Green. He's got a guard. You got to guard D'Angelo Russell here.
They could change it up. I mean, I think it's early enough in the series to where, you could give him another opportunity and see what he can do. But I do think that's probably part of it. Although what Stan Van Gundy said is, and look, here's the one thing that offensively, and they did in the first couple of games, they were hitting a bunch of threes. But the one thing is, you got to get consistency out of some shooters. I mean, Clay's had games where he's been really great and then not. Jordan Poole, games he's okay and then not. And they got to get consistency out of this group. They got to know what they're going to get. Andrew Wiggins, the same kind of thing. They got to get consistency out of their shooters. You got to beat these guys.
Well, Clay had a terrible game.
Awful.
11 points, 11 minutes. The rest of the game, with those two back-to-back offensive fouls where he had turnover, then an offensive foul when he pushed off, he's just forcing too much. He did not play well, but it was mainly on the other end. You would think he'd be able, and he's a different defender now than when he was before a pre-injury, but he's pick and roll with D'Angelo Russell. He's losing him. D'Angelo Russell is getting right into that De'Aaron Fox mid-range game, and he can take the step-back shot, the three ball, and you're just not getting to him. So AD's AD. He'll defend. Whether or not he scores tonight, we'll see. But I think you got to have more of an emphasis to stop D'Angelo Russell.
Pop and Lynn today, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started right now. redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA. Let's get over to the Giants weekend. They win the series. Now they got the Nationals coming to town. We'll talk to Susan Slusser all about it. Our Monday conversation is next, only here on the Sports Leader. Business owners, are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business? You're keeping up with changing regulations. You're staying HR compliant. You're hiring and retaining top talent. You're handling payroll. The list goes on, and it's tough to maintain momentum and still keep your employees engaged. So what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Well, fortunately, there's Insperity. Insperity puts over 35 years of HR servicing technology to work to help you develop a people strategy that scales with you. So what if your HR strategy included access to better benefits to help you keep the employees you have and attract new ones? What if it offered training for your employees to help increase their skills so they become more productive? Yes, please. Look, there's always going to be challenges to face in business. You know that as a business owner. No matter where they come from, Insperity is ready to help you move past them by providing the HR solutions you need.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You heard me talking last summer. I learned about the CLR procedure, custom lens replacement, from my good friend Dr. Craig Bindi and the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. I had it done on June the 23rd, and the procedure literally took 20 minutes. It gave me the eyes of a man about 30 years younger. I went from being a 60-year-old old man to 30 years of age. I had 20/20 vision, and now I can see near, far, wherever you are. It's been so amazing. I had it done. John Lund had it done. He had the CLR procedure done in the fall. And now the two of us are experiencing the miracle of modern vision correction. So if you're like us and you're sick and tired of needing glasses or contacts to get through your day, call right now and schedule your free consultation with the team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They've taken care of patients for over 25 years, including over 100 NFL players, and they want to help you as well. So now, call right now, schedule your free consultation. That is 877-GET-2020, or you could visit them online at bayarea2020.com.
Hey, Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Papa and Lund to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Slusser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Always great to talk to Susan Slusser every Monday to get caught up on the Giants. To get the sweep yesterday, they lose 7-3, but they did get the series, and now Washington coming to town. And Anthony DeSclafani, who's been great, is going to pitch tonight, so we'll get into all those conversations. Make sure that you're a follower at Susan Slusser, reading her great pieces in the Chronicle, and she joins us courtesy of the guest line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good. We're really good. You'd like to get the sweep, obviously, but they get the series win. What was your impressions of the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, very nice. That's a good team that has given them a lot of problems over the last few years. They saw some good pitching. Yesterday was just kind of one of those where they got a lot of hits but didn't get the big one at the right time. And Stripling obviously is not quite right yet. After a couple of outings, it looked a little better. I think he feels like he's on the right track, so that's good. But, yeah, that was just a sort of a little bit of a blah game for them. But you know what? Overall, I think they are sort of slowly rounding into more of what we thought they could be.
And I know the baseball on the field in Maze's 92nd birthday, and he came out to the yard, and we lost Vita Blue on the same day that we celebrated Willie's birthday at age 73. We had Reggie Jackson on earlier today, Susan. We had Bill Laskey, his great friend, and he obviously covered. I mean, Vita pitched for both teams and started All-Star games in 71 and 78 for both sides of the Bay. I know how well you know him, and you said on a great tweet yesterday upon learning that he passed away about your favorite Vita's story was when Charlie Finley did not give him a raise, Suze?
Yeah, he didn't. Well, I mean, Charlie Finley didn't give a lot of people raises, but there was yet another year where he didn't give him a raise, but he gave him a gas card to go with the car that I think he'd given him after he, won MVP or something like that. And so Vita was like, yeah, I'm going to take this gas card, and every time I use it, I'm going to fill up my tank and everyone else that's at the gas station.
It's so Vita.
That gas card, the gas card probably wound up costing Charlie more than a nice little raise would have.
That is a great story.
That is the best. Absolute best. Just an absolute delight. Great attitude. Went through a lot and stuff now that would have been no big deal, obviously, really, or at least not as much of a big deal. And a lovely man, really a great representative for both teams. Wound up kind of working a little bit for both of them after, he retired, and a great ambassador for the game. So he will be so missed.
I agree 100%. What a great guy was. Vita Blue passed away yesterday at the age of 73. One thing that I wanted to ask you about, too, is you collaborated with our good friend John Shea, the Field of Dreams game, which I think has been a rousing success. Hearing possibly the Giants could be involved in that?
Yeah, it sounds like it. Certainly that's kind of the word kind of floating around, is that it's the Giants. We don't know what opponent, and it looks like it's going to be in Alabama. At Rickwood Field, where Willie Mays played. You just mentioned Willie. It's the oldest ballpark in the U.S. that's still in sort of constant use. I mean, that sounds, really ideal. Bruce Jenkins actually floated this idea 2 years ago. Like, while they're doing this construction in Iowa, why don't you just play it here and have the Giants play? And it comes to pass. Well done, Bruce Jenkins. He's just got that kind of power.
He does. I remember him floating that idea, and it may come to fruition. So, but to be clear, there's not going to be a Field of Dreams game this year, Suze. This will be the following year, obviously.
Yeah, no, Frank Thomas is involved in kind of that, getting things really spiffy there, and they're basically redoing things in Iowa. And so this year is out, and I think that next year was looking a little too iffy. So, look, none of this is confirmed, none of it's set in stone, but clearly there have at least been pretty substantive conversations, I would say, about this because, it's the word on the street.
Well, I want to ask you about something because we're all keeping eyes on minor league guys, and we're watching Kyle Harrison. We talked in spring training when we see the guy. But, I mean, the last I looked, his strikeouts and walks were virtually the same, but it seems like he's turned a corner and he's starting to roll a little bit in Sacramento.
Yeah, his last 3 starts have been really good. He was the PCL Pitcher of the Week, just named today. The Giants have such a wealth of pitching. I can't imagine that they, barring a lot of injuries, they probably don't turn to him until maybe September. I think that would be really ideal for any number of reasons. But you retain some of his service time, et cetera, and but give him a little taste of the big leagues. But I do think we'll see him at some point, and they want him to dominate. They want him to really have success at every level, and he's starting to do that. So really, really encouraging, because that's pretty quick for, especially in a league like that, it's not a pitcher-friendly league, to kind of start getting his feet under him in really just a month? That's phenomenal. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, in his last outing, he had, I think, 7 strikeouts in 4 innings and no walks, and they had the automated balls and strikes there, which is an interesting strike zone. So he's starting to lock in with his command. On the more immediate horizon from Sacramento would be Alex Wood. As you noted, he had his rehab assignment on Sunday and threw the ball pretty well. Ross Stripling gave up a couple of more bombs yesterday, base on balls followed by a blast. He thought he had solved that a little bit. So do you think the Giants may make a change to their starting rotation when Wood comes back, and maybe Stripling, Suze, goes back to the bullpen?
I think so. I think Wood probably comes back on Friday for several reasons. When, Stripling has just been a little bit erratic. The performance hasn't been, quite what he wants or what the Giants would want. He even mentioned after the game last night, we're going to sit down and talk about what my role is going to be next. And Alex Wood really does not like long rehab assignments. I don't think anybody is really a big fan of spending more time in the minors than they have to, but he's definitely right up there when it comes to that. Looks like, he only had 45 pitches, so his next time out he'd be at about 60. It would probably be a piggyback thing, maybe with Stripling and maybe with Junis. It's sort of both their days. Very interesting, of course, that they have Wood and Stripling and Junis all kind of lined up in the same days. That gives them a lot of options, but I just think, Stripling goes out yesterday and pitches great. Maybe Wood does his next outing there, but I think that given this, he's probably going to be starting for the Giants on Friday.
Susan Slusser joining us, obviously talking Giants. They got the Nationals tonight with Anthony DeSclafani going to the mound. It's too early on Mitch Haniger. He just came back. He's only got 36 at-bats, but you mentioned this in your piece yesterday. Michael Conforto's nearly at 100 at-bats, batting $165 or $175 with a 608 OPS. It's far too early to be panicking or anything like that, but what are your thoughts on especially what Conforto's doing to this point?
Yeah, he's a guy that didn't play last year. Obviously had a severe shoulder surgery, and Kapler mentioned this is timing. He seems, and you can watch this in his at bats. It's actually pretty obvious, even just to the naked eye. He's a little early or he's a little late. He's getting pitches. It looks like the strike zone. It's not a strike zone issue. He's actually identifying the pitch he wants to hit. He's just not quite doing what he wants to with it. There were times early in the season where he got hot and kind of showed it. He's hit some balls out. He's hit some balls hard, but he's just a little bit off over his last 2 weeks, maybe. I think he's among those guys that got hit with that stomach virus in Mexico City. So, he's probably a little bit hurting from that too. But more than anything, the guy just hasn't played much in the last year and a half. So we know the talent. As Kapler said, we're going to be patient with him. We know how important he is, but he'll come out of it. I would suspect sooner than later. And they have such advanced systems and information with the Giants. I would, it's got to be all hands on deck right now, trying to figure out exactly what it is. Kapler mentioned he's being a little shorter to the ball. That just started yesterday. That might take a few days to kind of lock in. I can see that if your timing is off, that's something that might be the best way to go. But it's not like he's going to get sad or anything like that. He is too valuable. Plus a good outfielder to boot.
Yeah, he's made some nice plays in right field. That's a hard right field. He's too good of a hitter to be in this kind of a funk, but they all go in and out of it. But you got to play him, especially with Craw and Yaz down on the IL. You mentioned Mexico City. It wasn't just what they ate and the stomach flu. Those guys got legitimately hurt, which leads to, with Craw down, Tyro Estrada's playing the hell out of shortstop. That guy is really a good shortstop. And then Brett Wisely, who we've seen in center with good first step and tracks the ball well. But his performance over the weekend, so first of all, he had his first Major League home run on Saturday, and it was a bomb out to center. And then he made a play ranging up the middle where he looked like Crawl, going into a slide in the short outfield grass, down to one knee, popped out, up and threw a P route over to first base. I mean, Wisely's playing well right now.
He really is. What a solid pickup. I mean, and kind of out of the blue, they get him for the Rays during the offseason for basically nothing. And he's so much better than some of the other options they've had the last 2 years who are that type of player, right? The Jason Vosslers of the world. And no offense to Jason Vossler, he did a lot of things pretty well. But Wisely's the best fielder and really the most versatile. The Giants have kind of been stockpiling a lot of guys who could play a bunch of different positions okay. He can play important positions really well. He's been great at second. He can play short. He's been a much better center fielder than I think anyone anticipated. He's got an idea at the plate. He's not going to get a ton of playing time. As soon as Crawford's back, he probably goes back down. But I really, really like him. So I was kind of digging around, like, how did they find him? Was there somebody who had a stroke of genius? And it was Farhan who jumped on him, and he was like, it's kind of boring. It was just me. But I asked Kapler about him, and Kapler was sort of like, well, these things take time. Like, let's wait to see how it all plays out when it comes to declaring like a pickup, one thing or another thing. And then somebody asked about Tyro right after that, and he was like, okay, I think now we can say that was a phenomenal pickup. So that's all you have to do. You have to hit like 346 with 5 or 6 bombs and play shortstop really, really well. And then Kapler's going to say, like, yes, he's good. I wrote a piece about Estrada during the spring about how, he's kind of quietly becoming maybe their best player, maybe, one of the more undervalued players of kind of that middle infield spot in the big leagues. And Kapler's kind of like, I think there's more in there. I think he was right about that, but I think Tyro is well on his way to really establishing himself. And remember, they got him for cash from the Yankees.
Yeah.
The Yankees have got to be rethinking that one pretty big time.
Yeah, it's huge. He's playing great. 942 OPS, like you said, and he's playing great defense at shortstop. Susan, as always, great stuff. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
You got it.
Suze.
That is the great Susan Slusser. And again, the Giants back at it tonight over at Oracle. Jake Irvin versus Anthony DeSclafani. And then tomorrow, Patrick Corbin. What happened to that dude? Logan Webb. And then day baseball. Josiah Gray versus Sean Manaea, at least.
And we got a short show on Wednesday with the 12:45.
Correct.
The way Brett Wisely is playing, I was thinking of your guy, Casey Schmidt, because you asked Bags about Casey Schmidt, and obviously moving from third to short, but now he's playing second base a little bit.
Yeah.
But you don't have to rush him. Brett Wisely, John, defensively, and the way Tyro slides from second to short, I mean, it's early. The All-Star game's not till July. But right now, Tyro Estrada's playing like he's going to be the Giant All-Star.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's number one at least at second base and more, but move him over to short, and he's playing great, like you said, there too. He's been absolutely amazing. Give Farhan credit for that one. Pop and Lunch, sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the BBB, Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That is 1-800-PACIFIC. Top of the hour, we got your foreplay for you. We'll get you previewed for tonight's game between the Lakers and the Warriors and our good friend Monty Poole at 1:15. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The Warriors, of course, they crumbled, to put it nicely, in Game 3. That lost to the Lakers in L.A., but Game 4 is tonight. So what are the adjustments? What are the takeaways? That is trending right now on the new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Could you reflect a little bit on D'Lo's time with the Warriors and what has it been like kind of seeing him sort of finding a home a little bit with the Lakers?
We tried to delete that season from our mind because we was terrible that year. And a lot of guys got hurt, but he was a fun guy to be around. I've been knowing D'Lo a while, so yeah, we know he's a competitor. Wherever he usually plays, he usually plays well, so it's not a shock to see him doing what he's doing. It's fun to compete against him, but hopefully we can slow him down.
Kevon Looney, who's going to...
Good idea.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Kevon Looney, don't know who's going to start tonight. Could be Kevon, could be Jordan Poole. We shall see as the adjustments will continue. 2-1 series deficit for the Warriors, and we're going to talk more about it with Monty Poole at 1:15. We have a foreplay for you at the top of the hour. Real quick, off of the Warriors, just real quick, and really intriguing name, and this is what the Niners do. They do a nice job, and then they say, okay, Chris Kusarek, take this guy and make him reach his potential. There's a guy named Marlon Davidson that the 49ers signed today to a one-year deal. And I liked him at Auburn, and I liked him coming out. He's 6'3", 303.
In the Iron Bowl. What's the game they play against Alabama?
Right, the Iron Bowl. Yeah, and he's nice. He's an inside-outside guy, even though he's 303. So he's gained some weight since he came into the league. But I'm sure they'd play him inside. And he hasn't been great in Atlanta. He's had some injuries, had 8 games his rookie year in 2020 at 11 last year, but did have 21 tackles, did have a sack. But, again, good size at 6'3", 303. He's only 24 years old, and he was well thought of. He was the 47th pick of the 2020 NFL draft. So there's a piece of clay that Chris Kusarek could mold as we're kind of looking and saying, okay, got some edge guys. What about the inside? Get some depth there. They got to, that's the way the Niners do things along the defensive line. But a guy who was well thought of just didn't really live up to it with the Falcons.
As you say, 6'3" 3/8 of an inch, and then he's got 33-inch arms. And his 40 time was 5:04, but you got to look at the 10-yard split. I don't know if he did that. I remember seeing him in college. He wore number 3 at Auburn, and he is just now, and I remember him back then, John, it was more of a two-point stance guy. Mm-hmm. And we did play him this year when the 49ers played the Falcons. So Steve Wilks also, it's not just Kusarek. It is when it comes to the D-line. And, the GTFO? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Get the blank off.
Exactly.
He's just yelling it all the time. So it's going to be his 10-yard split. I just remembered him standing up a lot in the two-point stance. So could his GTFO, get the F off, be quicker? When he gets down in the wide 9 and gets down in the 4-point stance, or, Bosa does that track stance. So, and then Steve Wilks knows him. They have, looked at a couple of Atlanta guys. The new nickelback is from Atlanta, Isaiah Oliver. Hartsfield is from Wilks' team in Carolina. So you're seeing some NFC South guys that Wilks has knowledge of, facing him a couple of times a year. But you're right. That is a Kusarek guy because he's tall and he's long.
Yeah, no, I like it, and I was looking at at edge guys, but certainly getting young guys in there that take a 1-year flyer on. I mean, how many of these guys who didn't live up to their potential? I mean, they just lost a Menahu, but I mean, there's guys that come in here that maybe didn't live up to it, and all of a sudden they come here and he's great at that. And like you said, Steve Wilks is very well thought of, so those are nice, and those are the kind of ones where they kind of fly under the radar, and then all of a sudden the season starts, and you're like, dude. This guy Marlon Davidson, man, he's got a little bit to him, and he gives you that depth, and it makes it so that they can, keep those guys fresh on the defensive line, and that's what the Niners are all about. So that's one that.
I also remember, I don't think it was last year because it was the Grady Jarrett. Remember Grady Jarrett got the roughing, the quarterback on Tom Brady.
Yep.
But I remember Davidson having a pick 6 against Tom Brady.
He did.
Either his rookie year or his second year. Which year was that? Last couple of years.
Yeah, he did. I remember that. Now that you mention it, he did. He did have one of those. So. Yeah, guy's got some athleticism, as you pointed out. I mean, he played in and out at Auburn, but like I said, at 303, he's probably going to be an in guy. But still, I do remember him, and I think he's gained some weight since he got into the league. But that's not a bad pickup. So keep an eye on that guy, as that's what happens this time of the year. There's all these different situations where you draft guys get released, you pick up these guys, and so. That's going to be something that the 49ers will watch. And they're
going to have, a rookie minicamp coming up later this week. And we're going to get some of the guys that they drafted on in the coming days. And George Kittle's having a nice bocce ball event in Los Gatos on Wednesday night that I may stop by.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
we'll
nice.
see.
Is he trying to infringe on Mooch's territory? With that
Well, that's
bocce
in
ball?
the East Bay.
Oh,
yeah,
totally
John Madden, and it was the Madden Mariucci Campo de Bocce in the East Bay. And then, remember one year Jack Del Rio took over. I think John was still there, but Mooch wasn't. So a lot of events. They have a Dwight Clark event that Mayoko's involved with on Wednesday night, and Kittle's doing something in Los Gatos at Campo de Bocce down there.
All right, let's get to it. It is time for your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. We'll give you a few from the Warriors and one from Dave Stewart, paying homage to the great Vita Blue, who passed away yesterday at the age of 73. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station. Time for your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, let's start with a little Steve Kerr. Second quarter was obviously the difference maker. The Warriors are cruising around with a 40-29 lead, and all of a sudden they lose composure, turnovers, technical fouls, and all of a sudden the Lakers end on a 30-8 run in the second quarter. And Steve Kerr said it wasn't physical that led to it, or that was most disappointing. It was the mental side where they lost themselves. Here's Steve Kerr.
Yeah, it was disappointing just because we felt like we were in pretty good control of the game. We're putting together a lot of good possessions, defending, taking care of the ball, and then, the fouls and the turnovers and some rushed possessions all kind of came at once. And so we got to do a better job with that.
You ever seen a quarter like that before? You have pretty much everything. I mean, the turnovers, fouls, flagrant fouls, technical fouls too. Although, you ever seen a quarter like that in the postseason by this team?
Probably, but I can't think of one right now.
The reason we played that is the great Monty Poole at 1:15, and he asked that question.
Yeah, and Steve said we lost our poise, and our better players just got so wrapped up in the officials. And it was the last 7:22 of the second quarter. They were outscored 30-8. They were 3 of 15 from the floor, 1 of 6 on the 3-ball. They shot 1 free throw. From that point forward, John, the Lakers shot 15, made 11. 30-8? Yeah, we've seen that before, Monty, but it's the Warriors going off 30-8, unleashing Rocco. We're seeing it more and more where the other team just has we're just seeing it a lot, John. Throughout the year, in the Sacramento series where Sacramento would have some runs on you, and then, the Lakers, but 30-8 in the last 7:22. You still got it down to 10. A couple of different junctures of the third quarter, and then Clay made back-to-back turnovers, ball handling, and pushing off with a free arm. Just can't have it. So you know who tonight's officials are? Scott Foster.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Kevin Scott, Curtis Blair. Now, Scott Foster's had run-ins. There was a time where Steve Kerr's one-loss record was not very good with Scott Foster, and he got into it famously or infamously with Sean Livingston years ago. I think that's somewhat subsided, but it is interesting in a game like this where we're talking so much about the officiating and just the way the Lakers play bully ball and crash into your body. And Scott Foster is the crew chief tonight.
Number 2 on the list today, here is Steph Curry, and something that they can always rely on, and hopefully they can tonight to tie up the series championship experience.
There's been a lot of them. Talked about Memphis, the very first run that we had, to Houston in 17 and 18 for different reasons. Memphis last year, Game 4 in Boston last year. There's a lot of things you can kind of tap into in terms of experiences that we've had, and where we've been on the road, kind of against the ropes, and we've responded. This is a very similar situation. But it will require something different based on this team, and I'm excited about that opportunity.
All right, let's see what they got.
Well, they've done it many times. He mentioned, the first championship run, 2-1 Memphis, don't guard Tony Allen. That was after they went to the Blues Cafe with Steph. He had a down Game 3. The Cleveland series, the finals that year, not playing Bogut, going to Andre and going smaller. He didn't mention being down 3-1 to Oklahoma City and Kevin Durant having to win a Game 6 there, and that's where the legend of Clay, Game 6 Clay was born. And the Houston series, down 3-2, having to win Game 6 at home, and then Game 7 when the Rockets missed 27 consecutive threes. And last year to Memphis. This one is a lot like, and even Steve, referenced it because they asked him the same question, Steve Kerr. Yeah, it was Boston last year, John, NBA Finals. You're up against a team that has 17 NBA championships, the Boston Celtics, on the parquet. And Steph Curry played, at that point, clearly the best game of his life in the playoffs, and maybe it was the 50-pointer against Sacramento, but still, what a game. Draymond, after being, ripped apart by the Boston fans, able to win that game. And a lot like what happened, they got buried on Saturday night. They got rolled. And now they got to do it at the home of a 17-time NBA champion Lakers. Different place, obviously. It's not the Forum, but it is Staples turned crypto. I just hope they shoot the ball better tonight also, John. Steph Curry, just historically, it's that lighting we talked about last week. It's the, the way they have the spotlight on the stage, on the court, and not on the fans. It's not great sight lines to shoot in that building.
One of the guys that's got to shoot the ball much better, Klay Thompson, was great in Game 2, not so much in Game 3. But one of the things you talked about is self-inflicted wounds, 19 of them, 19 turnovers in Game number 3. Here's Klay talking about his 6 and says he's going to be much better.
No, I just think I just made errant passes, and, yeah, it was that simple. I just wasn't making the sharp, crisp pass like I'm used to, and I'll watch the film, and I'll respond, and I'll play much better Monday.
Let's hope so.
And it wasn't just his passing. It was his traveling violations, offensive fouls. Those are turnovers when you push off with your free arm, and he's over-dribbling a little bit. So who got the turnover when they were up 40-29, where the whole game flipped and this 30-8 run started, when Steph pitched it ahead to Klay, and Klay wasn't even looking. He was flaring out to go left corner for a 3. Steph thought he was going to dive and just take it out. Even if he, Steph threw it early, Klay wasn't looking. Klay would have had it caught and put it on the deck 3 or 4 times with congestion around there. But Klay had 6 turnovers on Saturday night. Steph had 3. Who had that one? The one that Steph threw ahead to Klay, and Klay wasn't even looking. Hit him right in the back.
Yeah, exactly. Oof. Got to be better. Can't have the self-inflicted wounds because, I think we're all in agreement that hopefully the free throw discrepancy isn't what it was, but it's going to be there. So you can't have the self-inflicted wounds and all the different things. And then you just mentioned they've had trouble shooting in this arena, so they've got to get a lot of things right tonight. But turnovers are something that they can control. And finally, before we talk to Monty Poole, Dave Stewart was on this morning with Murph and Mack. And, of course, as we've talked about today, we had Bill Laskey on a little bit earlier. We had Reggie Jackson on a little bit earlier to pay respects to Vita Blue. Here is Dave Stewart with Murph and Mack this morning.
Well, I think everybody knows my relationship with Reggie Jackson, and that's starting at the time the A's came to the Coliseum in 1968. And having the relationship with Reggie put me in a position to meet Vita, for the first time when he came to the big leagues. And at 12 years old, when you look at a player that's 19 years old, that's really close proximity. There's not that much distance in age. At least it didn't seem like it. And at that time, Vita embraced it. He was kind. He was friendly to me. I didn't feel that he treated me in the way that he did because of my relationship with Reggie. I think he treated me in that way because, there were some things that we shared in common. My parents were from Louisiana. He's born and raised in Louisiana. And then, like I said, the proximity and age.
Stu, he was the one who broke it. That's who I heard it from yesterday morning, man. It was heartbreaking.
Yeah, and we had Reggie on, and he actually, he talked about in the Reggie doc on Amazon Prime. If you haven't seen it, it's amazing. And it gets into Reggie's, bravado and the magnitude of me and all the Reggie. But Reggie also goes to Hank Aaron's home, sits down with him, Julius Erving. He gets into, race when Reggie was coming up in the 60s and how he wasn't going to be Jim Brown. He was going to be Reggie Jackson. more Muhammad Ali, more Apollo Creed, the master of disaster from the Rocky movies. But and it was them sitting down and just talking. It was Reggie, and it was Stu, and it was Vita, and it was amazing. And we know about, as Stu said, the relationship that Stu had with Reggie, hanging around, and Reggie picking up in the car and taking this young kid off the streets and getting him into the game. But the relationship between Stu and Vita, who, the argument can be made, you look at Vita's body of work, boy, damn, really close to being a Hall of Famer and comparable to Catfish, and Stu as well. And if you wanted to say one thing about Vita, he didn't have the postseason pedigree that Stu had, but you wonder if, why either one didn't quite make it into the Hall of Fame. But Monty Poole is going to join us, wrote a big piece. And actually, in my inbox, I got an email at 1:07 on Saturday morning where Monty wrote a story about Vita Blue, an appreciation of Vita Blue. And he gets into his mom, Monty's mom being from Louisiana, and Vita and what, it meant to Monty growing up in the Bay Area to watch Vita Blue. So to be clear, the news broke when the A's released it in the tweet from Stu, but Vita passed away Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
He died on Willie Mays' birthday on May the 6th, which is amazing. As we were celebrating, Mays' 92nd, we lost Vita Blue at age 73 that same night.
Yeah. We just got word, Monty at 1:30 now. Monty at 1:30. So
okay.
I've got a few cabooses. You put a few cabooses in there. We'll do that, and then we'll talk to Monty. Great piece, like you said, on Vita Blue. Also, the Warriors wrote a piece on the Warriors losing their composure in the second quarter on Saturday night. We'll get into all those things. Monty again at 1:30, so we'll move him down. By the way, just got this note as well. Andrew Bogut is going to join Tolbert and Coates today, 3:50. 3:50. Don't miss that. Andrew Bogut is always good content. I hope he has a better cell phone, though, because I do remember when Bogut was a regular, had a bit of a janky cell phone that didn't work out so well. So,
a janky?
Yeah,
a box and one, a triangle and two?
It wasn't great. It
seems like Bogues to me.
This wasn't a great cell
And
phone.
ask him about Anthony Davis and the rim protection. And Mark Jackson claims is overrated.
Oh,
How do you think the rim protection of AD is playing out in this series?
Well, we'll need a dump button for that one.
That was Mark Jackson's words about Bogut.
Amazing.
They didn't get along.
Yeah, bring Mark Jackson
Rim
up.
protection is overrated.
Exactly.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? It's overrated?
All right, little caboose for you, early edition, and then we'll get you Monty Poole at 1:30 on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants lacking timely hitting, and the streak ends with the loss of the Brewers, but they did win the series. Check out that story and more trending right now on the new KNBR app. John Lund here for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but get this, many of them, they're not even based here. Many times, you're not even going to see the attorney you thought you were hiring. That's not right. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they're dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they've been repeatedly recognized as not only the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area, but the entire state of California. The Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than $1 billion. That was with a B, if I didn't make that clear. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for their clients. Now, they know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. They'll evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm. They live here. They work here. They win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, again, Monty Poole moved to 1:30, so we're giving you a little early Caboose Pistol. Here's a good start to the Caboose today. It says here, Brits are keeping more than a stiff upper lip at a party site for King Charles' coronation. It says pranksters mowed a giant erect penis into the hallowed lawn of the Royal Crescent in Bath, where a major celebration is planned, according to outlets. It is a 30-foot spectacle, they're saying, was apparent to locals on Thursday morning, 2 days ahead of the big day. They must have quickly realized it was not a likeness of Charles.
It's not actually Charles, no, John.
Yeah, no, that is not Charles. It's 30 feet. So, I don't know anything, but 30 feet seems it seems pretty big. But anyway,
seems redundant.
That's pretty funny.
Poor Camilla Parker Bowles. How she would deal with that?
How the heck did they knew they were going to have this big party? I mean, wasn't anybody watching the lawn? I mean, it was just like anybody could just jump on in there and mow a giant penis into the
there's
into the
quite
lawn
a few
there?
people who could be culprits there. But I was up early Saturday morning. I was not around for the coronation of Queen Elizabeth. I'm not quite that old.
Right.
But the pomp and pageantry was kind of fun to watch.
Was that right?
I watched it all. Watched every bit of it. Rainy day in London.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Anyway.
That was great.
There you go.
You didn't watch any of it? Laney didn't want to watch the coronation?
No, I don't think we were.
King Charles?
What time did it start?
And the ultimate side piece sidecar. Wow. Camilla Parker Bowles was such a story in the early 90s. That's the first time I went to London. That's all they ever talked about because, with Lady Di and then her terrible passing. I mean, she went from being the ultimate side piece to the Queen of England. Is that unbelievable?
It is unbelievable.
Wow.
I think at that point we were at Model Bakery. They do those those awesome egg sandwiches there.
Yes.
So good.
They close early there. You better
They
be there by
do.
1 o'clock or they do close early.
Yeah, they close early, but Model Bakery, if you're ever up in Napa, is unbelievable. And then, we just kind of went from there. So, I wasn't near a TV, I don't think. But I would have liked to have seen the coronation. Sure, why not? I'm not going to say this is something you would do, but this sounds like something we might do. It says a Texas high school student sent 6 of his peers to the hospital this week after deploying an intensely putrid fart spray. Fire officials said.
Just a spray? It wasn't the actual.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if you're just. This is outside of Houston. It says the student fessed up to the foul prank after fire officials and hazardous response team spent 3 days investigating reports of a smell of gas.
Wow, is that poignant?
Yeah, that's that bad.
Repugnant.
Did
it come with an audio version or was it a SBD, a silent but deadly?
See, I would love to have a news story with this one. I mean, the story's written fine, but these are the kind that I'd like to have like some Houston affiliate, and have them try to keep a straight face. It says the student confessed to bringing a highly concentrated prank stink spray. Anyway, the odor was initially detected Wednesday. Blah blah blah. Yeah, it is, but I guess it is a fart spray. But I'm looking at the outside of this school, and it's like fire engines, paramedics. My gosh,
wow, that's good.
That stuff must be strong.
Yeah.
So anyway, the 6
So
students.
is that from an actual person, or is that just?
No, it's a
gaseous
spray
material. Because you had the story a couple of weeks ago where the lady was bagging her burps, her belches, which
That's
I don't
crazy.
quite get that at all.
She's a millionaire because
but
of
how
that.
do you actually thinking about that more? Because I had so many questions after.
Yeah.
It's just a gas that dissipates in the air. How do you bag that into a bag?
Maybe there
A
would
little
be
sandwich
some sort of remnants remaining in the bag. I don't know if you, like you
It's
said,
gaseous. Wouldn't
even
it
if you
just dissipate?
Yeah, even if you sealed it, like it would it after a number of days would still, I don't know.
That would be an ad for the best sealed sandwich.
Oh, that's a
bag you
good
could
call
get.
right there. What kind
So
of
this
baggies
is
are those?
just a can.
Yeah, it's a spray
that duplicates someone, but it's
Mhm.
not an actual. I can't get the John Lund.
No,
If
not
I get
that you would.
If I buy that on the shelves anywhere.
It says 6 students were hospitalized, severe headaches from the smell.
Oh wow!
Of this stuff. So anyway, yeah,
that is
Jeez,
silent
they
but deadly.
and they shut down the school, all that kind of stuff. That's not a bad idea, if you want to get out of class a couple days early.
Can you sneak that into your bag in a sporting event?
Probably could.
When Anthony Davis goes to the free throw line tonight, can you just
give that a shot?
Give that.
Uh,
Oh my
it's-
God! His eyebrows, his unibrow just curled up and fell off.
Which
he can't see.
Which, by the way, he has been LA'd. Somebody sent me a picture of him sitting on the bench the other day, a close up
the
of him.
two-brow now?
Oh,
Two-brow.
it's two brow. It's cut back. It's he's going to somebody. Well, that's not even the same thing. Doesn't even close to what it was before. So just so you
There's no connection at all. Sometimes
No.
I can't tell.
No.
If there's a little bit of a peninsula there.
Well, I mean,
between
it
one
could be.
brow
I don't
and
know
the
how
other.
fast it grows, but I think it was game 2 that a
Oh, you could see it that
follower
way.
of mine on Twitter. I think he had them clip that day. I mean, they were like tight, high and tight, definitely.
So if Kavan does start, and we'll ask Monty Poole at 1:30, and Kavan goes up for those jump balls like he did with Sabonis, he just bowled him right under the eyeball.
Mm-hmm.
Can't Kavan just grab his brow and bowl?
I don't know.
When he
They're
goes
tight
up?
now, man.
That would hurt.
Yeah, they're not as long as they used to be. I think he went to L.A. and was like, oh, okay, I got to do this. One day I want to ask about. I've never asked you about this before. Today is No Socks Day. Do you ever go sans socks?
Ooh, I like socks.
Me too.
All
Love
different
socks.
types. Sometimes when you're sleeping, it gets a little bit a little hot at
Yeah,
night and they come off and then I
yeah.
can't find them again. But I wear very seldom. The one thing you do is when you go outside
Yeah.
and you're walking outside on the deck or something, what do you do with the socks there? They got to come off,
Oh,
otherwise
yeah.
you get holes in your socks.
Yeah. In the summer, I don't wear obviously many socks in the summer. I'm a flip-flop person, or I'll put those slides on, those Nike slides or something. But then you got to really watch your feet. You got to keep those toenails up. You can't be nasty. That's really
No.
gross.
You got
So,
a pedicure.
Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, in terms of you got to have them for workouts. You got them you got to have. Sometimes I'll be at the gym and I'll look down, and they have those ones that are hidden now, so you may not know. But I've seen guys at the gym going. It's like, man, how can you work out with no socks on?
So today is No
Yes.
Socks Day?
No Socks Day.
Last week we had No Pants Day, didn't we? Now it's
Yeah,
No
which is a
Socks
lot
Day?
different. No Pants Day was vastly different. So I don't know.
So
if we
here's the
would do
question,
that.
John. Is it no socks during sex or socks on during
Oh, I think socks off. Yeah,
Socks off?
Yeah, it's a
Depends
turn
where
off
you
to have
are.
socks
what
on.
What if you're in the Sierra Nevadas and it's
Okay,
20 degrees out
That's
and you're
true.
freezing?
If it's winter time, I could see that.
And you got a tile floor.
But it's kind of like, I don't know. Trying to think of those movies that I certainly don't watch, but some people do. And if the
What are you trying to duplicate a porn star?
if the guy has
Because we get
socks
Stan
on,
Van
it's kinda
Gundy
like,
on,
hey,
you're firing
man.
up Ron Jeremy films. Wasn't there an old wives' tale that if you wanted a girl, you left the socks on or off or one of it?
Yeah.
There's an old wives' tale with that.
Oh, is
wasn't
that
there?
true? If you're
Yeah.
if you're open for business, kind of a thing.
Yeah,
One
if you
sock,
want a
no
boy, I forget which one it was, but one of them was, if you want a boy, leave the socks on. If you want a girl, take the socks off. Is that true? Or am I just
Boy,
making
that's
it
a
up?
good. I've never heard of that.
So what do you do if you have one sock off, one sock on? Twins!
Oh, is that what you did?
You got a boy-girl twins.
Let's see here. I'm looking.
And they're called Nick and Erica is what it's called.
Exactly. Okay, I gotta look that one up. I don't have time.
Is that an old wives'
It
tale?
must be. I don't even know that
I
I've
think
heard of it.
I think I've heard that.
If I
Socks
click on
on, socks
Urban
off.
Dictionary, though, I could be in
Yeah.
trouble here. So
Be careful.
I'll take a look at that during the break. All right, Monty Poole is going to join us coming up next. Not only an ode to Vita, But he's got a piece as well on the second quarter meltdown for the Warriors and what changes does he expect tonight in a critical Game 4. We'll talk to Monty Poole all about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, it was disappointing just because we felt like we were in pretty good control of the game. We're putting together a lot of good possessions, defending, taking care of the ball, and then, the fouls and the turnovers and some rushed possessions all kind of came at once. And so we got to do a better job with that.
You ever seen a quarter like that before? You have pretty much everything. I mean, the turnovers, fouls, flagrant fouls, technical fouls, too. I mean, you ever seen a quarter like that in the postseason by this team?
Probably, but I can't think of one right now.
I don't know. It was a good question. Monty Poole asked it to Steve Kerr. He can laugh now, but that second quarter, they became completely unraveled. They're up 40-29, 30-8 run later, and for all intents and purposes, it was over at the half. Let's talk to Monty all about it at Monty Poole NBCS. Game 4 tonight in L.A., and Monty joins us courtesy of the guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm hanging in there. How y'all doing?
Yeah, we're doing the same. I thought you asked the question. I mean, Steve couldn't come up with it off the top of his head, so I don't know if you've thought about it more. But I mean, as far as this group of guys losing their composure like that, that's not common.
I've not seen a quarter like that from this team at all this season. I've seen some bad quarters, but not one where so many things that could go wrong all went wrong. Couldn't shoot, couldn't defend, kept fouling. Technical fouls, another technical foul, flagrant foul. Hell, the Lakers even won the only coach's challenge of the quarter. I mean, everything that could go wrong seemed to go wrong in that quarter, and they never recovered. And, it's uncharacteristic because you look at the Warriors, and when I say they unraveled, I mean, these are veteran guys. This wasn't like the kids going, losing their minds. This is Steph not playing well, Clay, Draymond, all these guys. It's like they didn't look like a championship team. And
so what do they do tonight?
Yeah,
and we've seen them come back. I mean, go back to, Game 3 in Boston last year. Steph got hurt. Draymond wasn't good, and then Steph played out of his mind. They won Game 4. Let's just start with the lineup. Assuming they don't go back to JaMychal Green, and it's Steph, Clay, Dre, and Andrew. My first question is Kevon Looney, Monty, healthy enough to go back into the starting lineup and play 30 minutes or so? It looks like he's still laboring, and he fumbled the ball a lot. What you're talking about, second and third quarter, where it got sideways Saturday. So is Kevon a candidate to play enough minutes to start? Would you go to Jordan Poole? Who do you think the fifth starter is tonight, Monty?
Well, first of all, in Kevon's defense, some of those passes are the passes that you're not taught to throw a big man. You never feed a big man at his feet, and they're asking Kevon to bend over and catch balls that are coming at his ankles. That's eighth grade stuff. You don't do that. If you can't get him to a place in his pocket, you don't throw it in there. So that's in his defense. But he said yesterday that he was feeling okay. He's feeling fine, he said. Now, with Kevon, of course, feeling fine, that's always relative because we all know that neuropathy is something that he has every single day, and he manages it. So, but he said he was fine, so I'm not going to blame that. Whether he can go 30 minutes, that's a fair question. I don't think he will go that many minutes just because of the way the series has been playing out. Now, the fifth starter, Kevon or Jordan? I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Jordan. I mean, it depends on what tone Steve wants to set. And generally in the past, he has leaned towards defense. But right now, he's looking at spacing. That's what led to the JaMychal Green move. He wanted better spacing. And Jordan can give him that. But, again, Jordan has to be, the Jordan you saw at least in Game 1. That guy was pretty good until that last shot. People thought, oh, my God, why is he taking that shot? But for the most part, Jordan was really good in Game 1. He was +7. And so that last shot he took, the long shot after the pass from Draymond, was questioned because, he missed it pretty badly. And he maybe could have gotten a couple of steps closer because he had time on the clock that came with 9.7 seconds to go. But he missed a shot. But as far as was it a bad shot for him? On some nights, absolutely. On that night, he made 6 of 10 from 3. So I'm going to defend him on that shot. They need that guy tonight because Jordan's the one guy who hasn't done it this year, in this series, that is show up and be a guy who's good enough to stretch the floor and make the Lakers defend him. They didn't defend Jermichael Green, and he got open threes. He just didn't make him in Game 3. So Jordan's a guy, though, who is dynamic enough to force defenses to make some sort of an adjustment for him. And so that's a logical, sensible, probable adjustment Steve can make, whether he starts or whether he just gets a bump in minutes. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him start, just because I'm thinking if D'Angelo Russell can give the Warriors the business in Game 3, Jordan Poole can give the Lakers the business in Game 4.
That's a good point. Monty Poole is joining us ahead of Game 4, Lakers and Warriors tonight. The free throw discrepancy is what it is during the regular season. This is kind of what they did, but I wouldn't imagine that anyone with the Warriors expected it was going to be this big of a gap. Is there anything they can do to close it?
Maybe. I think that they knew coming in. The Lakers led the league in free throws, so they know that. They knew that going in. That's what they do. And the Warriors are not built to get a lot of free throws. Now, Jordan is one of the guys who can get free throws because he attacks the paint. He gets a little reckless at times. Yes, he does. But there are games when he'll go to the line 8-10 times because he's willing to go into the paint and get knocked around a little bit. And he doesn't get a great whistle, but he gets enough of a whistle sometimes where he can get to the line. Steph doesn't get a great whistle, but again, he can get to the line too. Clay he rarely goes to the line. Wiggins is someone who definitely can get to the line, and if he is more forceful in attacking the rim, he can do that. I think that's a very strong possibility for tonight in Game 4, that you might see Wiggins be a little bit more on the attack. So, but the styles of play sort of dictate in many ways the number of foul shots, number of free throws, and the Lakers' style of play is more inside out than the Warriors. They can shoot threes, but D'Angelo Russell can shoot the three. Malik Beasley, who's probably their best three-point shooter, almost never plays. They lean on Anthony Davis, they lean on LeBron, and they lean on Russell, and they lean on Austin Reeves. So I think it can get it closer in Game 2. There was I think it was 17-16 Lakers free throws in Game 2. The Warriors were much better at fouling. But when you're a smaller team, guess what you end up doing a lot of times? You end up fouling because you're not big enough to be physical and maintain. And so I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors commit more fouls tonight than the Lakers, but they can't do like they did in Game 3, where they committed, I think in the second quarter, they committed like 13 fouls. That's more than one a minute. It's wild to think about, but that's what happened. I would not expect to see that ever again in this series.
Scott Foster is our crew chief tonight. Kevin Scott, our referee, and Curtis Blair, our umpire. So Monty's cackling. You mentioned D'Angelo Russell giving the Warriors the business, and we knew him when he was a Warrior, and you were working with me then. I called him Angelo when he was on offense, and Angelo when he's on defense because he can't guard. What can the Warriors do? Can they attack him more when he's on defense, Monty, and get Angelo Russell off the floor? And then the other side, he's a gifted offensive player, and he runs that pick and roll with Anthony Davis well. He's got a little De'Aaron Fox mid-range, and he's, the first 11 points the other night are him. He opened up, the second half, at Chase with 8 in a row. He's a problem. So I'm Clay's not guarding him well. Maybe he'll guard him better tonight. But my question is, and I hear Steve, talk about the matchups, and GP2 does not match up well. Can Gary Payton II not guard D'Angelo Russell or something? He was ill last series against Sacramento. Why is GP2 not playing, Monty?
That's a fair question. I think Gary is likely to get a bump in minutes, and especially if D'Angelo gets going. Because here's the thing. D'Angelo Russell, in some ways, is their Jordan Poole. He can get going on offense, but on defense, he ain't going to help you. He is not going to help you. And if you start Jordan, who's the D'Angelo going to guard? Steph, Jordan, or Clay? And
exactly.
So, yeah, and that puts him in a predicament there. On the other hand, the Lakers are saying, well, if you start Jordan, who's Jordan going to guard? D'Angelo probably, And so there's a thing. And I think that if I'm the Warriors, I would be more worried about not getting hurt by D'Angelo than getting hurt by maybe Jordan not playing well. You got to give Jordan a shot, I think, to prove that, okay, tonight he's good Jordan. We've seen bad Jordan, plenty of it. But when Jordan is good, he's a game changer. And so, yeah, but for defensive reasons, I would think that GP2, if there's any sign of D'Angelo Russell getting going, I would think that GP2 will be in the game in a flash. And if I'm the coach, that's what I'm doing.
And you know, Monty, it's and Steve is right. It's not a must win, but if you go down 3-1, your odds are very slim. I know they did it against Oklahoma City, but it's going to be tough to win a 3-1 series. So I would imagine that he's going to coach this game tonight. Like, look, I'm going to give Jordan a chance, but if he's not there, then I got to keep moving through this bench and see who can help me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a must win. Well, Kevon Looney think it's a must win. He said yesterday he definitely thought it was a must win game because you don't want to go down 3-1. But, you know, Steve takes the rational approach and says it's not a must-win until you're facing elimination. Okay, and that's what I tend to believe, too. Now, as far as, you know, who else he can use, you know, people have been screaming for more Jonathan Kuminga. And I guess it's an option, but he has to give you something. He has to give you something. And so far this postseason, he hasn't done much of that. You know, he hasn't played big minutes, but when he has played, he hasn't stuck out. He hasn't flashed. And you can't have a guy who's Jonathan Kuminga or DeMichael Green, those two guys on the floor to be quote unquote bigs, and neither of those guys has rebounded the ball. DeMichael can help you if he's making shots, but he's got to rebound too. And I think in the 2 starts he made, he's had 2 rebounds in 2 starts. And J.K. had an entire game. Well, and he had like a 9-minute, 10-minute game in Sacramento where he had 0 rebounds. You have to be able to give the team something. And with those two guys, that has to be part of what you give them. So you might see J.K., but again, he has to be locked in on the game and what he needs to bring to this team to help him win. And for him, that's defensive and rebounding first. So after that, you know, I think you're looking at the same 4 people. You're looking at Kuminga, you're looking at Dante, you're looking at Jordan if he doesn't start, you're looking at Gary Payton II. And beyond that, yeah, you know, you got a couple of other guys you can look at, but I think those are the main guys you look at. JaMychal Green, I would be surprised if he starts again, and if he doesn't start, you know, maybe he gets in at some point. But you know, if it's not a good situation if you're going out to the end of the bench where you go, you know, get your Anthony Lambs and that kind of thing. You don't want to go that far down the bench.
Saturday night was a rough one. In the Bay Area, not just because the Warriors lost, obviously, but because of a much more profound loss, the great Vita Blue. Your column showed up in my inbox at about 1 o'clock in the morning as Saturday night turned to Sunday morning, and it was released Sunday that he passed away. And you grew up in a family that loved Vita Blue. You watched him as a young man growing up in the Bay Area, Monty. You got to spend time around him in the media. What did Vita Blue mean to you, Monty?
He was the first, you know, when the A's first came to Oakland, I was a kid, you know, and you know, I was happy to have a baseball team in town. And it wasn't but a couple of years later, Vita shows up, and he was 19 years old. And, you know, for me, I'm looking at him and going, oh, you know, he could be my older brother, you know. But my mom grew up in Louisiana, and she grew up about half an hour away from the town where he grew up. So she felt sort of an immediate kinship, and this kid coming to town and blowing people away with his fastball, and then that 1971 season where he was just phenomenal. I mean, not only winning the Cy Young, but also winning the MVP. Vita was automatic attention watch every time he pitched. Every time he went to the windup, what was going to happen? When you got 2 strikes on people, it was like, okay, lock in and watch. It was like Barry Bonds at the plate, you know, 15, 20 years ago. It's like Steph pulling up for a 3 now. I mean, it's one of those things that as a kid, it makes an impression because to see someone so young, you know, 21 years old winning the Cy Young Award, who a black kid, you know, like me, you know, and so I'm seeing this and it's like, this is incredible because, you know, we'd seen as a kid, I mean, my first exposure to great pitching was Juan Marichal late in his career. You know, Willie Mays was really old when I came along, so I didn't see him really in his peak. Bob Gibson, those guys, you know. But here comes Vita Blue, and he's so young, that he's relatable in so many ways, and he is so dominating. He is so dominating. And so for me, yeah, it was just like it was a ray of sunshine, I think, for the entire area. It certainly was in my house and in our neighborhood. And I got to know Vita later, and I would go up to him and I grabbed his left bicep and I say, "Is it still good?" And he'd chuckle and he would cuss. And then he would laugh again. He goes, "Man, that bleep's gone a long time ago." But man, he was spectacular to watch.
He was the best. Great description. Monty, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, boys. Take care.
You too.
Thank you, brother.
That was the great Monty Poole. Make sure that you're following him and, of course, checking out all his stuff at NBC Sports Bay Area. Great description. Great description right there of Vita. All right, we'll come back. We just got confirmation on something we thought was going to happen, then we weren't sure it was going to happen. Now it is going to happen. We'll explain what it is next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors, of course, they crumbled, to put it nicely, in Game 3. That lost to the Lakers in L.A., but Game 4 is tonight. So what are the adjustments? What are the takeaways? That is trending right now on the new KNBR app.
Beat L.A. Beat L.A. Warriors, Lakers tonight. Giants are home tonight, taking on the Curly W's, the Washington Nationals. You can take it all in, but you want to be well fed for both games, and I suggest you go over to the North Beach and check out Tony's Pizza Napolitana by the one and only Tony Gemignani. Whether you're New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, or St. Louis fan of pizza, Tony has every style of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. He also makes all the traditionals like Neapolitan, Grandma, and Sicilian pizzas. And he has other restaurants in the North Beach beside Tony's. Go to Capo's for Detroit-style Chicago deep dish and cracker-thin tavern-style pizza. And you also got to wet your whistle a little bit. He has full artisan cocktails, a curated wine list, and they make yummy Italian beef sandwiches as well. All the fresh house-made pasta, Italian sausages, all the Italian desserts you love, like tiramisu, holy cannoli. Clay Thompson's got to play better tonight, and gelato. So Tony Gemignani is a 13-time world pizza champion known for making the best pizza in the world. Look for his Slice House locations across the Bay Area.
Pop and Lynn today, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started right now. redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Papa and Lund on your Monday. Warriors and Lakers tonight dominating the conversation. Obviously paying respects to Vita Blue. Pop and Lund today, sponsored by our good friends at Allworth Financial. Tolbert and Cope's coming up next for Warriors and Lakers talk. Steve Javie is going to talk about the officiating at 2:50, and Andrew Bogut at 3:50. Steve Javie, that's must listen to.
Looks like Steve Fiziak, nicest guy. I remember sitting next to on an airplane many times with Steve. But if you looked at him wrong, he'd tee you up right in your seat. And Joey Crawford was the ultimate, going to throwing Tim Duncan out for laughing on the bench. But Steve, he'd give you one, and then he'd back away. So the topic with him, obviously, is block charge. And how do you call that in the NBA? And there was also a couple of situations, what Moses Moody did on Saturday night, grabbing Anthony Davis when he was on the ground. What are you doing there? And then one thing
Didn't
we
we
didn't
learn our
talk
lesson?
about.
That's a weird one.
And but earlier in the series, and I like Dennis Schroeder, although I don't think he's playing as well as I thought he would. He's hit or miss offensively, guards, but they're not. They put him on staff in the second group, but twice in Game 2 with Chase Center, Dennis Schroeder one time hooking on an offensive move off a pick, just hooked Dante DiVincenzo in the knee, and then he grabbed Draymond Green blatantly in the knee. And I don't know how he got away with that. And it was not upgraded. And Steve actually said, I would send a message. In the league office in Secaucus should send a message. We're not going to tolerate this early in the series. That was a dirty play. Whether or not it was a flagrant or whatever, I don't know what his intentions were. But he comes off a pin down against Dante DiVincenzo when he hooks him and grabs his leg. Okay. But then when he's fighting over his screen to get on top of Draymond, he clearly grabbed Draymond, left hand on Draymond's left knee. You don't think we noticed that? So just a little bit of that. And, what does it mean with Scott Foster? It'd be the one thing you'd ask Steve. I mean, I think every city in the NBA doesn't like Scott Foster. But the Warriors had, I know Steve Kerr's had a terrible record. Even the Warriors were 73-9. Like half the losses were against Scott Foster. And he's had some epic run-ins. Chris Paul has had some epic run-ins with him. Mild manner. Sean Livingston headbutted them one night. What does it mean that Scott Foster is the crew chief on the game tonight?
Yeah. Steve Javie, 2:50. Make sure that all of your officiating questions, I'm sure, will be answered. So make sure about a little less than an hour from now, you tune in for that. Non-Warriors Lakers news, and we thought this was going to happen, and then Peter King said today, maybe the schedule won't be released on Thursday, but then Adam Schefter reconfirmed what we thought, that it was going to be released on Thursday, and a few things that Schefter said, some changes to the schedule. NFL will have a Black Friday game for the first time ever. Games don't.
That'll be on Amazon Prime.
Games don't necessarily, quote unquote, belong to networks anymore. He says all games are free agents, which I'm not sure what he means by that.
We've seen that before. I mean, CBS is basically the AFC network, and Fox is the NFC. And this is something that's been negotiated because even going back to the merger, when the AFL and the NFL merged, they wanted, Al Davis wanted Washington, Philadelphia, and there was one other team that was in a big market.
Probably Dallas?
No, it wouldn't have been Dallas or the Giants. They're too big. But he wanted them to go from the NFC to the AFC.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The AFC has always been the smaller market conference, but you bid for that. If you're Fox and Rupert Murdoch and Ed Goren, you pay more money for the NFC, and the AFC's got smaller markets. Now, Aaron Rodgers is over there now with the Jets, but the bottom line was, we have seen a cross-pollination for many, many years where 2 AFC teams are playing on Fox and 2 NFC teams are playing on CBS. So there have been a little bit of a trading of it, John, but that's been blurred for years. And as far as the Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, Amazon Prime loses their Thursday night game because NBC takes the third game. You got a Fox game, a CBS game in the day, and then NBC takes the Thursday night game. Well, that's Amazon Prime's night. So that game will be a day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday day. That'll probably be a night game, but you have some big college football games that day as well. But that'll be on Amazon Prime. It will not be on a network over the air.
So the other things, teams can be on Thursday Night Football twice, and this is my favorite part, the Jacksonville Jaguars rule. Not all teams are guaranteed to have a primetime spot. They shouldn't be. If you stink, I don't want to see you.
Well, Jacksonville's good now.
I know they are, but I'm just saying that they used to hide Jacksonville on Thursdays, and they'd say, okay, there's your game.
Well, every team had to be on.
Tennessee.
Every team had to be on one Thursday a year.
Right, but not now. So
well, now you get two.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But what I'm saying is they're saying you don't have to be. I mean, you could get two on Thursday, but you don't have to be on a national game. They're not guaranteed.
Right,
that.
but you can be on Thursday night twice now.
Yeah.
But what we talked about was the flexing to Thursday night, and that was voted down.
Exactly. So
and
anyway.
I believe the 49ers did vote for the multiple times on Thursday night.
And the schedules are great, or well, they're important because then you find out where you're going to be working when. You know where you're going to be working.
Yeah,
you just
we
don't
like
know
this
when
day.
yet.
We like this day.
So it's a good day. Yeah.
And it'll be in prime time, so we won't pull out the red and gold marker until Friday after we get the schedule on Thursday night.
Yeah, that's right.
So blue or purple tonight, John? Gotta have it game.
Oh, they're going to win. They'll win tonight.
No doubt in your mind, even
No
with
doubt.
Bill, with Scott Foster as a crew chief?
Yeah. It's going to be tight. It's going to be close, but that's what this team does. So until they don't, I give them the benefit of the doubt. Because I know they beat OKC down 3-1, but that would not be good. Not be good.
28 consecutive road
That
playoff
one.
series, at least one. In Sacramento, they got 2, 5 and 7. If I was AD, I would flak Jack at the left side of his ribs tonight. He's getting a bow.
All right, that'll do it for us today. As always, great guest list, tremendous guest list, not only paying respects to Vita Blue, but also when talking about the Lakers and Warriors. Any of those things that you missed, make sure that you hit those up. Steve Javi at 2:50 to explain the officiating, and Andrew Bogut. Yeah, speaking of elbows that Anthony Davis might get.
Why don't you get them on together? That should be interesting.
Very good. Anthony Davis is going to join, Anthony Davis. Andrew Bogut's going to join at 3:50, so make sure that you tune in for that. All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. to discuss the game. They're up next. Again, thanks to Danny and Walter. It's KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media Station.
Greg Harpo, one of my all-time faves, buddy.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move.
Let's get it on. Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. You got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? I'll try to be somewhat. Can't be too loud down here. You get people shooting around downstairs and trying to get their work in, and so there you go. So I can't do the big bellowing. Some people looking up at me up here. No. I'm at Staples getting ready for Game 4. We're going to have on Steve Javi, talk a little bit about the NBA and some of the officiating. Andrew Bogut, always fun to have Bogues on. He'll join us at 3:50. And then Bruce Jenkins at 4:50 to talk a little bit about what's going on in sports, but more specifically, we'll focus on Vita Blue as he passed this weekend.
Yeah,
so,
man.
Bummer, man. Starting getting to a certain age and you start losing people, and it's just such a cool dude.
Yeah.
He was so, like, the one thing I'll tell everybody about Vita was you wouldn't even know he was
Vita
as
Blue.
good as
You wouldn't
he
even,
was.
yeah, you'd know no idea.
He's just a normal dude.
Yep.
He's just a normal guy. He'd talk ass with you. He'd have fun with you. He'd chop it up with you. And he's just a normal guy. No errors. Just a guy. Loved baseball. Loved talking sports. And you would never know that he'd won a Cy Young and an MVP in the same year. You would never know.
71, yeah?
But yep, three champions. You just wouldn't know that. He was just a really, really cool dude. So that was sad to hear of his passing.
Yeah, and part of our KNBR family, right? Like, I mean, he was here for years with Bill Laskey. I was texting with Bill yesterday, and I know Marty did a show yesterday and talked a lot about Vita. And yeah, you'd come in, especially the guys here. Anybody who was a part timer, and a lot of us now are full timers or have moved through KNBR and onto other gigs. But if you were here for any part of that World Series run, and you were working part-time shifts on a Saturday or Sunday in baseball season, Vita was just hanging out, and he would sit around in the bullpen and talk ball with you. And like you said, you wouldn't even know. He was just one of the guys, which was super cool to me that he was this flame-throwing left-handed pitcher that was sort of an ace of that staff, but is sort of forgotten because he's not a Hall of Famer, but pretty damn close. I mean, he's as close as you can get, I think, for a pitcher. And if he were pitching in today's game and put up those numbers, he'd be a Hall of Famer. I mean, 200 wins, I think that's the issue, is that's what he's being compared against for the era that he pitched in. But I saw a note yesterday that said guys who had 200 or more wins, 3 World Series titles, a Cy Young, and an MVP, Vita Blue is the only one in the history of baseball.
Really?
Which is pretty incredible. That's pretty cool.
Wow.
Because, like, even Lincecum has the 2 Cys and the 3 World Series, but no MVP. You got to win an MVP as a pitcher. And 3 World Series. Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
Yeah, I was looking at 71. So he wins the MVP, 24-8. 1.82 ERA, led the league. 39 starts. 39 starts. And then I looked down, Mickey Lolich had 45 starts. Yeah, it's like, are you kidding me?
He was like 15th in the league with 39,
45 starts for Lolich, who came in second. So, Vita had 24 complete games. 24 complete games. That's more than the Giants and A's will have combined.
For like the next 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 8 shutouts, 312 innings pitched, 301 strikeouts, and a whip of .95. And that was for the year. And you're thinking, well, a different era, the ERA is lower. His ERA plus that year. And remember, all the ERA pluses and stuff like that, 100 is average.
Yep.
So, and then you go up. His was 183. 183
so he's 83% better. They say 83 points better, percentage points better than the average pitcher in baseball.
Exactly.
As the Cy Young should be. 8 shutouts in his 24 complete games.
Exactly.
So a third of his games that he finished, so he started 39, finished 24 of them, and a third of those were shutouts.
Yep, exactly. And I'll give you an idea, just some context as to what the ERA plus 183 meant. Wilbur Wood, who finished third in the
great
the
name,
Cy
by the
Young
way, Wilbur
voting.
Wood.
Wilbur Wood's incredible. Wonder what he would have been if he wouldn't have played baseball. 189. Well, he led the league in ERA plus at 189. But here are the other ones. The top 6. Second was Lolich. He had a 124. Dave McNally 117. Dick Drago 114, and Andy Messersmith 109. So those were your 108. Excuse me. Those were your top 6 Cy Young guys, and most of them were 124 or lower. Wood led 189, and Vita was 183 to go along with all the other stats that he had. So it was incredible. Like I look at Wood's ERA plus 189. He struck out 210. Vita struck out 301. 301 strikeouts is incredible. An incredible number. So, I mean, pitching was different back then, 4-man staffs, so it was a much different thing. But that year was one of the best years you're going to see over the last 40, 50 years. I have no doubt about that. So, again, but you would have never known it just talking to him that he won the Cy Young and an MVP the same year.
Yeah.
You just wouldn't. Like, every time if somebody brings that up, the only guy I can think of that's done that are what? Verlander, and didn't Eckersley do it?
I think Kershaw did it too.
Did Kershaw do it too 1 year?
Well, and didn't Eric Gagne do it in 2003?
Was he the MVP that year too?
Oh, no, he wasn't MVP. He was Cy Young. That's what it was. It was a reliever winning Cy. You're right. Eck did it.
Okay. But I think Eckersley did it. Wasn't Eckersley MVP in Cy Young, or was he just Cy Young?
No, he was both.
Yeah,
I thought he was.
Like
91 or 92 or something like that.
Which I got to be honest with you. That's like a kicker winning the MVP.
It happened, didn't it?
I'm not. Yeah, he
80,
did.
80
Mosley,
the strike year, right?
Mosley. Yeah, Mark Mosley won it for the Skins back then.
Dude, he wasn't even that good. Like, I think we looked at his numbers. He wasn't even his percentages.
It was like incredible.
80%, 85%.
I'm just against a closer winning the MVP. He can win the Cy Young, but not the damn MVP.
I don't even like the Cy. It's not even fair.
I'm kind of with you too. I'm kind of with you too because. Is it important? Of course it is.
Absolutely.
We all see how important it is. But Your whole team has to get you in that position first. Like, you don't have anything to do with getting in that position. Now, it's a big deal to close it out. I grant you that. There's no doubt about it. But MVP is a little strong for me. But anyway, back to Vita. Yeah, he did that. Like, most people wouldn't even realize that he did that. No airs about that guy whatsoever. Just a cool, down-to-earth guy to talk baseball with. And I met him, talked with him a number of times. I know you have too, with KNBR and stuff. And just a cool dude, man. Just a cool dude.
Well, in the post-Cy Young era, you're absolutely right, a really cool dude. And something I love, by the way, about baseball players and baseball in general, and we've talked about this, is, we say, parents tell their kids, you can grow up, you can be anything you want. Well, you can't always be an NBA player. If you grow up and you're 5 foot even, like, you're probably not going to the league. You can't be a center for the LA Lakers at 5 feet tall. You're going to have to come up with something different. You could survive in baseball as a 5'1" player. I don't know if there's ever been one at 5'1", but they come in all shapes and sizes. Vita Blue walking around the station.
Eddie Goodell?
Eddie Goodell, there you go. 1/8 on his back, by the way. Speaking of unique jerseys, Vita Blue rocking Vita, number 14 Vita.
He went the whole soccer route.
One of the coolest things anybody's ever done in the game of baseball. Because he's got that's what's great about it, too, is he's got one of the coolest names total ever. Just his full name is a great baseball name, Vita Blue. Mm-hmm. It's a great 7. He played in the right era for it. It's a good name to have for that era. But he wasn't a guy who was he wasn't 6'5". He wasn't some big, imposing dude. He was kind of built, not as skinny and as gangly or as tiny as Tim Lincecum, but he's sort of that build in that he wasn't, he was a hard throwing from the left side, obviously, but he was a smaller guy. He wasn't a big, imposing Rick Russell type dude,
No doubt about it. Just a ball player, man.
Yep.
Just a flat-out ball player. And those teams were some really good teams. That year that he won, 71, where he won the MVP, Sal Bando finished second.
Wow.
So the A's had the top 2 MVP finishers.
Yeah, and they didn't even win the World Series that year. 72-3-4. So they didn't even get it that year. They get it the next year. In the in the Cy Young era, once the Cy Young was created, Vita Blue was the 3rd pitcher to ever win both the MVP and the Cy Young, and he was the 4th, and he was the first to do it. Don Newcomb did it in 56, Koufax in 63, Gibson in 68, Denny McClain in 68. 2 pitchers won the MVP in the year of the pitcher.
Wow.
In 68, and then Vita Blue in 71. How about that list he was on when he gets named the MVP as a pitcher for the first time since Denny McClain, Bob Gibson, Sandy Koufax, and Don Newcomb? That's a hell of a list to be on.
That's a pretty good list.
That's a pretty damn good list. So
yeah, it is.
And then Raleigh Fingers was the next guy. So we tip our cap to Vita Blue, and we're thinking about him. That was a tough one to lose this weekend, but a lot of good memories. And what's great about him is he might have been, and being that the A's got here in '68, he's probably the first ever. And you guys who are older than me can check in on this. 808 KNBR. He's probably the first ever to touch fans on both sides of the bay, to be a guy that both sides of the bay were rooting for. The first giant and A that everybody could get behind. So pretty cool, but we did lose Vita this weekend, and we're thinking about him. We are also thinking about game 4 tonight, and we will talk a little bit about game 3, Warriors and the Lakers from the other night. Not a good game on Saturday for the Warriors. Trailed by 34 at one point in this one. The officiating is what was talked about all weekend. I want to discuss that with you because I know you are not big on blaming officials. Again, the free throws way out of hand, 37-17. Warriors take 44 of their 91 shots from beyond the arc. Can they even the series tonight? Though, as Tom will tell you, of course, not a must-win. Tolbert and Copes will talk game 4 on the other side right here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Former Oakland A's, San Francisco Giant, KNBR host and Bay Area icon Vita Blue passed away over the weekend at the age of 73. And check this out, he was the last switch hitter to win the MVP. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You got to understand momentum in a game, like two different styles of play. It all matters. So there's a turnover where me and Clay had a little miscommunication in transition. And then the barrage of whistles and all that stuff changed momentum quickly. That was really the point where they felt like they got life, and they finished off the quarter strong. It carried over into the second half, so we gotta respond.
That was Steph Curry after the loss to the Lakers in Game 3, 127-97. Game 4 tonight at 7 o'clock. Lakers lead the series 2-1. Warriors will be coming back on home to take on the Lakers in Game 5. But this is an important one. When you look at the numbers, and I know we all watched the game and saw how it unfolded and played out. A lot of people upset with officiating. We'll talk more about that in just a bit, because Steve Javie is going to join us, former NBA official at 2:50. So we'll talk to him about a lot of that stuff. But we knew coming in, and we talked a lot about this. You're not going to win this game at the free throw line. You've just got to limit the number that the Lakers can take. Also, the points in the paint, they were pretty balanced in this game, 44-46 in favor of the Lakers. Turnovers, Warriors did have more. Rebounds, they had 2 fewer. They had 14 offensive, but I look at that and I go, that's because you took half your shots from beyond the arc, 44 of their 91 from deep. And as Derek and I were just talking off air, a 30-8 run, is that what it was? The 30-8 run doesn't have much to do or doesn't really explain the officiating. So there was a lot of problems in this one. They did not shoot well. The number of threes are going to be up like that, but when you shoot as poorly as they did from beyond the arc, this is going to be a problem. 13 of 44 from deep.
Well, look, they had a good grasp of the game in the second quarter. And the pass that Steph mentioned, they were up 11 with the ball and then threw it away.
Yep.
And that's one play, though. But then it was not great shot selection, followed by more turnovers, followed by whistles, and that's where the game was lost. And then they just lost their minds, just lost their poise. It was flagrants and technicals and 3 seconds and technicals, and it was like at that point I kept thinking of the John Mellencamp song, and the walls are crumbling down, and the walls. I just kept thinking of that. The walls are just, they're just crumbling right now. They're just over.
I thought you were going the other way. Take me out, coach. Yeah. I'm ready to sit on the bench.
It was bad. It was bad because it happened, and it happened rather quickly. It was an 11-point lead that turned into I think, what was it, a 1 or 2 point deficit at half? I can't even remember it now. But then it was like a 7-point deficit. It was a 30-8 run. I mean, they just hammered them. And then it was just third quarter, just right where the Lakers left off. They just kept going. And the big adjustment for them was putting Vanderbilt on Draymond and Reeves on Steph. So whenever they tried to run a pick and roll with Draymond, they just switched it. And they had Reeves guard Draymond, and Vanderbilt was on Steph, who was guarding Steph the first couple games. So if you want to run that pick and roll, then you're just putting them right back where they want to be, which is Vanderbilt on Steph. So it'll be interesting to see if they go away from that. I'm curious to see what the starting lineup is going to be. Do you go back to Looney, who hasn't had a great series? Do you go to Jordan Poole, who hasn't had a great series? I don't know. I'm always partial to going with the guys that have won the championships before, and Looney, Draymond, Steph, and Clay. Wiggins was here as well last year, but I just think
we've seen it once, right?
Yeah, you go with the guys, the vets who have been through all this and have won these games for you and have been in these battles. So I don't know exactly. It's not a great series for Looney, but I wouldn't count him out just because Anthony Davis is playing great defensively. We know what he does offensively. It's kind of like hit or miss, and it just keeps going hit, miss, hit, miss, hit, miss. So
It's
we'll
not
see
be a miss
what
then. We should be in good shape.
Well, yeah, you would think based on ABC sequencing, yes, it should be a miss tonight. But
I'm not
but
banking
who
on
knows?
that. I'm not banking on that.
No, I wouldn't bank on it either. Yeah, Looney's just kind of because when he gets the ball underneath now, it's harder for him to score because Davis is there, and Davis is a great rim protector. So I don't know which way Steve's going to go. Like I always say, it's more important who finishes the game than who starts the game. But I'm curious to see what adjustments they try to make. Get Steph with the ball without a screen. Come set the screen with whoever Anthony Davis is guarding. I don't know exactly which way he's going to go, but it won't be a big thing. It'll be usually he tends to side on spacing. He likes spacing offensively, and I think you try to get LeBron and AD out of the paint as much as possible and get them moving and get them active so they can't just – because what Davis is doing, he's standing in the paint, and then anytime somebody comes through the paint, he tags them, and that gives you another 3 seconds to hang out in the paint. So anytime somebody comes near him, he just goes over and touches them, and then he goes back and hangs out in the paint. So you'd like to have a pick and roll set high with 3 guys spacing, so there's nobody in the paint. The paint is clear, and either Davis is going to be involved in the pick and roll or he's going to be out guarding. And if he comes off and helps, that's the guy you pitch it to. Now that guy's got to be able to hit a shot. So it'll be interesting what little adjustments they try to make tonight to counter what the Lakers did in Game 3.
Yeah, I'm curious about the starting lineup because, Game 2, that was the game where Looney sat the first time. JaMychal Green had the nice Game 2 after dropping Game 1. And a lot of that we thought was, they said right before the game we discussed it, the Looney was under the weather. And we thought, okay, maybe this is just because he's going to try to go but isn't at full strength. And they played so well and ran away with it that they didn't have to have everybody play big minutes, which was great. It's so funny because we always discuss, and you've said this basically every game this postseason, no adjustment or nothing you do is drastic enough that you're going to see some major shift. Like, yeah, lineup change is something different, but no two games are identical. So it's sort of foolish to think, well, this worked last game, it's definitely going to work this game. What did the start of JaMychal Green mean? Was that more relative to it worked last game, let's get as much out of him as we can, let's go back to this the matchups? What was the reasoning behind that?
Well, I think Steve, if you've noticed anything about Steve over the years, if he changes anything for whatever reason and it works, he'll stick with it. Like Jordan Poole started 3 games in the Kings series. He went to it, and it worked. And then he went to it until it didn't work. And then when it didn't work, he was back on the bench. So if he has a starting lineup that's working and they're winning, he will stick with it. Look at last year in Denver. Steph came off the bench, I think, 3 games in a row. They won the first 2, lost the third one, and said, okay, time to get Steph back in the starting lineup. So, if he's going to do it with Steph, he'll do it with anybody. Like, okay, this worked. We won. Why change? And we'll stick with it until it doesn't work. I don't think there's any more deep-seated thought than that. It worked. Let's go with it.
Warriors and Lakers tonight, Game 4 at 7 o'clock. We'll get into some of this officiating stuff because Draymond talked about it after the game. Said basically the game just stopped. I mean, you said things got out of hand for them too. You said they lost their composure and their cool, and you talked the flagrants and the techs. And at that point, it's like, hang this thing up and get ready for the next one. We'll talk more about that too. Can you flush a playoff game? If this happens in November on a Wednesday night against the Suns or something, you go, whatever. We'll get them again later, and we got to get right. But do you have to take this with you? Do you have to learn from it as you go and remember the faults you had in this game, or is it possible to flush this type of playoff game? We'll talk about that. And did the refs slow the game down, or did they just slow down themselves? Steve Javie is going to join us, former NBA official, at 2:50. We'll talk about the big discrepancy in the number of free throws, 37 for the Lakers, 17 for the Warriors. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Phillies Tuesday, May 16th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
What did you think was happening offensively? They switched up the matchups a little bit. They put Reeves on staff.
Yeah, we was getting to what we wanted to get to. Then the game stopped. The game stopped. We on the free throw line every time.
Did you? Were you satisfied, happy with the way the refs called that?
It is what it is. Game over now. Don't matter if I'm satisfied or don't matter.
What does that do to a team mentally to keep having the game stop and keep having the fouls pile up?
It's frustrating.
Draymond after the game on Saturday, I mean, not much to say. It does. It's sort of like, it's definitely not a good product for the fans when there's, how many free throws was that total? 37. So we're going to have 54 total free throws shot in the game. I mean, I don't enjoy that. I don't know what the average is for an NBA game. I remember when I was an intern at one point here, Dwight Howard had that game with the Magic against the Warriors. Remember they hacked him? What did he shoot, like 40-something free throws? Or
45.
Yeah, that was unreal. That was like 09, maybe 2008 or 9 or 10, somewhere in there. Dwight did that. But it's sort of like baseball with all the strikeouts. It's like this is just it's boring to watch the game sort of drag along like that. And when the Warriors were playing as poorly as they were, it doesn't help. You can't get into any rhythm. I mean, that affects you, sure. But to me, it was sort of a snowball effect. It was the frustration and the lack of composure and poise by this Warrior team, their inability to sort of make offense happen and to get stops. Once the Lakers started running downhill on them, I mean, it just seemed like they couldn't get anything going. And they were grabbing the long rebounds off the missed three-pointers, but they couldn't get a flurry to get back into it. But the free throws, to me, really played a role in that. They started getting, because of the poise, then they started, the traveling calls. I don't know what you felt about those. People were very upset about some of the traveling calls against the Warriors. But I don't know where you come down on the officiating. To me, it wouldn't have much mattered. You lost by 30 points. The officials don't make that happen, whether they shot 20 more free throws than you or not. They didn't play well enough to win the game, and I think we're looking at the officiating, or some people do, and this is frequent, in the NBA playoffs and with the NBA in general and basketball in general. But I can't hang my hat on that because it wasn't like a 3-point game or a 5-point game.
I don't go down that road because every fan base is insane when it comes to the playoffs and officiating. If their team loses, it's a conspiracy. Yep. The officials screwed them and they made terrible calls. I just don't even try to get into that because it hurts my head to even think about it. It's almost like people don't realize the Lakers were number 1 in the league in free throw attempts by a wide margin. The Warriors were last in the league in free throw attempts. The Lakers were number 1 in the league in limiting free throw attempts. The Warriors were 25th in the league at limiting free throw attempts. So you're going to get a discrepancy more than likely. Does it need to be that big? I don't know. I mean, if everybody wants to go down and break down every single call, I just wish they'd do it for the other team too.
Yep.
Like Warrior fans, that's all they want to do. Complain about fouls, complain about traveling. Well, show some of the calls against the Lakers that maybe didn't go their way in game 2. I mean, it just works both ways.
The same gripes against the Kings and saying that the NBA didn't want the Kings over. We keep saying this. It's like the NBA wants the Lakers to go to the finals.
Trust me. They want the Warriors are fine by them. I mean, the Lakers are good. The Warriors are a cash cow. That's why they had Warriors Kings as their primetime game, Game 7. I mean, they want the Warriors on the big stage because the Warriors draw viewers in. They just do, period. Whether you want to believe that or not, they do. I do not believe the officials come into any game thinking that we're going to try to give a favorable whistle to one team or the other. I think some officials are swayed by the home crowd, and that would be good if you're playing in the Bay, not so good if you're playing here. I don't think they do it on purpose. I just think that's kind of who they are. Some officials, like our guest, Steve Jabby, was a guy that you really wanted on the road because he didn't mind making the tough calls. The crowd did not bother him whatsoever. He did not care. He's going to make a call. Whatever call he thought was the right call, not going to be swayed by the crowd. So there are those officials, but they don't go into any game saying, I want this team to win. Let's see if we can get this team to win. I do not believe that the league tells the officials, hey, we want a Game 7. If that ever got out, the league's done at that point.
Then we're not watching basketball. We're watching a scripted show. Well, then it's just wrestling.
Yep, yeah, it's just wrestling at that point. It's a scripted, and I don't believe in that. If I did, why would I watch? And people that complain about the officials and think it's a conspiracy, why do you even watch? Like I don't understand.
Yeah. How can you be so mad if you believe that?
Yeah, unless you watch it like you watch wrestling. And if you don't, then go find something else to do, brother. This is big time. It's a big time NBA basketball.
Yeah, dude.
So I just don't believe in that. I don't get into it because every fan base whines and complains. Every single one, and it just gets annoying to listen to them, and because they're not. Of course, they're biased. They're biased because all the calls they want to look at are the calls that go against their team. So I don't believe that's the reason they lost the game. I don't believe it's the reason any of these games were decided. Games can be decided by the whistle. There's no doubt about that. But again, I don't think there's anything going into the game that leads me to believe that the officials are doing it on purpose. Sometimes you get screwed. Sometimes a guy makes a terrible call, and sometimes it goes against you.
Yep.
Sometimes you get the benefit of those terrible calls. We're into the music portion of the show here. What are we doing down here? We got like 3 people like dancing, and they're not even on a dance team. So I'm not even sure what they're doing here. Oh, you know what this is?
Is this the halftime show?
It's a halftime show. There's like 2 dudes, a girl, and like a beam. She's going to be walking across this beam, and they're going to lift up the beam, and she's going to jump up and down. We need to get better halftime shows, by the way,
For the
like we were
playoffs,
talking about.
for the playoffs, you got to step it up.
They really do.
Walking on a beam? Come on. You know what the issue is, Tom? The issue now is that there's all these circus-like performers and talent people who don't have anywhere to go because they got the circus, you know?
How do you grow up knowing you're good at this?
You don't. Every halftime show I think I've ever seen, I'm always like, how do they find out they could do this?
Yeah, how do you fall into that?
How do you find out? How did the quick change guy realize, dude, I can get dressed really fast?
Dude, look at how good I am at this.
His mom wakes him up for school, and he's just ready to go. He's like, yeah, I'm ready, Mom. She pulls the covers off. He's good to go.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, this one's going to be, I could just see this one coming. The two dudes are going to hold up the beam. She's going to walk on it. And then they're going to, like, throw her up, and she's going to jump and spin and land on the beam. I mean, yeah, it's all impressive. There's no doubt about it. It's all impressive, but it seems like all very similar stuff. I just give me the red panda. Give me the old dude that stacks the chairs and climbs up like 15 chairs and does a handstand. That guy makes me nervous. I'm like, one of these days he's going to slip, and I do not want to be here. I do not want to be here for that at all.
Yeah, I don't want to be there for it either. I always wonder, like, what's the most dangerous of those games you could play? Like the sword swallower? How do you even try that once, you know? Like that one is like you're breathing fire, like Gene Simmons spitting fire.
Gene Simmons, baby.
There's a Kiss documentary where he does it for the first time he ever tried to do it. Dude set his hair on fire.
That didn't surprise me.
He like spits it out, and then his hair's like he kind of got lazy with it.
Didn't
surprise
surprise
me. And his hair's on fire. And dude, he realizes he's got like a gallon of hairspray in that thing.
I was a huge Kiss fan growing up, and I've told this story before, but. Please, if you're a kid, do not try this. It's not, I was an idiot for doing it when I was younger, but I would take a Bic lighter.
Oh, no.
And put the butane into my mouth.
Oh, you do the thing where you just hold the button down?
Yeah, hold the button down, get butane in my mouth, and then I'd light it, and then I'd go, and it'd be this, not huge, but it'd be a pretty big flame that would come out. I was like, oh, that is so sweet. And then I thought, if I ever hiccup or something goes wrong, that is not going to be good.
Dude, if you inhale on your way down.
So I stopped doing that. I do not recommend it for anybody. It was pretty badass, but I don't recommend it.
Yeah, are you free tonight?
I wonder if I could be a halftime show. Just go out there with a Bic lighter.
Here's Tom Tolbert and his Bic.
I'll just go out there, pull a Bic out of my pocket, and do it, and then I'll walk off. Like, it'll take 30 seconds to do, I'll walk off, and it'll be like, sweet.
There's like a smattering of applause. People are like, is that... That's Tom Tolbert, the NBA Tom Tolbert?
Did that dude just come down out of the broadcast booth?
You know what'd be great? You'd be the guy if there was an emergency, if like the guy who's ever on the chairs goes down and they need, send in the clowns, that whole bit.
Yep.
You're the guy. Just send in the clowns. You're Tom. Somebody gets to Tom's like, get me a Bic, dude.
I'm the guy. Give me a Bic.
I've got a tight 30 seconds. Give me a piece of meat and I'll grill some food with my flame-throwing mouth.
Exactly. You know what? I'll sear it before you put it on the grill.
Dude, medium rare. What do you want, dude? What do you need? You want a rare? I can only do one. I can only cook your meat in one temperature because I can only do this once.
No, you know what we'll do? We'll bring down like a little cake with candles, and I'll light the candles by blowing fire on the candles. That'll be sweet.
Dude, you do the reverse birthday. You don't blow them out. You light them.
Exactly. I light them off for everybody.
It's hysterical. Tim, you see we got audio with Tom breathing fire? Real quick before we talk to Steve Javie here, former NBA official. What did you think of the blocking calls on Draymond? Those are, dude. To me, the NBA is the toughest.
All blocking calls are tough.
They're all, the NBA is the hardest.
So many, yeah, they're bang, bang. Like, I didn't mind the calls. Could they have gone the other way? Yeah, sure, they could have gone the other way.
And then the Lakers would have a gripe.
Yeah, it's a really, look, everyone said it, and they say it because it's true. It's the toughest call to make in basketball. Block charge. Did the guy get there in time? Like, I'm a believer that I would call it a block like 90% of the time.
Me too.
Just because I don't like. I'd rather have guys go up and try to challenge a shot than try to run over at the last second and slide into it. So the way I look at it is, if you're in your gather and you're getting ready to go up, you got to be set at that point. At that point, you got to be set. It can't be I'm going up. I haven't left the ground yet, but I'm going up, and you're still sliding, and then I run into you, and you get a charge call. Like, it's dangerous, and I just think you have to be there. You got to be there before the guy is on his upward motion. I thought a couple of those, Draymond was sliding a little bit. One of them that they challenged looked like it could have been a charge because he hit him with force. And Draymond, anytime somebody gets hit with force, it's like, oh, did he drop his shoulder? Did he hit him? And then they showed it again, and it wasn't as forceful as I thought. And I thought Draymond was sliding a little bit. But if they would have called that one a charge, you could live with that one too. You could live with that. So they're not easy calls to make. They're a lot easier to make. Like when you challenge them and you have a chance to slow them down and really look at them, you're probably going to end up calling it a block. We remember the block that got charged to Looney at the end of the Kings game.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and because it looked like a decent call, but then you look at it and replay, you're like, oh, Looney was moving a little bit. Because all it takes is a little bit, and the officials say, well, he's moving. Because you're not supposed to move at all.
And those never get overturned. I mean, Steve said to us, the only reason he challenged, he said, it was a good situation. It was a huge moment. If we get it, it was a good gamble at that spot. There's nothing to lose there to challenge that play. But he said
except
going
they lost
in,
their last time out.
Right. But he said going in. Well, which one are we talking about? Because remember we had back-to-back
Remember
games.
at the end of the game where Steph called the timeout.
Right.
I'm talking about that one where they lost their last time out.
Right. So you're talking game because it was back-to-back games. It was like game 2 and game 3. Remember that he challenged, he lost both of them.
Yep.
But game 3, it was they didn't get it either. But that's the one I'm talking about because we talked to Steve I think the day after that second one. But he said he liked the first one more. He was more egregious with the first one. He thought.
So it's a tough one. It's a tough call to make, and we'll see. I think Scott Foster is officiating tonight, and he's a guy he's not afraid to make a call on the road. Like he's not afraid. He's a guy you like to have on the road because he doesn't care about the home crowd. He's not going to get swayed by the home crowd, whether you like him or not. It seems like every fan base hates him, but again, you win and lose these games more often than not by how you play. The officials did not turn the ball over. The officials did not make Steph throw that pass to Clay. The officials did not take some of the shots they took. The officials did not turn the ball over countless times there in the second quarter. So, I just always think from a player's standpoint, I never tried to think, we lost because of the officials. Because then you're just taking the onus off yourselves. And it's like, we lost the game. And we had ample chances to win this basketball game. And then when you just start blaming the officials and saying the officials, I don't know. It just feels like you're not holding yourself accountable enough. You're blaming the officials for it. So I tend not to even pay attention to it. I go by what's on the court and how the players are playing and the shots they're taking and the offense they're running and how they're taking care of the ball, stuff like that. The officials are going to happen, and once again, I do not believe it's conspiracy, so you're going to have a good whistle, you're going to have a bad whistle some days, and that's just the way it is. Sometimes you benefit from it, sometimes you don't benefit from it. There's just no sense in bitching about it.
530 says, Tom, stop being reasonable about the fouls. I want to be angry. I'm
well,
a victim.
you can
Says
be.
I'm a victim. He says I'm a victim.
Yeah. I'm a victim.
I like it, 5. I'm with you. Let's wear the victim badge today. By the way, just to point this out to Warrior fans too, it's not just the free throw attempts per game for the Warriors and the Lakers that are on the opposite sides of the spectrum. Drawn fouls per game in the regular season. Lakers had the second most per game at 21.5. Warriors had the third fewest at 18.7. Free throws allowed. Warriors allowed the 5th most per game this year in the league. Lakers allowed the fewest per game in the league. Warriors fouls per game, 29th in the league as far as allowing the second most, 21.6, or fouling the most team fouls per game. Lakers had the fewest team fouls per game all season long. They're different style teams, and these numbers are playing out like that. These are numbers and trends that have followed these two teams over the course of an 82-game season, even when the Lakers were different and made the big trades at the trade deadline and had a different roster for the first part of the year. These numbers hold up going back to late October, early November. So,
and one thing we didn't touch upon, too, I mean, that kind of stuff could happen. Again, it's not about it's not about beating them in free throw attempts. Game 2, they were really close. I think they lost out by 1, but I think they had the edge going into garbage time. But if they're going to have an edge like that, which you'd like to shrink, I said you'd like to shrink it a little bit. It can't be that big. But if it's going to happen, then you have to do what you did in Game 1 and Game 2 and make 21 threes. They didn't. They got out-threed by the Lakers. And if you get out-threed by the Lakers, then you're in real trouble because that's kind of your ace in the hole. That's where you dominate. That's where you're one of the best in the league, and they're not very good D'Angelo Russell got off to a great start, and the Warriors just didn't. Clay didn't shoot the ball that great. Steph was okay. But if they're close or if they win the three-point battle, then that presents a whole new problem because now you can't get beat. It's hard to even get beat. Points in the paint and free throw attempts and free throw makes and all that kind of stuff. Now they're going to beat you at the three-point line. And then you got to find a way to make that up somewhere, and it's tougher against a team like this. So that'll be a key again tonight. They don't need to make 21 of them, but it can't be, they have 2 or 3 more than you. At a minimum, you have to have more than them, if not a significant number.
Steve Javie, former NBA official, will join us on the other side, talk a little bit about this officiating as we get ready for Game 4 tonight, Warriors and the Lakers, 7 o'clock from Tom said Staples. I call it Crypto.com Center, but I'm loyal to the brand. Steve Javie joins us next. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. The Lakers went on a 30-8 run in the second quarter to end the first half, and they never looked back. They crushed the Warriors 127-97 Saturday night. Check out more on that story ahead of Game 4 on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Always fun to talk to Steve Javie, one of my favorites when I was playing. Him and Earl Strom were always two guys that I knew you're going to get a fair shake. Road home did not matter. He is out of the officiating game, but he's the rules analyst for ABC and ESPN. Steve Javie. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, Tom, what's up, buddy? Thanks for the nice compliments, man. I appreciate that. If I would have known that, I would have gotten into the line more.
Yeah, I would have appreciated that. Maybe I got to squeeze another year out of my contract. Oh, man. So I don't even know, let's start with block charge call, because that seems to throw everybody, because one could go one way and then it could look super similar down at the other end and go another way. And I always say that one is the toughest one to call, because you got to look at so many things, especially now with the restricted area being in play. What are you guys looking for when you're looking at block charge?
Yeah, Tom, and I agree. It's just, the other call. Wait, I'll digress. The other calls, he had a bounce calls now. I mean, it's people. I always tell people I had a bounce calls with these hands in there, and now we're seeing it with replay review. How tough that is too. But no, the block charge, because of all the camera angles that we have now. I remember when I was refereeing, Tom, if it was in doubt, boom, offensive foul. I mean, it's like the defender. He took it in the chest and so on and so forth. Now with all these angles, you're seeing the overhead angle, the side angle, this angle, and is the defender there as the guy starting in his upward shooting motion? It's like you can go frame by frame, and what looks to the naked eye in real time. Like the other night, I had one I called in the Phoenix game. I think they challenged, and I actually went against the officials. I think that's an offensive foul. I'm in the replay center last night, and their boss takes me over and says, "Take a look at this." I say, "Yeah, but he takes it right in the chest." And he says, "Well, look what the defenders do. A defender knows when they're being beat. They take the step kind of like backwards and into the guy." It's crazy now, Tom. It really is. Believe me, it is. It is a tough call. The only thing I say is what makes it tough for the fans and players is because now you're slowing it down to this frame by frame, and then you can say, is he in the restricted area? No. Okay, did he get there in time prior to the upward shooting motion? And that is so hard to do in real time. And that's why you see a lot of times an offensive foul called and then reversed, because then you look at that in the replay review, and it's like, son of a gun, he did not get there in time, even though he took it, say, in the chest. It's difficult, man. It really is.
Let me ask you, this one always cracks me up when you talk about the out of bounds. And I've always said, I think there are times where an official just guesses. Like he just thought, well, it looked like it went off him, because there's sometimes you just can't tell unless you slow it down. But here's my favorite. When one official looks at the other official and says, "You got anything?" and he goes, "No." And then it goes back to that official and he points this way. It's like, well, wait a minute. Why'd you ask somebody if you already knew? Why'd you ask that guy? And then he goes, "No, I don't have anything." And then you go, "Well, we're going to go this way with it then." Yeah. How in the hell does that guy know, Steve?
He doesn't know. He just came up tails. That's what it was, man. That's all it was. I got one for you with out of bounds calls. And sometimes your experience can help out. The players can help you. If like the ball shoots out, because sometimes when you're on the baseline, you're watching a different area than, like, say, you're not watching the ball all the time, and all of a sudden the ball shoots out of bounds, and you don't know, and you look real fast, and then know what you see? Players turn their head and start jogging down the other end.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, we're going down that way. The players can help you out. But I remember Bobby Weiss, the assistant coach at Seattle.
Yep.
He caught me on that one time. He said, "I saw what you did." I said, "What are you talking about, Bob?" He goes, "You had no idea." And then you saw the players run down the end. He says, "Well, the players told me that the ball was out of bounds. It's going down the other end." So sometimes your experience can help out a little bit if you just wait, and it seems like an eternity, but all it takes is a second or two.
We're talking to Steve Javie on the Uma guest line. I've always thought about that with baseball, where like a guy will check swing on the third strike, and then he has to just sort of, if the catcher doesn't catch it, say it's like a slider in the dirt or something like that, he checks swings. Does he just drop the bat and run to first on his own? Because then he's telling the home plate umpire, yeah, I swung. That's strike 3. He's got to throw to first to get me out. I was wondering about that because he can't appeal, but the catcher can ask.
That's right. I know. It's like they just. I agree.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a funky situation sometimes. I do think basketball is the hardest to officiate because even the subjective calls are kind of objective, right? Like, or the objective calls are subjective. Like, even if it's a goaltending call, you still got to determine, was the ball on its way down? Was it over the rim? Was it? There's still things that the official has to decide on his own. And I wonder, over the course of a series, when you've got a 7-game series and physicality changes and these guys are getting chippy, do calls or fouls or certain things like that evolve? Like, if we know it's a physical series and these guys have been jostling with each other for 5 games and this is just sort of the feel of the game, or is it just black and white that no matter what happens, style of game be damned, it's a foul no matter what? Do these calls evolve?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both, Adam. I really do. I mean, what referees do is they know what games they have on their schedule. So they're watching the previous game, even if they say they worked last night. If they're off tonight and they got to be somewhere tomorrow, they're watching that second game tonight because they got that next game, say in 2 days. So as officials, you're always trying to keep on top of each series and how it's going. Physicality-wise, you have to penalize, obviously, what's illegal. The thing is watching it is you get to know the matchups more. I mean, you get to know who's playing who more. What is a physical matchup? What are you going to allow? I mean, it's funny because I know some announcers will sit there and Jeff Van Gundy and I will talk, and they'll say, you know what, the referees allow more contact in the playoffs, or it's more physical. I said, well, not really, Jeff. It is more physical, number one, because the players, they contest just about every rebound. They contest about every possession, every shot. You don't see that in the regular season. 82 games, guys are launching threes, and everybody else is running back down the court. And that's why these guards have triple-doubles all the time with rebounds. There's nobody fighting for rebounds. Like when Tom was playing and when I was refereeing, we had at least 2 offensive rebounders every time at the basket, and you had to identify them, But But getting to a series, you get to know the physicality. You get to know the players, the matchups, and who the coaches are playing. And it's a shorter bench. Too. It's a shorter bench, and you got to make sure that you're not guessing on these plays, or you put someone on the bench when you're guessing on fouls, because you don't want that 8th and 9th player in there if the coach isn't playing that guy.
Yeah, thought to see if Jabby nice enough to join us. Let me ask you about this one, because this one really bothers me in today's game. And we saw it yesterday when Jason Tatum hit that 3-pointer at the end of the game, into the overtime before Harden hit his 3 to win it. The off-arm extension, when these guys drive and they bump them with their off-arm to create space for themselves, and that wasn't an anomaly. That one gets called hardly ever now, and it should be called because you are gaining an advantage as an offensive player. How come the league is letting that? How come I don't know if it's the league letting them go. I don't know if officials are getting used to it and letting it go. But I've seen more of that in the last couple years, Steve, than I've ever seen, where guys create the advantage with the off arm and it doesn't get called.
Yeah, Tom, I'm with you on that. I mean, I think anybody who throws the off arm to gain that space to get the shot up, it's got to be penalized. There's no doubt. Funny you mentioned that play yesterday, because as soon as I see it, I went, oh boy. I go back. Okay, now I have the luxury in the replay center to go back and watch it, and because I know my first thought, push off, offensive foul. I go back and now I see who starts the play and who starts the contact. And and this is why these cameras, that's why it's so difficult to referee nowadays. This camera angle I had has Maxey actually chesting him first. So if they would have appealed that, let's say they had a chance to go to replay on that, it would not have been an offensive foul. It's because Maxey actually, yeah, I know, Tom, I'm telling you, I was with you too. At first I just went, oh boy. And then Maxey's the one actually goes into him. Tatum now actually braces his arm. Does he throw it? Yeah, but Maxey's the one that starts the contact first. And I went, son of a gun. These camera angles, I'm telling you, Tom, that's why players can't really get away with a lot of stuff. And a lot of times they think it's an offensive foul. I took it, but no, I'm sorry. The camera angle just showed this. And it's tough. You know what I think of too, Tom? Think about football. Yeah. How many times in football? Now, you a football guy? You like football?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, I do. I love football. It's one of my favorite sports. How many times back 20 years ago before replay review would that ball have been called a touchdown, but now it's on the 1-inch line because they go frame by frame?
Sure.
And you go, come on. I don't like the fact that replay review. I mean, basketball games are played full speed, football full speed. I know we got to use replay review because, it does help the game and it does help get plays right. But sometimes it just takes the, I don't know, call the spirit of the game, or I don't know.
I know what you're saying, Steve, because I was a proponent of replay a long time ago, and now it's gotten too involved in all sports, which is why I think that there should be an eye in the sky, so to speak, an extra official who's on site who can buzz down at any point and say, look, let me take a look at that. That one looked a little odd. Instead of stopping it all the time, going over to the scores table or going over to the sidelines in football or baseball, it's gotten to the point now where it's just completely taken over the sport. And I don't know how else to put it. Like, I think there are uses for it, but here's what I think, Steve. I think you remember the Don Denkinger call in the World Series in the early '80s.
85, right?
Yes. 85, yes.
Royals
Okay,
and
so
Cardinals, right?
That's the call I want to be able to get rid. I want to be able to take care of that one, like correct that one. If it's an egregious mistake, I want to get rid of it. But I don't need every little thing to be right, and I think that's what happened with replay. We went from trying to correct egregious mistakes to make sure everything is right. And I don't need every little thing to be right. I just need something major that's a game-changing event to be able to be changed. That's what I think replay should be used for.
No, I agree. I couldn't agree more with you, Tom. Like you said, there are great uses for it. Last-second shots, obviously buzzer beaters, foot on the line, that kind of stuff. When they first started out, that's great. And I just hope they just don't continue down the road of allowing more and more and more and more to creep in, because I'm with you. Let's get the egregious ones. I think what's happened in all sports is that they're not expecting perfection from anybody else but the officiating or the calls. Whereas before, excellence is pretty good. Officiating is pretty good on the whole. Yeah, good nights and bad nights, obviously, like everybody does. But on the whole, the officiating is pretty darn good. And the players, guess what? The players are going to have good nights and bad nights too. But it just seems like, trying to get every play perfect, it's just not going to happen, and it takes away from the game.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Coach. I was just going to say, Steve, that I think, look, sometimes you get a bad whistle, sometimes you get a good whistle, and I don't think the officials go in with any mindset of giving a team a bad whistle. It just sometimes you happen to get a bad whistle. And one of the things I appreciated about you was loved having you on the road, because we knew that you weren't going to be swayed by the crowd in any way. It was like, we're going to get a fair whistle. We might not get a great whistle, but it'll be a fair whistle. Do officials get swayed? Some officials get swayed by the moment and the crowd and the noise, and somebody hits a three, the crowd goes crazy, and all of a sudden the momentum's swinging. You guys are not you guys. You're not official anymore, but officials are only human too, and I'm wondering if some officials do get swayed by that.
And I can only speak for myself, obviously.
Okay.
And I would be. You're right. Everybody's human, and everybody's going to react differently. Some people handle pressure differently. And that's why some people are in the finals all the time. Some people just don't want to be in the final. I've had officials who, after the first or second round, said, "I don't need this pressure anymore." So I'd be, stupid to think that. But it's crazy. You're saying about having good nights and bad nights. I'll tell you a quick one, real fast. I'm in Minnesota with two young referees, and for some reason, first half, I'm getting every play backwards. I stink. I was just horrible. I go in the locker room. My partner's looking at me and go, "Nice half, Steve." I go, "Yeah, thanks a lot." I said, "I don't know what the hell's going on here. I got to correct this." Well, second half comes. We have stuff going on, and all of a sudden we have this interesting play, flagrant foul or not, hard foul, this and that. Now my two partners come walking over to me. They go, "What do you think?" I said, "You didn't want my shit, my stuff in the first half. I'm not giving you my opinion. You figure it out this half." I said, some nights, Tom, you just have it as a player, and some nights you have it as a referee, and some nights you just don't have it.
No doubt.
Like, oh man. Yeah.
Talking to Steve Javi on the UMA guest line. I think it's funny because you're saying that fans all want perfection from the officials, and what fans will frequently say is, "Well, I don't care if you're just going to call that, then call it both ways," right? And what I think is, and people will say this, the players, they're not calling the foul on Steph that they're calling on LeBron, and they say they're being officiated differently. And my thought is, it's kind of hard not to officiate guys who are different sizes and different speeds and whose bodies react to different pressures and sort of swinging fouls or whatever differently. They just react differently. Are guys officiated? You think? I mean, obviously you try to keep them in the same scope, everything that happens. But if LeBron's driving to the hoop, I think about Cam Newton. You were talking football earlier. I think the same thing about Cam Newton. He was like a linebacker at quarterback. It's tough to see that he's taking the same hits that affect him the same way as maybe Lamar Jackson would based on his body type.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, anything you see illegal, like you're not going to call it any differently with regard if LeBron gets hit on the arm or the hand or the head. Of course, you're not going to call that any differently. But you're right. Different body types will react differently. I mean, if you have Shaquille O'Neal hand check Reggie Miller, he's going to go into the second row. All right. But if you have Shaquille O'Neal hand checking Yao Ming, it's like, what? That's nothing. It's like touching, like it's a fly, that kind of stuff. So obviously that comes into play. And I know people say, well, that should be a foul and that should be a foul. Yeah, but you know what? Different body types, you're right. Exactly. I mean, you take it that way. And I don't know if it's some people like sit there and think, well, this guy's flopping. And yes, there is flopping, of course. But you're right. I mean, Shaq was not bothered by this stuff. When he goes up to dunk, if a guy wants to put his hand up there, shame on him because he's going to break his wrist trying to dunk it on me. Yeah, so I agree. We don't officiate differently when it's illegal contact, but when it's marginal contact that you can say, well, you know what, it didn't affect his rhythm, his speed, his balance, his quickness. It didn't have anything to do with the shot.
Right.
Then how can you penalize the guy? Where now you got a guy who's 170 pounds and you push him to the side and all of a sudden his speed and rhythm are knocked off. Well, that affects his shot. There's no doubt. So
let me ask you about Anthony Davis and him kind of loitering in the paint. A lot of people have said, he should be called for more illegal defenses. He's just kind of hanging out in there. And I don't pay attention to every single second he's in the paint because I'm following the ball. But it looks to me like he's tagging off on guys. Anytime somebody comes to the paint, he's tagging off on them, and he can stay in for 3 more seconds kind of after that. Have you noticed anything watching this series as to him being in the paint and maybe there could be more illegal defenses called, or do you think he's doing what I said, basically just kind of staying in the paint? When guys come through, he tags off on them and stays in the paint longer?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not watching him that closely. Also,
yeah.
As I did tonight, I will just because you mentioned it. But these rim protectors, they're pretty smart at what they do. They know the rules. Doesn't mean that they haven't, maybe got away with 1 or 2 here and there. Because what happens sometimes in rotation with officials rotate. The guy, say underneath the basket, he's going to be rotating over to the other side of the court. He might have to leave the rim protector. In this case, you're saying Davis. And maybe after Davis has been in there for a second or two, he's got to leave him to get somewhere else pretty quickly. Somebody else picks him up. He could steal an extra second there. But these guys are pretty smart at what they're doing, like you said, about tagging off, about taking that step towards a guy who's cutting through the lane to cleanse themselves to get another 3 seconds. They're usually pretty good at that. And again, that doesn't mean that they're not missing a couple here and there, but these guys are pretty smart. They're good at what they do.
Yeah, last one, Steve. I'm curious, when you're coming into a series like this as an official and one team leads the league in free throw attempts, one is last in free throw attempts, one's the more aggressive team kind of by nature. The Lakers are going to get to the paint more than the Warriors are. The Warriors are more of a three-point shooting team, more of a perimeter team. Does that I don't want to say it factors into the call, but is that something you realize coming into a series that one team's going to be more aggressive? And because I always hate this when people say, how come somebody has 20 more free throws than another team? I'm like, well, they're the ones that are taking it to the rim every single time. The other team doesn't go to the rim. So they're probably going to get more free throws just by virtue of being the more aggressive team. It doesn't mean they get the benefit of the call. It just means it's a numbers game. If I take it to the rim 20 times versus 5 and let's say I get 5 calls and they get 2 calls. Well, they're still getting 40% of the times they go to the rim. They're just not going to the rim as much as their team. So how do you factor that in as official, kind of knowing what teams are and how they're built and how they like to play going into a game?
Yeah, one thing for sure, I never knew anyway. Maybe some guys do now. I don't know. I never knew who led the league in free throw shooting or not.
Okay.
I would just know which team was, say, aggressive, who took it to the basket. Obviously, in your team meetings before the game, all Golden State, what they're going to be doing is at the 3-point line they're going to be running at. So you got to be aware of the the shooters and making sure that they're allowed down. They get the shot off clean. They're allowed down. With LA, they take the ball to the hoop. They take the ball to the basket. You got to be ready and in position for that. You know the team's tendencies, but it doesn't really affect in your mindset of like what's a foul, what's not a foul, because a foul on the 3-point shot line is pretty important too, because that's 3 free throws, and you got to make sure that the defender is not closing out and coming underneath, say, the 3-point shooter. Conversely, with regard to down low, making sure that the defender, if the Golden State's on defense, making sure that they get there prior to the upward shooting motion. But I don't think it really plays. Referees, they really don't talk that much about these guys go to the line more than that guy, and so on. And if somebody after a game, it's really funny how I love when coaches or somebody after a game, they're looking at the stat sheet. Look at this, 20 more free throws. They actually, even before looking at any video, they just want to sit there and say it's not fair. I say, okay, do me a favor. I understand the discrepancy, and Tom, nobody could explain it more perfectly than you did. But do me a favor, look at the video first. Don't judge the officials by 15 free throw discrepancy. Watch the video. Now, if you're saying there's 15 calls I think are really bad, which I'm sure some coaches would do, now we can talk about it. But I hate when they judge the officiating of the game just by the fact of the number of free throws.
Yeah, look at the box score. You brought up something in my head. I got to ask you. The 3-point shot now. We see Steph do it. Jordan Poole does it a lot. They're not the only ones. It's kind of an epidemic around the league where guys will shoot a 3, and then all of a sudden it looks like a yard sale. Legs and arms just go everywhere, and they're flying out, and they jerk their head back, and guys are trying to draw fouls at the 3-point line. How tough is that? To officiate that, trying to keep track of the hand, the ball, the landing spot, and then guys just, jerking their bodies all over the place like they got fouled. And after you answer that, I'm curious, can that work against players sometimes? When you're trying to draw fouls too often, can that work against you in a sense? Yeah,
I'll answer the second part. Absolutely. From my mind, it did. It worked because if someone caught me with my, flopping on me, and I guessed on the play, which I did at times, saying, you go, God, and he put air in the whistle, and then you watch the video afterwards. Well, I know one thing. That person, his name is in the back of my mind, that the next time, I'm not sure he's not getting the benefit of the doubt. Now, if I'm sure he got fouled, he's getting the call. But I'm not going to sit there and say, wow, he might have. Who is that? Oh, it's Tolbert? No, he ain't got it. That kind of stuff. But no, it is, Tom. People don't realize how difficult, even with forget all the leg kicking and all that. You're right. It's crazy. It's hard to referee on the perimeter. It's hard to referee to see if the guy hits him on the wrist. Believe me, I would like a fan just to go out courtside and watch a game and say, with a matter of 0.2 of a second, the guy just shot the ball. Did he get hit on the arm or not? Did he get hit on the wrist? Did he get hit on the elbow? It happens so quickly that even a trained eye has to be, you have to concentrate so hard. And then now you just threw in again, the landing area. Where did the defender come from? Did he go too far under? Did he step on his foot? Did the offensive player kick his leg out? The person that comes to my mind as you're describing that, remember Jamal Crawford?
Yep.
Jamal Crawford could make more 3-point shots with the right leg on the left side, and he just throw the shot up and it went in. It'd be like, oh my God! But you're right. Everybody's doing it now and laying on the floor like they got killed to try to get to the line.
I think Jamal Crawford has the most 4-point plays ever. He might have the most ever.
Who's that?
Jamal Crawford. I think he might have the most 4-point plays ever.
Absolutely. I remember we would sit there and go, guys, don't penalize the defender. This guy's just trying to do everything to get to the line, But I tell you, even there's nothing easy about officiating basketball. Nothing. Even like I said, even the jump shot when a guy's closely defended. Did the defender get up towards the ball, or did he get him on the? There's so many things that go on in officiating. That's why it's so challenging. And it's really
no doubt about it. Hey, Steve, I always appreciate you coming on with us. It's always fun picking your brain a little bit. Enjoy watching you on ABC and ESPN. So have a good call the rest of the playoffs, and we'll look forward to talking to you soon.
I enjoyed it, Tom and Adam. Thank you so much for having me on, and I'll talk to you soon, brothers.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it, man.
Steve Javy, longtime official in the NBA, and he's still in the command center making calls.
He was a good one. Threw a mascot out one game.
He threw a mascot out of a game?
Yes,
was it Dinger?
I forget who it was. He just chucked him.
That's hysterical. By the way, Jamal Crawford leads the NBA all-time with 54 4-point plays over the course of his career. Number 2, James
Steph?
Harden.
Ooh.
36.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
He's only got 36.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Where's Steph? Steph's got
to be up there, too. I'll figure out how many Steph's got, too. I thought Steph might have already been second, maybe. But
yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Jamal Crawford has been selling. I mean, he might still be selling 4-point plays. So, good stuff there from Steve Javy. Let's get back into a little bit more of the game itself. Warriors and Lakers tonight, 7 o'clock. Klay Thompson struggled mightily. Everybody struggled big time in Game 3. But Klay Thompson, off of the hottest month of his career, back in February, where they over an 11-game stretch, Warriors went 6-5. They're looking for that. Klay Thompson hasn't been awful at all by any stretch this postseason, but they're going to need more out of him specifically tonight. We'll discuss a little bit of Klay Thompson's struggles in the last game. Coming up next, Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. The Giants won 2 out of 3 in their series against the Milwaukee Brewers this weekend. Check out more on that story. It's trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Shoot. Just being mentally tougher and coming together as a team rather than splintering. And Monday is a great opportunity for us to show what we're about and hopefully our toughness. I think we are a very tough team, and we got punked tonight, unfortunately, on the boards, on the glass, or at the free throw line. So it's on us to watch the film, dissect it, and be better.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcreditunion.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. That was Klay Thompson you heard coming in there. It's interesting hearing him say that because, we've talked aggressiveness for the Warriors, that they need to be aggressive in driving into the paint. He said we need to be more mentally tough. I get that because I don't think they were mentally tough in the last game. He said we can't splinter the way they did. And I think that was a good sort of explanation for how it broke down. They splintered. Oh, nice. What do we got now? Who's on the floor?
The Laker girls.
Coochie, coochie, coo. Thank you.
What?
Thank you, Tim. That sounded like you said it. That was pretty good. It was like the volume, the tone, whatever that recording was on par with right now. But I didn't think, when he says we've got to be tougher, I don't think anybody would say this Warriors team isn't tough. The aggressiveness is what I think they need to come with. The mental fortitude and that mental toughness, they need to maintain and not splinter. But I wouldn't say this team is not a tough team.
I love the way Clay said it. Yeah, we got punked.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, it's true. They did.
We got punked.
They splintered. They were real. It's really a good way to put it because they reeled. You know what I mean?
They
just kind of things just got unraveled quickly
just
on them.
Fractured.
And that was it. There was no coming back. He tried to a little bit, and then one little pushback from the Lakers, and you were kind of done.
Yeah, that was it. Look, again, we've talked about this over and over and over again. This game's not going to resemble Game 3, just like Game 2 didn't resemble Game 3, and Game 3 didn't resemble Game 1. Although a little bit with the free throws it did, but other than that, there was a lot of differences. So this game's going to look different tonight too. I don't expect D'Angelo Russell to come out and smack him for 21 in the first half and be on fire from 3. I would say Clay will play better. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So I agree with you. I think they're a tough team. You don't win championships without being tough. They are tough. They just lost their composure in the second quarter and were never able to get it back. We've seen this team respond. We've seen them rebound. We saw it in the last series. They had a chance to close it out in 6. And they got smacked, and then they came back and won a tough game in Game 7 on the road. So they're more than capable, and that's the thing. It's overreaction city in a 7-game series. Every game, overreaction. Who's in trouble? They're in trouble. Gotta win. Must win. Now they're in trouble. Ooh, now the other team's in trouble. They gotta win now. That's just the playoffs. You gotta respond each and every game until you get to 4, till someone gets to 4. It's not a race to 2, not a race to 3. It's a race to 4. So 2-1, not a huge deal. Suns were down 2-1. Now they're 2-2. Are the Nuggets in trouble? Nuggets are in trouble. What if they win Game 5? Oh, Suns are in trouble. They're on the precipice of going off under the summer vacation route. And so, again, I know what this team's capable of. I've seen it up close and personal. Over and over and over again. I've seen him be down 2-1 to Cleveland. I've seen him be down 2-1 to Memphis. I've seen him be down 2-0 to Sacramento, 3-1 to Oklahoma City. I mean, they have had to face challenges. And is it a different team? Yeah, it's a different team. But there's a lot of guys on those teams that are on this team. So I have no doubt they're going to respond. Will it be good enough? That I don't know. Lakers are really good. LeBron's an all-time great. AD is playing really good defensively. Offensively, it's kind of coming and going every other game. Will it continue? Well, we'll find out tonight. But I have no doubt that this team will be able to respond. I've seen it. We've all seen it. Everybody who's watched these games has seen it over and over and over and over again. At some point, they're not going to respond.
Yep.
This doesn't go on forever. They're not going to respond for the next 10 years with this group. It's going to come to an end at some point where you don't respond, where they don't respond. They're just not up to it anymore. Is that tonight? Is it this series? Don't know, but I ain't betting against them. I wouldn't bet against them until I actually saw it on the court, that they just weren't good enough to win a series, because Clay said it. He believes they're going to win every series they go into because that's what they do. And when they're healthy, they win series. No one's been able to beat them when they're healthy. So that's kind of how I feel. They face more challenges now than they have in the past. They're a little bit older. The team isn't quite as complete as it has been in the past. They don't have all the pieces maybe they've had in the past, but they're still pretty damn good. And they still got some Hall of Famers on this team. And I don't know when it ends, but until it does, I always believe this team is going to respond.
Now, in terms of Clay's performance, and people, I think this is sort of a thing like, oh, Clay struggles a bit. And again, he's a volume guy. I'm never worried about his shooting the same way you aren't, because he's got a short-term memory in terms of he can miss 9 or 10 or 12 in a row and still shoot 10, 12, 15 shots in a row.
And then make 10 in a row. Yeah, that's who he is.
Think and know he's going to do that. We talked about that, the explosive stretch. Actually, Kolsky was big on that on Friday when we were talking about it. When he goes through those sort of down slumps. Remember the game where he made 14 in Chicago a couple of years back when he set the record? Kolsky said, I'm pretty sure that was like a couple of games into the season, like within 10 games, and he was right. I think it was game 8 or 9. And Clay had been shooting like below 30% or just above 30% from three. It was awful. And then ended up shooting well above 40 for the rest of the season and had that explosive game and vaulted his shooting percentage up like 100 points almost. It was incredible what he did, 10 percentage points is what I mean. But that type of stuff he's capable of. I guess my concern is that when the offense isn't going well, Clay can pick you up because he is combustible like that. What concerns me is more his defense and his turnovers over this postseason and in this series. He had 6 turnovers in that game the other night. I mean, again, everybody played bad. It would be unfair, I think, to pick on him. But you can't have Clay, 15 points on 14 shots and turn the ball over 6 times.
No, and for him, it's all about getting in a rhythm. And to get in a rhythm, his first few shots have to be quality shots, where he's not hunting shots and he's not shooting the leaners and the floaters and a guy with a hand in his face 25 feet out from the bucket. Just give me a nice 23-footer that if feet are beneath you, your shoulders are square to the bucket, and you can go up. I was out here before Game 3 just watching him shoot, and it is such a pure jump shot. I mean, it's the purest jump shot, even more so than Steph. I mean, Steph's got a great shot. There's no doubt about it.
Clay's like out of a lab. Clay's like got the form, the high elbow, the tucked in. Like Steph is he's so quick. Steph's is almost like launches from his chest. Clay's got like the high catch over his head. It's like when you teach someone a jump shot, that's how you teach it.
It is. It's like, look, perfect. You want to shoot a jumper? Watch this dude. Watch how he shoots. Just the bend, the elbows, the follow-through, everything is beautiful. That's the type of shot he needs, like a warm-up shot where it's like catch in rhythm, straight up, bang, another one, bang. And then all of a sudden, then you start getting into the area where it's like, I don't care if someone's flying at me. I don't care if I have to catch it and I'm fading to my left or fading to my right a little bit. I mean, those aren't the greatest shots anyway. He can make them, but they're not the greatest shots. But those aren't the ones you want to get yourself going with. You want to get yourself going with just some real quality, like in the offense, maybe in fast break situations where it's open court and they lose you for a second. It's pitched to you and it's a feet set, whap. And then all of a sudden he gets that feeling going. Now he's going to start hitting some of those shots that are just like almost impossible shots to hit. But, yeah, with him, he could go 0 for 4 and then hit his next 4. He'd go 4 for 4 and miss his next 4. But he's more likely, if he makes his first 4, to at least go 2 for his next 4 because he's feeling it, he's locked in and ready to go. So that's one of the things I would love to see, just a real nice start for him. Although, look, he had a great start last game. I think he had 11 points in the first quarter, and then not much after that. I think he had 4. So it can come and it can go, and that's kind of I'm expecting this one to be close. I mean, we can't have another blowout, can we? I mean, you win by 27, lose by 30.
Yeah.
That one you don't see every single day. So for those people that think there's some sort of correlation between games, I just direct you to game 2 and 3, where there was no correlation to those games in any way, shape, or form.
Game 4 tonight from Crypto.com Center down in Los Angeles. We are going to catch up, by the way, with the Angry Aussie 350.
I love the Angry Aussie.
Andrew Bogut's going to join us from Australia in about 15 minutes.
This is Andrew Bogut.
You got more?
This is Andrew Bogut, and you're listening to Mr. T on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
I tell you what, not quite 50 Cent, but...
No, not anywhere near 50 Cent.
Not quite Pedrins.
At least he got it right.
Hi, Andres Pedrins.
Hi.
Andrew Bogut in about 15 minutes. But we were just talking about this, the toughness. There's a guy who knows something about toughness. I think they're fine when it comes to toughness. It's the aggressiveness that they've got to get back to. They went with Jermichael Green in the lineup again on Saturday. But as you said, Friday game 2, like these things are never the same. What do they do tonight in just putting Looney out there? Help with some of that aggressiveness. We'll talk about that before we talk to one of the most aggressive Warriors of all time, Andrew Bogut, at 3:50. It's Tolbert and Copes. Few hours until game 4, right here on the Sports Leader.
Hi.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Curry, a running start, goes right at Davis, keeps that dribble alive, turns, goes back again, blocked by Davis. That's number 4 tonight. Looney gets it, back to Wiggins. Oh, Wiggins with the emphatic slam. And that gets the Warrior fans a little fired up. That was some dunk.
How's that big Andrew Wiggins dunk on Anthony Davis? Didn't count for extra points, by the way. The ferocity of the dunk doesn't get you anything extra as the Warriors lost by 30. By the way, second largest loss in the playoffs under Steve Kerr. Second time they'd lost by exactly 30 points in the playoffs. They lost a game last year, don't forget, by 39 to the Memphis Grizzlies in the conference semis. That's the largest blowout.
59.
It's not what I said. It's not even close to what I said. By the way, I was looking last segment, we were looking at Klay Thompson's numbers over the course of the season. I was looking back at in February, that 11-game stretch he had where he shot 45% from 3, averaged 25.5 a game, 4 rebounds, 2.5 assists. He was playing 34 minutes. He's playing about that same number of minutes here in the postseason through 10 games, but he's 6% lower three-point shooting-wise. Also, they didn't have the same roster. Guys were injured then. They didn't have a full roster healthy in the middle of February. They didn't have Andrew Wiggins there either, so he was getting different looks and more looks, and they were looking to him to sort of carry some of that offense. But to follow up on Tim's soundbite there, he did on the season, Klay Thompson play exactly
69
games. Yeah. Exactly 69 games. Warriors and Lakers getting ready for Game 4 tonight. Tom is down at Crypto.com Center getting ready for that one. And in about 10 minutes or so, we are going to catch up with Andrew Bogut, former Golden State Warrior from Sydney, Australia. We're going to go down under and talk to him about some of this aggressiveness going up against guys like Anthony Davis and what the Warriors can do. Somebody earlier on the text line checked in and said, yeah, man, they just says they're living and dying by the three. Do they have any inside scoring? Like, where you been, bro? It's been like this all season long. It's why the James Wiseman move was, hey, we need depth that can help us win right now. But at some point, you may run into a team where you're not going to have the depth at center that you were hoping to have. It's so funny how they go about these lineups and this game plan differently than they did. Obviously, the game is different. Teams shoot more threes now, but the Warriors used to come out with that, sort of a normal lineup where you'd have Draymond out there, Steph, Clay, whoever else was the three in any given season, and then you'd have your five, whether it was Zaza or Looney or Andrew Bogut, whoever it was out there playing the first 4 to 5 to 6 minutes of the first quarter, and then the same in the third, and then you'd go small. You could run big guys off the floor, and they'd done that for a number of years in the playoffs. Anthony Davis is a different type of big man, and that type of big man doesn't totally exist in the NBA the way it did when this sort of dynastic run started. So it's interesting to see how they'll game plan and plug and play, because as Derek was talking to me before the show and put it in our show notes today, and Tom, you kind of talk about it too in the playoffs, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which is maybe why they went back to JaMychal Green, run with that again, but no two games are the same. Do you anticipate that in a need for aggressiveness and a need for defensive rebounding, because really that was the discrepancy in the last game. They got 14 offensive rebounds, and they weren't out-rebounded. Or they out-rebounded by 2. 42 to 44 was the total. But it was a 10-rebound differential when it came to defensive rebounds. They weren't allowed, like when the Lakers pulled down their few offensive boards, their 6, seems like those were maybe more valuable than the 14 the Warriors grabbed, being that they were taking long threes.
Well, it's hard to even look at the overall stats because 10 minutes of it was garbage.
That's right. You got to read into what it was, kind of when everybody left and what it meant.
Exactly. Would you like I'm looking at a Laker fleece. You want one?
A Laker fleece?
Yeah. Laker pullover?
No, I think I'm
back
good.
in the station, one Laker pullover.
Yeah, would you grab it and then right as you leave the arena, just leave it on the ground?
Okay, that's what I'll
as
do.
you're walking out, just drop it on the ground there. If they have any
I'm out in the concourse now.
How are you? You're in the concourse.
They're just moving me around.
Just hoofing around it.
Yeah, oh man. We went to the concourse and I went back and I brought a little bag with me and just my book and stuff like that I'll carry on. I was like, oh, I need to go get that beanie. I'll put a beanie on. I'm wearing a beanie during the game tonight too. It was
nice.
cold as hell.
Oh, is it cold there?
Oh man.
Well, dude, if you're up near the top, it's like you're in space at.
But it wasn't that. We're lower than we are at Chase.
Oh, you're
We're
closer.
only about 20 rows up. The seats are really good.
Nice.
Like they're nice, but man, you get this breeze coming through here, and yeah, the beanie's coming in handy right now. I look like I'm at base camp, just like bundled up and ready,
oh, dude,
ready to
that's
go.
a classic Mitch Hedberg joke. He's like, oh man, I want to go mountain climbing, man. Not because I want to go to the top, just because I want to hang out at base camp, man. That seems fun. He goes, that seems fun as S. He's like, people will be like, hey man, you going to the top? You're like, man, soon. It's the whole joke is you get to hang around, drink coffee,
exactly,
sort of sit around, sort of bundle up.
Camp.
You want to go to the top? Man, maybe soon. You just want to go camping, is what you're saying. You want to camp on the side of a mountain, is what you're hoping to do.
Trust me, though, I'll freeze out here. I'll be Jack Nicholson in The Shining before I put it on Laker fleece to say warm. That's not going to happen.
If you see some Laker toilet paper, I will take that.
You'll take that?
I actually have been trying to order some Laker Dodger toilet paper for like a bit I'm trying to do for the website. I think that'd be kind of funny. Get something thrown in the urinal here or in the stall here at the leader.
I'll see if I can. Pick up some for you.
Just wipe my ass with some Laker TP. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic.
No, but I mean, look, the what we've talked about doesn't change. The facts that it's going to come down to it. I think the points in the paint were relatively even, 46-44. Again, 10 minutes of garbage time. Right. So you'd have to go back to what are all these stats pre fourth quarter, because that's when everything was over at that point. 15 threes for the Lakers, 13 for the Warriors. I don't know how many of those were in the last 10 minutes. Reeves started hitting a few shots in the second half, which isn't a great sign. He didn't shoot it well, but I think the 2 is 2 for 8, but I think the 2 shots that he hit were actually in the second half. He's been playing really well until this series. Now, defensively, he's still pretty good. Offensively, he's really struggled, and I'm sure the Warriors would like to keep it that way. Russell was really good last game, and LeBron didn't even take a shot in the first quarter. Not one shot, and he ends up with 21, 8, and 8. That's the thing. I think that's the scariest thing of all is there going to be one of those throwback LeBron games, where he goes for like 37,
yes,
15,
Tom, yes,
10.
there will. Yeah.
Well,
yes, the answer is
well, I'm
when.
hoping there won't be. I'm hoping the next LeBron vintage game will come next season, but I'm kind of with you. Like at some point,
it's looming somewhere.
There is going to be that game where he just says, this is the game. I gotta get after it, like from the get-go. He doesn't have it in him to do it for an entire series anymore, but I think he has it in him to do it for a game. Like last game, he paced himself. I'm pacing myself, Sarge. Give me 50. Great stripes line.
You and Stretch,
I'm pacing
right?
myself. I noticed you're always last, soldier. I'm pacing myself, Sarge. And I think that's what he's doing a little bit, pacing himself. I think he realizes that he doesn't have the all-out 38, 40 minutes in him anymore, especially with only one day off between games. And I think the same thing I thought after Game 2, I think after Game 3, that it wasn't great for the Warriors that AD and LeBron got to rest the fourth quarter. I don't think they played a minute in the fourth quarters the last 2 games.
Nope.
And you'd love to have them play, 10, maybe even 12 minutes in a fourth quarter. But the fact that they're able to rest both those games, one a Laker blowout, one a Warrior blowout, probably isn't the greatest thing. LeBron played 32 minutes last game. Anthony Davis played 33. So they're well on their way to going 40-plus. And I would suspect that if the game's close tonight, that's what you're going to get. It's going to be more like Game 1 minutes, where I think Anthony Davis played 44 and LeBron played 41. That's probably what you'll get tonight.
They're fresh enough to do it, yeah.
Yeah, if the game's close. Yeah, because they haven't played – I don't think they played a minute in the fourth quarter of the last 2 games. And those are the guys that really need – especially LeBron. He's the one that needs that. So I'll be real interested to see how aggressive he comes out tonight, because I'm sure he knows. He understands that while this isn't a must-win for the Warriors, it's a real – you need to win this one. Yeah. I've seen them go down 3-1, and let's remember that if they were to lose tonight, they still have 2 games at home versus the Lakers, and all you have to get is one of those on the road. Now, that being said, you got to win both of them at home, which, again, I've seen him do before, so I'll never count him out. But maybe this is a game he looks at and says, you know what, we got to have this one. We can't be 2-2 going into the last 3 with 2 of them up there. We need to be up 3-1, and maybe he comes out a little earlier and tries to establish a rhythm in the game and some shots and tries to get himself going a little bit. So I think that's something that I'll be watching pretty closely the first 5-6 minutes of the game. What does he look like? Is he a distributor? Is he a guy that plays the way he did last game, where he's not super aggressive offensively? He's going to do all the other things, assists and all that, but he'll try to get other guys going, like they got Russell going last game in Game 1. Now, Davis got going a little bit. Mostly Russell. Russell was the catalyst of the early lead. But what's LeBron going to do, and what's he going to look like early?
Well, and don't get lulled to sleep by the fact that he may come out as a distributor and try to get guys going early, and he is capable of almost deciding. I do still think he has that in the bag of reading the game, knowing the situation, and saying, this is an opportunity where I have to take over. Where second half, this is my game. We tried to get guys going early. It wasn't working out. This is our chance to make sure that we can win this thing within 6 games, even if we got to go back to San Francisco for Game 5. We come back here for Game 6. Warriors and the Lakers tonight at 7 o'clock, Game 4. Warriors do not want to fall behind 3-1. Andrew Bogut from Sydney, Australia is going to join us on the other side. For a whole era of Warrior basketball, when they needed to be aggressive or they needed an enforcer, they turned to a guy like Bogut or a guy like David West or Maurice Spates. They don't have that guy. Who today turns it up for the Warriors? Does Kevon Looney and Draymond, and can Andrew Wiggins be part of that aggression in Game 4? We'll ask Andrew Bogut about it next, right here on the Sports Leader. Bill Laskey, Dave Stewart, Mike Krukow, and the Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson join KNBR today to discuss the passing of Vita Blue. All those podcasts and more are all trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Always fun checking in with the former number one overall pick, 2015, NBA champion with the Golden State Warriors. And now you can catch him doing his podcast, Rogue Bogues. I wanted to make sure I got that right since I screwed it up about 3 times last time we had Andrew on. Andrew Bogut joins us now. Bogues, what's up, man?
What's up, dude?
What's going on? Nothing.
Not a whole heck of a lot. How you been?
Yeah, playing along, 2 young kids, living life, all good.
Podcast doing well?
Doing good, yeah, doing good. Fun to get more and more people on, and hopefully finish the studio pretty soon, so I can get my beautiful face on video as well. It's what the people want.
Hey, why does it always have to go video? Why can't it just be audio? Why do people need to see us?
Oh, just when you look like I do, you got to be on video, Tom. You know that.
No, I don't.
We don't know that for radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm on radio. I don't want to be on video. I'll just do what the kids do nowadays. I'll just pull up a hoodie and be Phil Lack and just do the Unabomber deal. How about
go
that?
poker, World Series of Poker with it.
That's it.
So what do you make of this Lakers Warriors series so far?
It's been interesting. Look, game 1, I think the Warriors were just fried from that brutal 7-game series. So they didn't have a lot of energy or bite in game 1. Game 2, they responded well, and game 3, the Lakers have counterpunched. The Lakers are, I know there's been a lot made about the free throw disparity, and on my podcast, we actually charted the last third of the season approximately. They were generally 2 to 2.5 more free throw attempts than each team they played on average for the last third of the season. So the Lakers are getting a really healthy whistle. And on the counter, the Warriors are not a high free throw shooting team generally. Yeah. So they hoist a lot of threes, and there's not a lot of paint attacks. So it's a pretty bad mix. And when you look at the stat sheet, they're losing free throw, attempts by 15, 20 a game. They're going to need to clean that up a little bit, I think.
So how did you, as a player, Bogues, deal with officiating? Because I don't even talk about it much because the fans get so wrapped up in the officiating, and you know how biased it is. It's always against their team. Their team's getting screwed. Their team should be going to the free throw line, and it doesn't matter if it's the Warriors, the Lakers, the Celtics, the Sixers, whoever. Every fan base feels like they're the ones getting screwed. As a player, I never really felt like I didn't want to pay that much attention to it because it kind of took my focus off what else I was trying to do. How did you deal with officiating as a player, knowing that sometimes you get a good whistle, sometimes you're going to get a bad whistle?
That's exactly right. They're human beings that make mistakes. You knew certain officials would have a healthier whistle for certain superstars. You kind of figured that out along your way. Like you knew which refs LeBron got, KD or Steph or whoever got a good whistle from. Mm-hmm. But generally, you knew within the first 5 minutes of a game how things were going to go. If you're a physical player like I was, they ping you for 2 moving screens early. You kind of know the temperature of the room for the rest of that night, and you got to clean up your screens. Are they going to call hand checking on the perimeter? Are they going to call physicality on the post? So usually you knew within the first 4 or 5 minutes, and then it's up to you as a player to adjust. But it's interesting because it's human nature. There's some referees that don't like certain players, and that might be your teammate. So then we're for a bad whistle tonight. We're going to be careful. That's just the way it goes, and it's up to you to know the lay of the land as far as that goes, and you got to do your study and do your research. The Chris Paul curse with Scott Foster would be a prime example. You just know that if you're a teammate of Chris Paul's and you don't want to even go at Scott Foster anything extra because he's already on edge because he's refereeing Chris Paul. You just got to know those kind of nuances.
And you also know who's good, like who you want. We just talked to Steve Javie not that long ago, and I said I always wanted Steve Javie on the road because you knew Steve Javie wasn't going to be intimidated by the home crowd. You knew certain officials that if you had him at home, like those are officials you want at home, and there were certain officials you want it on the road because you knew some of them. Some of them actually, I think, like to stick it to the home crowd. They not only weren't intimidated, they like sticking it to the home crowd. So, did you have those type of officials while you were playing too? Like you're at home, you're like, oh crap, we got this guy. Or if you're on the road, you're happy you have somebody.
Yeah, and look, you kind of knew if you were up in a series, say 2-1. You get certain officials that are pretty good in making sure that series goes 2-2. So it is like to an extent. I'm not saying they're rigging, they're completely rigging it, but
sure.
there is some theories out there that certain refs get, these clincher games and make sure it goes an extra game for TV. That's a theory by a lot of people, and sometimes the whistle does go that way, and I guess it's just a coincidence, we can call it. But, it is interesting. In the NBL, we see it a lot here in Australia. Like, there's a few home arenas that are really rowdy, and you can definitely see the officials kind of get, a little bit intimidated by it at times. And then on the contrary, you definitely do have some more confident officials that are just like, they love being booed and like, okay, you want to boo me? Cool. Your team's getting no more calls versus this game, So, like I said, the referees are human beings. They have feelings. They have their ups and downs, just like athletes. And you'd be crazy to say that sometimes they don't make the right call because of something human.
Talking to Andrew Bogut on the UMA guest line. You mentioned NBL, by the way. Congrats on another championship. Sydney Kings hanging banners again this year, right?
Yeah, really good. Really, really good back-to-back champions. This one was a bit more nervous than the last one. Was a 3-0 sweep and play a 5-game series in the final. This season went 5 games. We were actually down the whole game till the last. We're down 7 with about 4 or 5 minutes left.
I watched it. I saw it. Derek Walton, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
A hell of a game.
I was nervous. I was nervous. We're sitting there with our ownership group and our GM, and just like, oh my goodness, we're gonna really lose this in 5 games. And then we just Walton and Xavier Cooks turned it on, and we went back to back. So now it's all about putting the chessboard out and trying to restructure our roster. We've lost a lot of our talent. That's what usually happens in our league when you do well, and we've got to try to retool and go for a 3-peat.
Yeah, it's a cool league, Tom, because like a lot of those guys, as you mentioned, you'll get guys who aren't necessarily NBA quality, but like you and I watch so much college hoops, and we love the tournament. It's all these guys who maybe wouldn't get to the league, but you get good quality basketball. The NBL is on the rise. It's been a lot of fun to watch over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it is definitely, and we're starting to see more and more guys.
Yeah.
Either former NBA guys come here and then get back to the NBA, or young and upcoming stars like Xavier Cooks actually getting deals over there. So it's I know a lot of teams in the NBA now have reached out to me and actually looking to set up actual permanent scouting networks out here in Australia, which is great to hear.
Bogues, you're finding out how tough it is to actually watch something that you're invested in, but you can't get on the court and do anything about it.
I can still yell at the rest from the sideline, though, which helps. But it is, and that's, the OCD in you as an athlete is like when you're sitting there, and not only that, you can't coach the team too. As an owner, I draw a fine line on trying to give, if the coach asks me for advice, it's one thing, but I'm not going to go into a locker room, even though I think at times I can be as good a coach as certain coaches. I'm not going to go in the locker room and be like, hey, I'm the owner, coach this way. That's suicide for your coach, it's suicide for your organization. So you got to kind of sit back and just hold on for that rocky ride sometimes.
Yeah, otherwise, then you're Jerry Jones, dude. That'd be a whole different beast. Otherwise, then you're the Dallas Cowboys. And Bogut on the UMA guest line. Tom was saying a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about guys like Kuminga and Kevon Looney and guys who have like ratcheted up their rebounding or struggle to pull down rebounds when maybe they're just not focused enough. And Tom was saying rebounding in the NBA or in basketball is one thing where if you're determined and you're focused, you can make it happen. That if you just want it more, you position yourself, you focus more, you can make sure you can't make a ball go through the hoop, but you can put yourself in position to grab rebounds. I wonder about aggressiveness, things that you can control. Can you put yourself in a mental state or in a mentality where you've got to be more aggressive? Because I think that's kind of where the Warriors are falling short here is all these outside shots. Can they focus for a game or 2 games or 3 games? Can you maintain that and say, I'm going to be more aggressive here while playing within yourself?
It's a tough one because that's, the Golden State Warriors' bread and butter is those 3-minute periods where they hit 4 or 5 threes, right? So that's where they blow teams out. But in the playoffs, it becomes much more kind of detailed and possessions are much more important. But yeah, look, I think they need to attack the paint a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised if they go to a more athletic line. I mean, I feel like they just need a lob threat down on the post. I love Looney, but he's kind of more of a below the rim workhorse guy. They're missing that JaVale McGee that, maybe throw Kuminga in there at the 4, so like put Draymond at the 5, put Kuminga at the 4, and then have him down at that bunker spot. So if Draymond does get downhill, he's got someone. Draymond's so good at throwing that lob. That's kind of seems like what they're missing right now. To me, is they're not being that respected when they do attack the paint because they know. The Lakers know they're just, they're looking to get into the paint and kick out to three-point shooters. Well, you need to get a few easy chippies first, and then I think it really opens up their game. So, I don't know. They say this thing with Jermichael Green in the starting lineup. I wouldn't be surprised if Kuminga starts to get a little bit of minutes if he can play that role because they need a bit more athleticism at that 4 and 5 spot during periods of the game.
How tough is it? And I know one thing with young guys, you just want them to be in the right spot. And I know that's a part of Kuminga's, and he hasn't rebounded as well as maybe a guy that's 6'9" and as athletic as he is should be able to rebound. But you played for Steve. How are the offensive and defensive schemes intricate? Are they fair? I mean, it's hard to ask you because you were such a smart player. I'm sure they weren't hard for you to pick up. But for a young guy, just being in the right spot and knowing where to be, how difficult is that to pick up?
Look, a lot of it is not that easy for a young guy because a lot of it's read and react. A lot of it's just spacing, and then this guy goes here, I go here. So that's why the Warriors have been successful for so long is because their offense, everyone in the league can scout their offense, but it's a matter of guarding it and making the reads out of it defensively that the Warriors are making, right? So for a young guy coming in that's probably come from a system in college, it can be hard to adapt to that. The problem also is, Tom, you look at AAU basketball and college basketball, everything's taught with the ball. So, I'm going to get mine, give me the ball, where there's not many players left these days that know how to play off the ball. So a lot of these young kids come from AAU and high school and college where the ball goes through them. It's like, hey, you're getting you can do your 10 crossovers, you can shoot your step backs, you're going to shoot 20, 30 shots for us because we need you to be successful. Then you get to the NBA and it's like, well, we've got Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, buddy, so like your 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th option, you need to learn how to play off the ball. And they've never been taught that. They just don't know how to be effective off the ball. And that in itself is becoming a highly valued skill in the NBA. And we see it a lot with teams where there's certain trades made or certain players bought in free agency where fans are like, oh, that guy's not as good as the other guy, but they fit better because they know how to play off a Luka Doncic or they know how to play off a Steph Curry or a KD. And I just think that's a highly underrated skill these days. And I think Denver's a prime example. You look at a guy like Bruce Brown, who does a fantastic job of just playing off the ball and knowing when to cut, and that's very underrated these days.
Does it feel like this is a high IQ series? Like you've got to mind your P's and Q's here. You've got to make sure you're dotting every I and crossing every T. Like this is a series where because you're going up against veterans and such great talent and guys like LeBron, that the Warriors do have a lot of experience, but they've got a ton on the other side as well. It seems to me that this is a series where the smarts could definitely play a role in who comes out on top.
Oh, without a doubt. And look, the Lakers are trying to slow it down. The Warriors are trying to push the tempo. We've seen, when the Warriors get bogged down, their offense doesn't look as good. It's an adjustment game. It's an adjustment series game to game. So we're going to see like something's going to happen within the next game or two where there's, like I said, a Kuminga's going to come in and play out of nowhere, or GP2 is going to play more minutes than he has. There's going to be a tweak there, and Steve's going to try to find that formula, and the Lakers are obviously going to try to continue doing what they're doing. They're trying to put Steph in every pick and roll because they know if they can keep Steph moving on the defensive end, it takes his legs at the other end. They like that matchup. The Warriors are obviously trying to protect that. So there's a lot of little battles within the battle going on, and that it's a little bit different to the Sacramento series where look, it still was a pretty high IQ series, but it was more run and gun. Who's going to out run and gun each other? Whereas this one's kind of the old, slower kind of retirement home Lakers versus an older, aging, up-tempo Warriors. So it's actually fun to watch. I like it. The same as the Denver Phoenix series to me. I've loved watching that series because you got Denver who swing the ball like crazy. Everyone touches the ball, and then you've got Phoenix who just dribble up and throw it to KD or Booker, and everyone's fans. So it's kind of like it's a complete opposite styles of basketball, and that's what I love about the playoffs. It's cool to see which style is going to win. Styles
make fights. It's been a lot of fun to watch these matchups. And the next round, no matter who it is going to be a lot of fun. Okay, I know everybody's wondering, former Laker, former Warrior, who you rooting for, Bogues?
Oh, don't call me a former Laker. I'm not owning that.
Good.
I'm not owning
good.
that debacle of the 4 months. Yeah.
All right, good. Yeah.
How do you? What do you think they might do to try to get Davis out of the paint? Because last game the adjustment was put Reeves on Steph and have Vanderbilt guard Draymond, and then when they ran that pick and roll, then Vanderbilt ended up on Steph, which is what they wanted from the beginning, and then he just got to hang out in the paint. Is there a way? Other than maybe just using whatever player Davis is guarding to set the screen and roll on Steph, is there a way to maybe get him out of the paint? Because obviously he's really tough to score against when you get in that restricted area.
He is. Look, I think they do need, going back to, they need a lob threat. So if Davis is just roaming, they need someone that can stretch Davis down towards the baseline. So, like, if you've got a Kuminga or someone like that just roaming around the baseline, Davis can't be in that no-man's area of, like, in between helping in the basket, which he's been doing, right? He needs to be flat, otherwise he's going to go over his head for a lob. So I think they need to look at that for stretches, and it's just a matter of attacking. I think they just need to continue to attack, but there's going to, we've seen this, the one adjustment the Warriors made is they've realized they can't play Looney and Draymond together. With the way the Lakers are guarding him, unfortunately, you have those two guys on the floor. There's just no space for Steph and Clay, and they realized that after game one. They made the adjustment. So that's good, but now it's a matter of, I think, not so much just always having 4 shooters out there. I think you need one that's, can get his head above the rim. I think, Draymond can throw a lob to, or Steph can turn the corner, and they're cheating. We can throw it to the rim and get a lob. So I'll be interested to see if a guy like Kuminga does get more minutes.
You mentioned the Nuggets and the Suns. I said last night to a friend of mine that was the greatest shot-making game I've ever seen in my life when it came to multiple shot makers. I've seen one guy get hot, maybe 2, not 3. I mean, Booker's out of his mind right now. KD was kind of back to form, and then Jokic was just, he was kind of Jokic. He just does that kind of stuff. But I've never seen a game go back and forth with 3 guys that just refused to miss last night. I don't know if it's sustainable for the Suns, but I didn't think it was sustainable after last game. And then Booker came back and shot an even better percentage, or just about last game. I mean, last night was incredible, Bugs. I mean, just the offensive firepower and firing on all cylinders was stunning to watch.
Yeah, I agree. As a basketball fan, it was fun to watch. I mean, Booker's scoring, but the clips that he's shooting, just amazing in the last game. But I'm with you. I kind of think, can they sustain that? Can you sustain? Because it feels like they both need to have 30-plus for them to win. Like, we saw that in Game 3 where they score 80 or 90 together, whatever it was. They need to score big numbers. But, the beauty of the CP3 injury for him is I think Monty's realised that he's actually got a decent bench. He's been forced to kind of play him. Like, Shamet's a great three-point shooter, and he kind of was out of the rotation totally. And Terrence Ross, they brought in as a 6-man role before, KD and that got healthy, and now they found him to be valuable. So I think they've found a silver lining with it all. And I'm interested to see if they can. I'm with you, though. I think, can they sustain that kind of run? Because I think Denver do a really good job of just moving the ball and having everyone involved. But also, Phoenix's adjustment last game seemed to be, they're going to let Jokic get his 50 and no one else get going early, and that seemed to work for him because late in the game, no one else was really in the rhythm for him.
I'm curious, as a big man in the league for a long time and a guy, well, still a big man actually, and a tremendous defensive player, when you watch Jokic play, like, how would you defend him? Because I watch him, and he's probably my favorite guy to watch in the NBA because he just dices these guys up, and he's the least athletic guy in the league, and his footwork and his touch, it's just amazing to watch. Like, when you look at him, I mean, what do you think as a big guy, like, watching this guy just do what he does against the best athletes in the world?
Oh, he's just tough. I love the way he plays. He just plays at his own pace. He's not overly athletic. I mean, he'd fail every metric at a draft combine test from back in the day. And he's just a high basketball IQ player, just knows how to play the game. And what I like about him, especially in the MVP race, was he makes the right play. Like, he's going to make the right basketball play. He's not going to stat chase. If someone's open, he's going to throw it to him. And sometimes he gets criticized for that. Oh, you should shoot it more. But he's just not that type of guy. He just seems like he wants to play basketball the right way. And I think we're really lucky to have a guy like him. I've enjoyed thoroughly watching him play in his journey.
Yeah, the only guy that thinks he stat chases is Kendrick Perkins. Other than that, I don't think anybody else feels he stat chases.
Yeah, it's Kendrick Perkins, so you take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I wouldn't even take it with a grain.
I don't take it with anything.
To be perfectly honest with you, I take it for nothing. What's going on with the what's going on with the podcast that maybe you want people to know about?
Same old. We do our weekly basketball show. Myself and Mike Procopio, who's out in former NBA coach, used to work in MJ Cans, worked for Kobe for a number of years. So he's co-host. We just catch up and talk smack, kind of like you guys do on a weekly basis, and see what's going on in the NBA and give our opinions. And it seems to be going well. We've got a nice little audience that we've built here, mainly in Australia, and we would like some more American fans. So check it out. Rogue Bogues is on all your podcast forums and on social media, all one word, Rogue Bogues.
Well, and you guys just got one of the top 4-star recruits for basketball in the nation. Decided not to take any offers from like Sac State or from Oklahoma. What's his name? Clarius. He just signed with you guys. He's like a 4-star recruit. He's going to play in Australia before trying to go to the NBA.
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity for him to come and develop his game.
Yeah.
He's joining us as a development player, and we have a lot of those opportunities. As long as the young kids come in with the right mindset, some of them come in with, I want to play 30, and we're like, whoa, you come and earn your 30, we're happy to have you, and he's got that mentality. So we're excited to have him, very long, athletic guy, keep his head above the rim, and hopefully we can develop him for the next level.
Repeat, let's do it.
Hey, Bugs, we always appreciate the conversation. It's always fun catching up with you. Best of luck on the podcast. That's Rogue Bogues, wherever you get your podcast. Hope you're doing well, man. Take it easy, and hope we'll get a chance to talk to you down the road, man.
No worries. Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Thanks, Bugs. Appreciate it, man.
Good stuff, Andrew Bogut.
He's a great dude.
Oh, one of the best, dude. Always fun. Dude, something about the Aussie tone, man. It's captivating.
Absolutely.
Don't call me like him. Hey.
What the hell time is it over in Sydney anyway?
I think right now it's subtract. Yeah, so it's subtract. Is it 7? It depends on the time of the year with the daylight saving. So it's 9:16 right now in the morning on Tuesday. So it's so it's subtract. So 4 gets you back to 12. 3 more. So it's subtract 7. Is that right? Subtract 7 hours, but it's tomorrow. That's how you do it.
Fantastic.
My God.
Subtract 7, but it's tomorrow. So 9:15 a.m. Tuesday. It's already Tuesday morning in Australia. They watch hoops at like noon. All their stuff plays at in mid-afternoon. Like they'll get the Monday Night Warrior game today at 12 o'clock or something in the afternoon. So that's
fun.
That's how that'll go down. By the way, of our 2 guests so far, Steve Javie and Andrew Bogut, if I had to place a bet on which guy was more likely to curse before the interview on air, I would have
lost.
I would have taken Andrew Bogut. I would have bet my house that it was Bogut. Steve Javie slipped one in on us, though. That was pretty good.
Yeah, we would have lost that bet. Both would have lost that bet, and we would have laid a hefty price and lost that bet.
We would have, because it would have been like minus 800 on Bogut
Yes.
to cover that, or to be the favorite on that. We will get into some more NBA on the other side. We got stuff to talk about from over the weekend. A wild game between the Sixers and the Boston Celtics yesterday in overtime ties the series at 2 games apiece. But we have breaking news as it relates to the Warriors starting lineup, and I'll tell you about it next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Former Oakland A's, San Francisco Giant, KNBR host and Bay Area icon Vita Blue passed away over the weekend at the age of 73. And check this out, he was the last switch hitter to win the MVP. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everything changing rapidly these days. You got to keep up, especially with your Wi-Fi. You got people to take care of. You got people working from home, going to school from home, gaming, streaming, all kinds of things. That's why you need Xfinity's 10G network. You'll have speed to burn, reliability. I just mentioned schooling, gaming, grid streaming, whatever. You could have 10 times that many people in your house for a party. They could all be on their devices. They'll all be taken care of. Loser party because everyone's on their device, but no one's complaining. There is no lagging. Everyone is happy. And from my standpoint, that's a win. I got a lot of people in the house. Everyone on devices at certain parts of the day. Everyone is taken care of. And like I said, working, schooling, gaming, streaming, just online, desktop, laptop, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Everyone has their Wi-Fi. Everyone has their speed. Everyone has their reliability. And that's why you need 10G, to make sure everyone has everything they need. Now through June 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. It requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing, ridiculous speed, plus reliability. 10G? Oh, 10G. You will love Xfinity. With the form.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
If they're there, we'll take them. But, we still, have ways to incorporate or, get it back to, our shooters. So, we got some things that, we can do to counter that. But absolutely, if they're going to sit in the paint, Steve always tells us to let us fly if we're open. That's what we do. That's what we work on. So just let it fly and be confident.
I was Gary Payton II about a week or so ago, back on May the 2nd, talking about the aggressiveness the Warriors have to have in this series. Of course, talking about facing the Lakers, and it has been announced. Well, not been announced. It's being reported by Shams Charania, the starting lineup for tonight's game. Ready for this? Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, and the voice you just heard there, Gary Payton II. Interesting move here. I was thinking about this as a potential closing lineup at some point in this series after game. I guess it would have been after game 2. Maybe it was after game 1 when I was asking you last week about adjustments and things like that and where else they could go lineup-wise, and then they were sort of forced into the JaMychal Green situation for game 2, which worked out. Game 3, obviously not as good, but I had sort of wondered, in game 1 when Steve made the switch where he took Looney off the floor and he put Poole out there, and they went small and it forced the Lakers to have to spread, then they had to pull Vanderbilt off and put D'Angelo Russell back on the court. That's when I started thinking, I wonder if a good closing lineup, if you were going to go small, would be to replace Jordan Poole, and now that we've seen this play out a bit with Gary Payton II, because of the aggressiveness he brings in the paint, because he's going to be out there fighting for rebounds and trying to take it inside, and he can lock up on the perimeter. You trust him defensively at the end of a game. I still think we could and will see this at some point as a closing lineup, but interesting move to go with it out of the gate, I think, tonight.
Yeah. I mean, that's who Anthony Davis is going to guard. I would imagine he's going to have to hit a couple threes. I don't think he shot many during the course of the series. I can look real quick. I don't think he's made many.
Who hasn't made many? Davis?
No. Gary Payton.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably not.
Because Gary Payton's gonna. That's who Anthony Davis will guard. I would imagine. I mean, I would imagine.
Based on the mat, yeah, they may have.
Yeah,
to.
they'll just put him on and sit in the paint. So it'll be interesting to see the way the Warriors combat that. I'm just looking real quick if I can player stats. Gary Payton. Let's look at Gary Payton's.
Got him at 5. He's not attempted many. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks like he's attempted 10 threes.
I got game log. 10 threes against the Lakers.
Oh, this postseason 10 threes in the series.
He's 0 for 3 against the Lakers.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
He's 2 for 8 against Sac.
Yeah. Now he was 4 for 7 last game, but most of that came in the last 5 minutes at the rim. I think. As I told Tim, I think Gary Payton scored half of the Warriors' points in the paint in the last 4 minutes. He just goes to the rim and lays it up. But yeah, that'll be interesting because LeBron. So you have LeBron on Wiggins. They're probably going to stick with Reeves on Steph. And have Vanderbilt on Draymond. And then Russell will guard Klay, I would think. And then AD will be on Payton. So maybe they have Payton come up and set that screen roll instead of Draymond. Now, the beauty of having Draymond set it is when you get him in the pocket, you're 4-on-3 with Draymond making decisions. And you always feel good when Draymond has the ball in his hands and he's the one making decisions. You much rather have Gary Payton in the dunker spot and Draymond with the ball than vice versa. Like that combination doesn't work. Gary Payton not the distributor that Draymond is, and Draymond's certainly not the leaper that Gary is, and can't finish quite like Gary can. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go about it. I mean, you could, if you want to, go set the screen with Gary out top. They're probably going to double that, I would think. And then if they pitch it back to Gary, you're not going to worry about that as much as, let's say, when Draymond gets the ball. So it's interesting. Again, I don't get too caught up in starting lineups because starting lineups last about 4 minutes.
Yep.
And maybe 5.
But what does it allow
maybe
you to
3.
do is more what I wonder. What is it? What is the ramification of that start? You know what I mean? Like you're gonna then go back to Kevon Looney, I imagine, at some point. You're gonna need him for rebounding.
Looney for Draymond, possibly. When they're on the court together, you just don't get the spacing that you'd like. And Looney, as great as he has been, hasn't been good in this series. It's not a great matchup for him, but I'm tempted to say go with the guys who have helped you win championships and let those guys figure it out. So we will see. And Gary was there last year and helped him after he came back from injury. So I'm not that concerned. I don't know if this will be the closing lineup. Maybe a lot of it will depend on how they play during the course of the now. They will probably. I'm trying to see how how they're going to match up. The Warriors will have Draymond on AD. They'll have Wiggins on LeBron. Then Vanderbilt on? Oh, no, I'm thinking offensively. Maybe they put Gary on Vanderbilt. Maybe they just put him on Vanderbilt and let him roam and let him kind of create havoc all over the place. That would probably be what I would think they will do. They'll have him on Vanderbilt, and then if you want to put Vanderbilt in the corner, that's fine. If Vanderbilt comes out and sets a screen roll, then you can automatically switch that. That's not a problem. You have Gary on D'Lo and then Steph on Vanderbilt. You don't worry about that. So I think it's more so what they're going to do defensively against the Lakers, in that Gary Payton is now going to be kind of like a roaming a center fielder,
Safety,
let's say, in
like a free safety in
just
football.
kind of like goes here, kind of goes there, but isn't attached to one guy. Now, they could run some stuff for Vanderbilt, like maybe backdoor lobs, but they don't really run anything for him. He's just kind of a defensive guy. Stick him in the corner, and they're not going to worry about him. If Vanderbilt wants to shoot 23s, they're going to let as many as he wants, all you can eat. So maybe it comes down to like who can hit some corner threes, Vanderbilt or Gary Payton, because they're going to leave Gary Payton open too. And Anthony Davis will be the roamer on defense, and then Gary Payton will be the roamer on defense when it comes to the Warriors on defense, and kind of trying to muck up some of the stuff that they want to do and just flat out leaving Vanderbilt open in the corner or wherever he is for that matter. So, yeah, interesting to see how that all works out and how many times that those groups are on the court together.
It's funny how you think about it, too. Like, I'm intrigued by the move, and I go, ooh, that's a good idea. If you can get Gary a couple of threes early, maybe at least get him some attempts. If he knocks one down, then maybe, Davis has got to lurk out of the paint a little bit. Then he's thinking about it. I go, ooh, yeah, that's intriguing. That could work. And then I think about the other end when Anthony Davis is like 7 feet tall, backing down Gary Payton, who's 6'3". Ideally, that's not where the Warriors will have him, but there will be a huge mismatch in size if they switch him off of Davis and end up with him in the paint trying to stop AD. Gary Payton, though, is as it's being reported by Shams Charania, should be in the starting lineup tonight. No Kevon Looney. It'll be Draymond, Steph, Clay, Wiggins, and Gary Payton. The second 7 p.m. tip from L.A. for Game 4. Warriors trail the Lakers 2-1. On the other side, a little bit from what happened around the NBA this weekend, we've got Celtics and the 76ers went into overtime for a 1-point victory for Philadelphia yesterday, and it's a 2-2 series tie. The Knicks are down 2-1 to the Heat as they're getting ready to tip off Game 4 right now, and we have a result for the Jokic push of the Suns owner. Nikola Jokic yesterday pushes Matt Ashiba, the new owner of the Phoenix Suns, as he was sitting courtside. He claimed he had hands put on him first. We'll talk a little bit about that on the other side and tell you what the penalty is for Nikola Jokic. It's Tolbert and Copes, Monday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Coase, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Boy, Jokic, a little bit of contact. Boy, that potentially could get dangerous.
I think Jokic was just trying to get the basketball from the crowd, and crowd a little upset about that. And
boy, right into the area where Suns owner Matt Ishbia is seated, just to our left in that corner, as security quickly trying to step in and defuse the situation.
A little bad boy action there from Matt Ishbia from Detroit.
I was yesterday in the Nuggets and Suns game 4. Matt Ishbia, is that his name?
Ishbia.
Ishbia, there you go.
I believe Ishbia.
I'm getting my vowels all mixed up out of order there. Matt Ishbia, the new owner who took over for Sarver, who had to sell the team earlier this year, sitting courtside there, and the ball goes into the stands. Jokic goes over and is trying to get it back, and he claimed, I guess that Ishbia made contact with him first. Like, the whole thing, I mean, all these things are a finger point, and he said, she said, whatever. Nobody should be touching anybody on either side of it. I find it hard to believe that Jokic would do that on his own if he didn't feel that he was touched or instigated. I also would never do anything to a Jokic or anybody who I wouldn't even look at him the wrong way, knowing who his family is and how big that dude is. But it's a little bit of reminiscent of when it happened with the Warriors and the Toronto Raptors a couple of years ago. That Warriors minority owner, Mark Stevens was his name, shoved Kyle Lowry off of him when he went into this. He pushed him away, and that was a whole big thing. It sounds now like Nikola Jokic is going to be fined $25,000. No suspension coming for him. So in the second quarter of that game yesterday, went to retrieve the ball. It was a loose ball, was by the Suns owner, Ishbia. He then nudged him. That resulted in a technical foul. It's not believed Jokic was going to be suspended. I didn't think you should face a suspension, especially because it wasn't some big animosity. This wasn't like Malice at the Palace. You know what I mean? This wasn't a fan and a player getting into a shoving match. But it is weird when it's an governor of an NBA team.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we find the owner for flopping?
Yeah, I'd like that. I think I would like that.
Because that was a straight flop. That was just much ado about nothing. He should have given him the ball when he asked for it. Jokic shouldn't have forearmed him. It could have been avoided, but it wasn't a huge deal. It wasn't that big of a deal. So, yeah, $25K, whatever. That's not that big a deal. They already got the technical. What are you going to do? Find an owner? I want him to throw him out. Like, what would happen if the owner did something? Would his own security escort him out of the place if he actually did something worthy of it? Like if he kind of pushed him or shoved him or whatever. I would have never seen that before.
Charles Oakley,
I'm not talking about a minority.
He's chicken winged out, Charles Oakley style, like his own. Yeah. He's like, sorry, boss.
Yeah, I'm talking about the majority owner. Bro, I got to do it. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I know you got to do it. Oh, by the way, pick up your check because you're not working here anymore. I don't even know. I don't even know how you'd handle that.
I don't know if it's an owner who does it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that seemed fine though. That seemed equitable. Like just a little fine and just move on because it wasn't that big of a. Wasn't that big a deal. I know it was a huge talking point for a lot of people today. I was like, really? Wait, just like 2 minutes. Like, that's what happened.
I was like, yeah.
You got fined. Let's move on. Let's get out of here.
Kerfuffle. You know what I mean? It was like sort of a bump and run thing. I think Jokic might even get hosed a little bit on the $25K. Yeah. That said, props to Ishbia for trying to see if he could have an impact on the series and maybe eliminate the MVP, former MVP. He's like, I'm just trying to help my team win a ball game, man. That's it.
Oh man, but that was what I told Bogues this. That was the greatest shot making game I've ever seen in my life. Ever. I've seen one guy get hot, maybe two, never three. And to see what those guys did, Jokic had 53 points on 30 shots last night. Booker had 36 on 18. Durant had 36 on 19. I mean, between the three of those guys, they took, 67 shots and had 126 points between them. I was amazing. I mean, Jamal Murray had 28, but he didn't shoot
25
well.
shots
He was
for him,
13 for 25. So he wasn't really a part of that. Porter didn't do much, but those three, I was sitting there just in amazement that like Booker and Durant and then Jokic, Booker and Durant, then Jokic, Booker and Durant, and then Jokic. And I said after Game 3, I was like, well, they can't keep this up. This isn't sustainable. What Durant and especially
hold my beer. Yeah.
What Booker is doing like that. That's not.
He's unreal,
I have
this guy.
never seen in my life a guy go 34 for 43 and not be a center. Like centers every once in a while will just, dunk, hit a jump shot, hit a jump hook, hit a jump hook, hit a jump shot. But everything's within like 10 feet of the bucket.
65%.
Yeah.
Because it's a bunny hop.
This guy is 8 for 12 on threes over those 2 games. So he's shooting, and everything else is like a 15-foot, 14, maybe 12-foot jump shot, maybe 19-foot jump. It's amazing. 20 for 25, you're thinking, okay, that was great. That's not going to happen again. 14 for 18. I mean, he does it again. I was stunned sitting there watching the game thinking, this guy's got to cool off at some point, doesn't he? And the answer was no. So while I will still go with my that is not sustainable line that I used after Game 3, I don't feel quite as confident in saying it after Game 4. Because after watching him, and really that was Durant's, I thought, most efficient game. Like, he looked like
11 of 19, 11
Yeah.
boards. He had 6 assists, too, by the way.
Yeah, when Durant gets going, you just know everyone's bucket. Like the first 3 games of this series, 12 of 19, okay, that was Durant. Then he goes 10 of 27 and 12 of 31. So he got to the free throw line a lot in Game 3, 14 for 16, but it wasn't super – he wasn't like warm from the perimeter. Efficiently, he was fine. He had 39 points, 31 shots. That's really good, but that's because he got to the free throw line 16 times. This one, he was 12 for 13 from the free throw line and 11 for 19 from the field. So maybe there's a game out there I'm missing, but the greatest shot-making game I've ever seen, I've ever watched among 3 guys. Just incredible stuff. I still think Denver is going to have too much for them. I think they're a little too balanced. What has happened, though, with Chris Paul being out is now they've sped it up. They just run.
Bogut was talking about that with us, that they're
flat
different.
out go.
And Shannon is good for them.
Yeah, Shamma was really good. Now, he's a guy I've watched enough of to know that he could very easily miss most of those instead of make most of those. He caught fire last night. But it's something that if you're Denver, you got to take a look at now. Like, can we just afford to leave him open in the corner when he's shooting like that? I know they want to get the ball out of Booker's hands. I know they want to get the ball out of Durant's hands. But at some point, you just got to say, look, let's make them earn everything and work and if they make them, they make them. But what we don't want is them to do their thing and then somebody else gets going for 20. Like, we got to make these guys work for everything and then make it difficult on everybody else. Because you notice the shots that they hit, they're shots that are being created by Durant and Booker, where they just catch it and shoot it. They don't have to do a whole lot to get their shot off, nor do they expect them to. They are, however, getting shots off their assists and getting shots by running. They realize that, hey, we can't be the same team we are with Chris Paul. Chris Paul likes to pound it. He likes to orchestrate the offense. He likes to get everybody in the right position, do his stuff. That's what Chris Paul is incredible at. They don't have Chris Paul anymore. They got Campaign out there running the point. So now it's go. Get the ball off the glass and run. And that's what they've been doing, trying to get to that defense before it sets up. Not a great defense, but if you can just work them up and down the court, then you got a better chance. Porter Jr. is a huge key for me for Denver when he gets going and he's shooting the ball well. They're really, really tough to stop. Didn't shoot the ball well last night, and still they were tough to stop. Murray had 28, 25 shots. Again, not super efficient, but not terrible. And then Jokic was just bananas last night. But they get back home. KCP will start doing his thing a little bit. Porter do his thing a little bit. And it may take 7, but I do believe that Denver will find their way through this series. But I thought maybe they'd win 1 and be 3-1 going back to Denver and then lights out in Denver. But that's not going to be the case. So we have 2-2, 2-2, and then 2-2-1s. And we'll see if New York can make it 2-2, and the Warriors can make it 2-2. That'd be a lot of fun to have all 4 series go to the best of 3.
Yeah, New York right now is tipped off against Miami. They are down 7 with they're down 6 with just under 7 to play here in the first quarter. So we've just gotten going in that game. Warriors and the Lakers tonight at 7 o'clock. Should point out real quick, by the way, you were talking KD, Booker, and Jokic, how effective they were. KD 11 of 19 for 36. Jokic 20 of 30 for 53. Booker 14 of 18 for 36. They combined, those 3 players in the game, 45 of 77 for 125 points and 29 assists.
Amazing.
That's unbelievable.
I mean, just amazing.
How much they account for. It's a lot of fun.
Exactly.
And tonight, Warriors are going to look a little bit different in their starting lineup. If you're just joining us, as reported by Shams Charania of The Athletic, that Gary Payton II will start in place of Kevon Looney or JaMychal Green tonight. Steph Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, and Gary Payton are your reported starters for Game 4. On the other side, a little break from the basketball, a little bit more on Vita Blue. We will talk, actually, with Bruce Jenkins from the Chronicle about the Warriors. He's a big basketball guy as well, but we'll talk to him about Vita Blue and his passing this weekend as we remember an all-time Bay Area legend. Number 14, Vita Blue. Bruce Jenkins joins us talking some Vita and some Warriors next on the Sports Leader. The Lakers went on a 30-8 run in the second quarter to end the first half, and they never looked back. They crushed the Warriors 127-97 Saturday night. Check out more on that story ahead of Game 4 on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line with me. Steve, happy Monday. Tell us about the ERC today.
Happy Monday. ERC is where the federal government is rewarding employers by giving them, that's right, giving them, not loaning, it's a gift, to grant up to $26,000 for every employee that they had during 2020 and 21 that qualifies. There's 2 different ways to qualify. There's an easy way. It's a math calculation, a drop in gross revenue. Most CPAs are stopping there. Now, you know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. I understand because most CPAs just like to deal with math. The second way is far more complex. It requires an analysis. And a lot of CPAs are just not bothering and telling clients they don't qualify. So if your CPA told you don't qualify for ERC because your gross revenue didn't go down enough, get a second opinion from us. Let's see if you qualify under the facts and circumstances test. And if you do, we want to get you every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. Thanks so much, Steve. Give him a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I am down at the Crypt. Copes back to San Francisco. We're going to be talking to Bruce Jenkins of the Chronicle in just a minute. Talk a little Vita Blue with Bruce. I just told Tim I got here, and I'd realized on my way to the airport coming here, I forgot my 2 collared shirts and I forgot my pills. First time traveling this year, and I completely botched it.
Which one's more crucial?
Well, the pills, definitely
yeah,
the pills.
The pills, yeah.
The pills.
Can you get some more pills? Can we get you pills down
I
there?
did. I got to CVS and got all my pill needs taken care of. Yeah, those are that was most important. It was funny because I told people that I need to grab a couple collared shirts, and their immediate reaction was why? Who cares? I was like, well, I like to have, that's about the only thing I wear. Because usually when I'm, I'm broadcasting, all you can see is I wear shorts.
Right?
Yeah, I always wear shorts. And then I go, but I got to have a collared shirt. They're like, nah. I was like, yeah. Every once in a while you set the bar low, it works in your favor.
People
it's
are no, we didn't
no one
expect
expects
it.
anything from me when it comes to dress. So if they're like, I was like, yeah, but all I got is white T-shirts. They're like, whatever, that's fine.
So,
like,
so
sweet.
what are you rocking? Like a Free Roam Brewery T-shirt, or like what do you?
No. I went to a store. I walked like 7 miles. I walked one way to get my pills, and got back to the hotel and walked the other way to a store to get myself a couple of collared shirts. They're a little snug, but they work. Let's put it this way though. When I get home tonight, tomorrow when I see Walker, I'm gonna go, hey. You want a couple shirts?
The shirt? Yeah, because it's not fitting me after this.
Yeah, I think they'll probably fit him a little bit better, to be honest. So, but they work for what I needed them for. They're fine. I didn't know what to get because they didn't have usually I get XLT. And they only had XL, so they're super
XL
like they're
tall, so they're short. They go right to your waist. Right to your waist.
A little short.
So don't bend over. Yes. Don't do any plumbing because that'll.
No.
I'll be halfway up your back.
Yeah, I won't be doing any of that. So it looks like I'm wearing a tube top. No, it doesn't. But they're okay. Got me. I said, look, the benefit was it got me out, got me walking, got my exercise that day.
That's good
because I had to walk all over town collecting. But the pills are the ones that I had to get. Like I would have walked 20 miles to get the pills. I don't want to be going 3 or 4 days without the pills. So I knew before I got to the plane, but I didn't have time to turn around. So I was like, well, damn it, I can't. I knew, but I couldn't do anything about it at that point. But on the bright side, I did remember to bring my own beer, so I was taking care of it in that regard.
Dude, Tom forgot the pills and forgot basically his uniform shirt, like what he thought he had to wear to work. But don't do the beer. The important
stuff. I remember the beer.
I'd imagine Tom flew with the beer. Like they're like,
I did.
Any check luggage? Sure, yeah. Check my clothes, but I'm going to carry on this. This
well, there's a little secret compartment in the luggage.
Yeah.
And I stick a 12-pack in there. I think it's for shoes, and I never use it for shoes, so I just put the beer. That way, when I get here, I don't have to look for beer. I can have like a couple beers a night, put them on the ice, and I'm good to go after the game.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, Tom, you only brought one pair of shoes with you.
Well, I brought a pair of Vans.
Yeah.
And then I brought my walking shoes.
Oh, you brought your shoes, yeah, for your exercise. Good.
Yes, for my exercise.
Let me tell you this, because I was down in L.A., and I hadn't been since, in downtown since pre-COVID. And Sasha and I were down there for a wedding a couple of weeks ago, walking around, and we hitting a bunch of different stuff and going to restaurants and whatnot. I noticed in L.A., and it's a big thing, and I know they've had this for a long time, but murals everywhere. They've got tons of murals, like size of buildings, like on the sides of buildings. They've got them anywhere there's like a brick wall. Somebody has painted like a Kobe Bryant mural, and a lot of them, not great. A lot of them don't look a lot like Kobe Bryant. I'm like, I get what we're going for here, and I like that we're into this, and this is your thing. And you see Kendrick, or not Kendrick, you see Nipsey Hussle ones everywhere, and you see Kobe ones everywhere, but a lot of the art down there, not my favorite in terms of
not good.
Not looking a lot like Kobe. I appreciate the spirit in it, but there's a lot of them, and because there's so many, I'm like, you better do a good one if you're doing one.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of it. Did you notice that? You see all those murals down
No,
there?
I haven't seen most of them. The way I came today, I didn't really see much of that.
Yeah.
And then where we're staying, we're about 20 minutes north of we're in Beverly Hills, so that's about 20 minutes north of the city, something like that. Yeah, so there's not a whole lot of that there. You know, I want to know the person who said, you know what, we got to change the pronunciation of this rodeo drive because this isn't working. People are thinking
rodeo.
it's a bunch of bleep kickers and cowboys down here on this street, and we're going for a different clientele.
Rodeo,
So
yeah.
how do we change that? Maybe the same person that convinced Bartolo Colon to change his name to Cologne. I said, dude.
I don't think he changed his name. He has the accent on
Dude,
the
it's
second
Colon.
album.
I'm sorry, it's Colon.
It's like the movie Chocolate. It's not chocolat, dude. It's chocolate. Just because
They
they
go,
say
you know
it
what?
that way in French.
This rodeo thing isn't working. How about rodeo? How's that sound? Like, I'm sorry, it's not rodeo. It's rodeo. It's Rodeo Drive. But I tell you what, there isn't like one shop on that street I would shop at. Like, not one.
Nope.
And I go, nope. But my goodness. Although I did take a picture walking down Wilshire to go to the CVS. There was a Ferrari shop there, and I took a picture of one of them, and I texted to Laura. I go, hey, I'm thinking about getting a new ride. What do you think? And she goes, better not be that one.
Nope. Well, no, I wasn't thinking this one. I was just showing you this. It made me think about the ride. You know what's funny, dude, is you mentioned shops you wouldn't go into. So when we were down there, I had to go we popped into, actually, we made the connection with Bruce. I'll tell you this story a little bit later. Bruce Jenkins of the Chronicle joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Adam Copeland. Tom Tolbert. Tom is down at the Crypt, Bruce, getting ready for Game 4 tonight. That's what we're calling Crypto.com. But that'd be a good time to have you on and talk a little, talk some Warriors, and, of course, talk about the passing of Vita Blue, a guy that Tom and I both knew, of course, from years here at KNBR and crossed paths with. And, you know, I'm obviously sad that he's gone and sad that we've got to talk about him as having been here and in the past. But I also love the celebratory stuff that we get out of it, the stories and the legacy and the sort of remembering him in a light that many of us, myself included, well, I experienced him as a man. I didn't get to know him as a player. How you doing, Bruce? Good to have you on, man.
Oh, yeah, great to be on. Yeah, it's been great, really, reading about him, the people's memories. It does go back. You know, I started the Chronicle way back in the mid-'70s, and Vita had already been with the team, so I'd been following him just as a fan. And, you know, I was fascinated by the guy, the years he was having, the style and the presence and the Sports Illustrated cover. And he was really one of the guys I got closest to over the years, many years covering baseball in the Bay Area. I didn't get close to a lot of players just by design, because I didn't think it was good to get too chummy or too, you know, adversarial with anybody. But he and I really got along over the years. And after he retired, you know, we always had nice chats. And a really terrific guy. And you talk about a great arm, Adam. This guy was a quarterback in high school, threw 1 million passes. You know, in his 70s, he could still throw Major League BP. I don't think he ever had a sore arm. But you know, it's amazing to imagine somebody having that good of a career with the A's and the Giants. You know, I mean, Barry Zito did, but it's very rare. And he was a big part of, you know, of course, the A's. They win 3 titles. He's totally part of that. And with the Giants, you know, they were kind of down and out, and he came in and had a couple of big years, and just a real special guy. But I remember him mostly for all the memories he left on the field as a really kind-hearted guy, and really be terribly missed.
Yeah. You know, the one thing, Bruce, that when I heard about his passing, I thought he was so fun to hang out with, and I didn't hang out with him a lot, but I got a chance to chat with him and stuff. You would never know just by chatting with him that he was a Cy Young winner, an MVP.
Oh, no.
3 championships. You would never realize, like, he never had that air about him. He was just a regular guy, you know, loved sports, loved talking sports, loved cutting up, like a lot of the athletes do. But I just really appreciated that about him, because he just never gave off that air that I'm somebody important. He was just a regular guy who loved sports.
Yeah, he never got jaded, you know, and he had some issues. He was had some issues with drugs in the 80s.
Yep.
I know I did. Everybody did. No, I'm just kidding. But
no, you're not. No, you're not, Bruce.
No, I'm not. I'm really not. But he came back with that really well. He hung tough, and he didn't get jaded. He didn't lose his spirit for the game, or just the way he treated people. And he emerged from that pretty much the same guy that he had always had been, which I thought was really impressive. So it's just it's like you say, it was so much more than what he did on the field. Because you remember the people like that for so much longer, when just the way they acted, the way they treated you, and it was very special that way.
Copes mentioned this, and I wanted to ask you, because he had Vita on the back of his jersey when he was playing for the A's, and that's like a soccer thing. You have your first name on the back.
Yeah.
Did anybody else have that? Like, how out of place was that? Did people talk about it? Like, what's he doing? Why does he have his first name on there? Was it Vita because he's cool and he can do that? What was the reaction to that back then?
Well, that was before I started working in the business. I don't recall it, actually. I think Finley insisted on it, but they did some crazy things. When Richie Allen joined the A's in the late 70s, he had wampum on it. That was on the back of his jersey, which was the town of Pennsylvania that he's from. So you had a few crazy things going on there. But it was just too perfect to have Vita on there, because he was just Vita. That's how everybody knew him. He didn't really need another name.
At least he didn't make him put 1/8 on his back, like Tom and I were saying. Eddie Goodell would have been, or Boo like Johnny LeMaster. That would have been a tough one too. Ocho Cinco or something back there. Talking to Bruce Jenkins on the UMA guest line. I asked Tom this earlier, and I know Tom would have been down in Southern California growing up, and I wasn't alive yet. And the A's had only been here for 3 years when he won the Cy and the MVP in 1971, but. Then he ends up pitching for the Giants. I was wondering, is he, do you think, remembered, and maybe this is part of why we love him, everybody does in the Bay Area, like, Raider fans don't love Joe Montana. Everybody loves Steph Curry. Not everybody loves Barry Bonds. Vita Blue pitched for both organizations and had seasons for both to where fans remember him in the area. He stayed local. He came back here after he was done playing. Is he the first, in your mind, Giants-A's sort of combo loved player in the Bay Area?
Oh, yeah. Like I say, Barry Zito had some great years with the A's, and he came over to the Giants with a lot of fanfare and a huge contract, and it was just terrible. I mean, it was kind of a joke, his contract. He wound up pitching some fantastic games in the playoffs and really became a part of it. This was before Zito, and the A's and Giants, they never make a deal, and when it does, it's two guys you never heard of. But this trade, there were like 19 guys in it. The Giants, and you don't remember any of the names except for Vita, but when he came over to the Giants. But he's definitely, I think, and it was a little bit unique, like Ronnie Lott and Jerry Rice went over to the Raiders, and there's been a lot of crossover, but I don't know if anybody matches Vita, and especially in the timing, I think he was the first, yeah.
How was he viewed, like, back in 1971 when he won the MVP and the Cy Young Award? I was looking this up, Bruce, and, I mean, it's pretty amazing stuff. I looked up his, and I know Sandy Koufax, I know all about him. You saw him. His ERA plus that year, Vita, when he won the MVP, I'm trying to pull it up right now. I think it was like 183 is what it was. For those that know it, I don't get into all those stuff, but I understand he's 83% better than just the average pitcher. I just looked up Koufax. His two best years of ERA plus were a little bit better than that, 186 and 190. And he was consistently a better pitcher. But for that 1 year, I looked it up. His stats were incredible that year. How do you remember him as a baseball fan and someone, I know you didn't cover the A's that time, but, I mean, you go back a long ways, historically speaking, covering baseball, watching baseball when you were younger. How did people view him back in the early 70s, or maybe that 1 year? Was it as big a deal as it looks like it should have been?
Oh, absolutely. I think he was on the cover of Time magazine, aside from the A's, because he was, his name was Vita. He came out of the South. He was kind of an unknown. He was a great personality, and he was having a Koufax-like year. It was 1.82. But
yeah,
he allowed like 209 hits in 312 innings.
I know.
That's just astounding.
24 complete games, 8 shutouts, and 301 strikeouts.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely phenomenal. But it was everything. A black pitcher, a lefty. You just couldn't touch him, and it seemed like the fame. He just got better as the notice came his way. He didn't have a great year the following year. He still had a 2.80 ERA, and then he comes back with a 20-win season, and now they're in the World Series 3 years in a row, and they'd been in the playoffs before that. He was a phenomenon, but about millions of years later, he was still just revered. I mean, but I think the way that he broke in, I don't think anybody ever forgot that. That was always a frame of reference for me. I always remembered when he was having tough times or whatever. He never had a sore arm, but I just thought this guy, he made such a difference, in the Bay Area. Like I say, the A's had only been here 3 years, and they got in the playoffs really quick, and he was a big reason why. The Giants, we know it took them forever to win the thing, and it was just he was just so special. The whole package of Vita Blue was so unusual and so refreshing that it was one of the great Bay Area sports stories.
Well, was he a big athlete, like an athlete?
Oh, yeah.
Like he was athletic on the mound or off the. Like, could he field the position? Well, he appears like when you look at his size and his stature, he wasn't a big guy at all, but he seems sort of nimble and obviously have to be great to do what he did in winning the Cy and those 3 World Series and the MVP. But I just wonder about what kind of athlete he might have been if he could have played something else.
Oh, well, he was a tremendous football player, a quarterback in high school, wow. Really, really tremendous. I think I remember somebody telling me that he played basketball great. He wasn't a great hitter, but he was sort of like Marshall. He took a ferocious cut, and every now and then, he'd do some damage. He didn't really go deep. He only hit 4 homers. That kind of surprised me to hear that. And next thing you know, I mean, the DH came in almost immediately for him. So in 71, he got to the plate like more than 100 times and had a couple hits. And next thing you know, he can't hit anymore. I think he was kind of bummed out because he wanted to show he could hit. But yeah, a tremendous and all-sport athlete for sure.
Well, so real quick, sorry to jump back in here. I'm just looking up some of his history stuff on him. He was recruited by Notre Dame to play football.
There you go.
He was apparently, and he obviously threw left-handed. Somebody on the text line just checked in and said, "I saw him play high school football." He was
a storied quarterback, and that's what I mean about having a great arm. I mean, it was like Nolan Ryan. You can't. He retired, but the arm didn't. I remember taking some BP against him, like in the '90s, out of Candlestick, just casually. But he could still bring it. Well, all of a sudden he goes, "Hey, here comes a curveball, Jinx!" I swear to God, I just stared at it. He could have thrown me 100 of them, and I couldn't have hit it.
There's people saying he would roll out right and he would throw with his right hand. That's Patrick Mahomes. That's insane.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy who could, in the clubhouse, he could jump up and touch the ceiling just out of nowhere. It's like, what?
Before I let you go, get your thoughts on the Warriors and the Lakers. What have you kind of made of this through 3 games? Because it's been kind of weird. Game 1 was an intriguing game right down to the wire, and then Warriors win by 27, Lakers win by 30. So. I wish I could say I knew what to expect tonight, but I really don't.
Well, I like the Warriors. I mean, somehow I've been right calling all 3 of them, mostly because I always say that the next game will not remind you of the past one. In a lot of cases, if the 2 teams are good and are able to adjust, and it's not just a runaway, the next game is not going to have any connection to the previous one. And I think the Warriors are going to win tonight. But there's so many things going on with the Warriors, with the refs and Poole and who starts and Kuminga and what about D'Angelo Russell? But you know what? If Clay and Steph get hot, it's over.
Yep.
And it hasn't really happened. I mean, this last game, Clay was 5 for 14. Curry was 4 for 10 from 3. That's not acceptable. They get hot, forget it. They win, especially tonight. But I think just in general. I mean, when was the last time you remember both of those guys just totally going off and it didn't end well?
Game 1? I guess they didn't both totally go off. They just all made 6
threes.
I guess
like
they all made 6 threes. Right. Looking for them to ignite.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think a lot of their fortune rests with those guys. And the only worrisome part is this is the building where Steph has shot the worst in his NBA career. Of any road building, this is the worst. building. I think career 40 or 38 from 3 and 32 overall. But we will see what happens tonight. I do got to mention this, though, Bruce. I'm so happy to have someone along for the ride with me on this. There's a few people out there. Most people are buying into it. The mid-season NBA tournament. Maybe one of the worst things. I love the fact that they think they're doing the European soccer thing, but the European soccer doesn't have an EPL tournament for just EPL teams when they already have a league title at the end of the – like, this makes no sense to me that they're going to battle for a trophy, that they're already battling for a trophy with the same teams at the end of the year. Make it make sense.
Nobody's gonna. Well, I certainly can't make it make sense, as I put in the paper. But I mean, I think teams are going to hope they're not in it. They hope they're not in the final 8. They could take a little break, while these teams. I love how the winning and the teams in the finals are going to play 83 games. It's an 82 game schedule that they're trying to get down to whatever 72 or whatever. 83. I mean, it's laughable. The fans are totally not going to care. Because what does it really mean? It doesn't mean a damn thing. And then the playoffs come around, then you probably literally forget who won it or what even happened. Except they're wearing like different uniforms for a game designated as a tournament game. Oh my God, it's hilariously wrong. It's just I heard about it and I thought, well, that's not going to happen. But they keep trying to railroad it in, and I guess they will. But they'll find out how horrible an idea it really is.
I hope.
I'm still battling against the people that like the play-in game. I can't. I tell everybody, I go, well, if the play-in game's so important, how come they don't keep stats from it? How come nobody knows that game existed a week after it took place? Because it's not a playoff game. It's not a regular season game. So if it's that important, you would count it as one of those two games. All it is, owners trying to find a way to get more money. Play-in game, more money. Mid-season tournament, more money. That's really all it's about.
Yeah, it certainly didn't stop, teams from trying to, wrangle their way into this and that. And, that one year the Warriors finished 8th. You say, well, the Warriors made the playoffs that year. It didn't go anywhere. But once the play-in tournament was over, well, they weren't in the playoffs.
Yep.
So it's chock full of no memories, and it should go away.
I went to one of them, and I can't tell you much about it. I'm not even sure I went to one. I think I did.
I know.
I think I went to them. I think I was at that Memphis game.
You didn't.
No, I just think I did. A couple more minutes here with Bruce Jenkins on the UMA guest line. I wanted to ask you, Bruce, because this was, I guess it was reported yesterday that the Giants are potentially in discussions or being considered for the Field of Dreams game that they're going to do next year. Now, they've done these in Iowa with the cornfield and everything. In the last couple of years, and I guess they're not doing it this year because there's some renovation or some construction being done at the site. But there's talk that next year baseball might do their Field of Dreams game in Alabama. And were you the one that suggested this, Bruce? Were you the one that put this out as a place to sort of do a nod to Willie Mays there?
Yeah, I doing some research on Mays, he learned about the Birmingham Barons and how they played here and there, and I discovered this Parker Rickwood Field where he had played, and I called the people there, and then they said, could you? I asked them if they could have it. They go, yeah, we could have it. We've talked about it. I think it could work here, and it would be perfect, with all the connections and the atmosphere. I mean, the atmosphere at the Giants Park, it tells you nothing about the romance of baseball history. I don't think there's a cornfield there, although I might be missing it out somewhere in the bay. But it's
an herb garden. It's an organic garden. They're gonna walk out of the organic berries in center field is what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna. Somehow they're gonna hide 25 guys in there. It's gonna be great. But it's a great park. Obviously, it's a wonderful park. It's a park that everyone likes and it sort of has its own feel and a little bit of tradition now. But I truly don't get how it connects it at all to the spirit of this game. Obviously playing in Iowa, that was brilliant, and they really pulled it off well. So it's again one of these strange ideas coming out of you can't fathom it, but we'll have our fun with it, but it won't be the spirit of the event really.
Bruce, as always, great catching up with you. It's been too long, and let's do it again. Talk a little more NBA playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bet. Look forward to that. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Bruce.
you, Bruce. Appreciate it.
Okay.
The great Bruce Jenkins. Love talking to Bruce. You can whip around.
Yeah, Bruce is awesome.
He's like the previous generation's Marcus Thompson for variety in sport, where you can just jump around to basically anything, any topic, and he's fun. He's one of those guys. He's like you, who tapes everything all weekend.
Exactly.
He's like, I got plans. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to surf, but then he'll come back and he'll like cruise through 4 A's games and like a Warriors playoff game or something. So make sure you're reading Bruce. He put out some real good stuff this weekend on Vita Blue as well. Had some good conversations with Steve Javi, NBA official, Andrew Bogut, former Warrior, and Bruce Jenkins. All that is available on the all-new KNBR app. We got the Warriors and the Lakers Game 4 coming up at 7 o'clock tonight as the Warriors look to even the series. And on the other side, we've got a sound soiree for you. Some really good stuff out of today's shows on KNBR as we remember Vita Blue. Dave Stewart stopped by. Mike Krukow stopped by. Then you got to hear what Nikola Jokic, Mike Malone had to say in the NBA. And a noted comedian and Laker fan was not happy with all the foul calls the Lakers had go against the Warriors on Saturday night. We've got all that in your sound soiree coming up next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. After I tell you that Tolbert and Copes, what am I, Brian Murphy? After I tell you Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account, no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back. Travel and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. Your sound soiree is next, and then Giants pregame coming up at 5:45 on the Sports Leader.
Great job, brother.
The Giants won 2 out of 3 in their series against the Milwaukee Brewers this weekend. Check out more on that story. It's trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Monday, May 8th, 2023. By the way, Tom, news today, the NFL is releasing its schedule on Thursday.
Ooh, I'm
Read the full schedule.
I usually don't care about the schedule, but I will be looking at it to see what's going on when I head down south. See if there's a Falcon game, or I kind of want to go to a Titans game because I want to go to Nashville.
You with Holler? You going on vacation with Mike Holler? What's going on?
I'm not going on vacation with Holler.
Tom Tolbert and Mike Holler going to Nashville this year.
KNBR Heads.
Whoa. KNBR Heads. Do you want to go on a trip with Mike Holler and Tom Tolbert?
Yeah, that's not
to see
that's
Malik
not
Willis
happen.
and Rand Carthon. When are you going south? When are you going down?
Early September.
Okay, nice.
The 9th is when Texas plays at Alabama. So we're going to that game. Yeah. And then we're going to try to go to
you might get Manning. You might get Arch Manning starting that game.
Maybe. We're going to go to the Braves and the Cardinals.
Nice.
A couple games down there, and then we're trying to figure out what else we want to do.
Well,
So if the Titans are playing at home, we may just go to that game and then hang out in Nashville for a couple days. So I'll be down there for about a week.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm waiting to see. I'm gonna do an NFC West trip. I've never done I haven't done the new LA Stadium, Arizona, or Seattle. So I'm gonna map that out when we get this schedule. Figure out, get out there and do the pre and post game from the stadium. So that'll be fun.
I want to do a year where the 49ers are up in Seattle and the Angels are also up in Seattle.
That would be awesome.
That'd be kind of fun. So yeah, we've been talking about doing these trips every year.
Yeah,
I think we may map out at Eagles. Although the Niners, I think, are going to play in Philly this year. I was almost thinking about doing that and then go see like the Mets or the Yankees play or the Phillies.
Or the Phillies in the same parking lot. Even.
Too.
Right.
We're thinking about going to see a Bills game and then going across the border to see the Blue Jays play. So just a lot of stuff we're kind of throwing around. But with that one thing we all wanted to see that none of us have seen is an SEC football game.
That would be,
we wanted to go see an SEC football game.
That's a different beast, dude. Get there and hang around outside the stadium. The parties and the barbecues and all. Their tailgates are different. Like the SEC does tailgating differently than even the South in the NFL, and maybe different in a lesser way than like Buffalo. You go to a Bills game and an SEC game, I want to know which one has a crazier tailgate. Because I might give that to Bills Mafia, dude. They're setting tables and people on fire. Jumping off of RVs.
They're wild.
They're camping out right now, waiting for the season to start. Let's get to the Sound Soiree here for Monday, May 8th. We've had a good time. I really do appreciate it, and I love when I don't love when someone passes, of course, but I love when we get to talk about him in the way that we've gotten to talk about Vita Blue, because so many of us here have gotten to know him, and I love you sharing the thought that, he's kind of a normal guy. I remember when I first met him, my dad interviewed him on the field at Candlestick Park when my dad was doing mornings on 2. I was probably 8 or 9 years old, and they had lined the field and everything, for the morning shot. It was like a Good Morning America type show. And Vita says to me, I'd never been on a big league field like that, except for when you're a kid and you walk around the warning track at the Coliseum for Little League Day. And Vita says, "You want to run the bases?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like 7 or 8. And so he goes, "Come on." And he brings me on the field to start running the bases. And there was a producer, a grounds crew person. Somebody got real upset about it. And Vita shut him down. I was like, he's 8 years old. He wants to run the bases. Then he played catch with me. And at 8 years old, I remember playing catch. I still have the ball, Vita Blue, and they signed it 71 MVP. It's cool. So I just love when we've got stories like that or ways to remember. And then I got to know him a little bit here at KNBR. Dave Stewart, Smoke Stewart, former Oakland A pitcher. He was on Murph and Mac this morning, and he talked about Vita Blue as his mentor. Here's Dave Stewart.
Vita was one of those guys, man, and I speak of mentor. When Vita's one of those guys, man, that always told you, you either it's good manners or good judgment. And Vita was a good judgment guy. But when Vita told you the truth, he told you the truth in a way that you could laugh about it, even if it was painful. And that's what I loved about Vita Blue.
Man, Dave Stewart had some mentors, man. I remember Alex Coffey, when she was with The Athletic, wrote a great piece a couple of years ago about Sandy Koufax and his sort of mentorship off the field of Dave Stewart, and how they kind of had this sort of strange relationship that they knew each other, and he would rely on Sandy and ask him questions and things like that. And they had a bit of a relationship, and it played into his sort of being an intimidating force on the mound. But fact that Vita was a black man and pitched in the same city and on the same team and had great success. I think that's a really cool thing. I love hearing when guys take other guys under their wing. Robin Roberts and Jim Palmer, you hear about those stories too, when they were rookies and vets, like 19 years old and 40 years old, rooming together, which is just cool. I just love that stuff, man.
No, it's great. Because you don't get to hear about that type of stuff unless you hear about it from the player. And it's cool to hear about players, taking the time, and especially when they don't have to, right? I mean, Sandy Koufax didn't have to do that, and for Sandy Koufax to be that type of guy, especially when you don't know much about Sandy Koufax, kind of a recluse. You don't really know much about him, so it is kind of cool to hear from other players about who they looked up to in the game and who were their mentors in the game and how they went about mentoring players. I always find that stuff very, very interesting.
They say don't meet your heroes, but sometimes it's cool, and sometimes it's better than you hope. Sometimes there are a million stories about how bad it is, and then there are some where it's like that's worth all of it when you get to meet somebody who treats you like that. Nikola Jokic last night post game after his incident. I keep saying his name wrong. Ishiba.
I think it's Ishbia.
Ishbia. I keep putting the I in the wrong place. Matt Ishbia, new owner. I don't care. That's why I should know this guy's name. The owner of the Phoenix Suns makes contact with Nikola Jokic. Jokic was then fined $25,000 today, but they asked him about it after the game. The incident in the second quarter where he kind of nudges and bumps the owner of the Suns, Jokic, after the game.
He told me I was elbowing the fan. So, but the fan put a hand on me first, so I thought the league's supposed to protect us or whatever. So, but maybe I'm wrong. So we will see.
Did you happen to know who the fan was?
He's a fan of. He's on the. I know who is, but he's a fan, isn't he? If he's a sitting
Phoenix Suns owner.
Sitting on the courts, and he's a fan, isn't he?
Yep.
That doesn't mean that he's a. So whoever it is, and he's a fan, he cannot influence the game by holding the ball.
Do you worry that this may lead to a fine or suspension or anything?
Why?
Like that? Just if the NBA official said that he thought you shoved him.
Mm-hmm. So, but his hands on me, so they're not going to protect me. They're going to protect the fan.
Why did you take it upon yourself to retrieve the ball?
What?
Why did you take it upon yourself to retrieve the ball? The referee could have retrieved the ball.
Because Okoji was on the ground and we had an advantage 5-4.
Yeah, first of all, every bit of that is fantastic. I know who he is, but first of all, he makes a great point. I don't care who you are, if you're wearing a credential or not. If you're on, you and I, Tom, we wear a credential into the building.
Yep.
I'm not allowed to go touch anybody.
No,
I'm not allowed to interfere with anything. I don't care if you own the team or you're a billionaire. It doesn't matter. He's right, but I know who he is. He's the owner. But if the president of the United States is sitting there and stands up and shoves Nikola Jokic, he's ejected. Like you can't do that. So I get where Jokic is coming from. He's like, he's a fan, man. What's he talking about?
Can anybody care less that guy was an owner than Jokic?
No.
What?
No. We actually have a follow-up. They asked him, like, what about the injury to the owner? Do you have a statement on that?
Let me guess. I'm not going to guess where it's going, but I know where it's going. Go ahead.
More Jokic audio on if he had actually injured the owner.
If he dies,
I knew it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if he dies, he dies. It's weird. It's crazy he said that.
I knew that was coming.
As soon as I heard him open his mouth, I'm like, we gotta go drag
Drago.
What?
If he dies, he dies.
I love that too. Why would you go get the ball? What? Oh, it's brilliant. It's fantastic. He was fined $25,000. I love they're like, well, you think you'll be fine? He's like, why?
Why?
For what? Here's Mike Malone, head coach of the Nuggets, commenting on the same incident. Here's Mike Malone.
I'm still not really sure what happened. I haven't seen a video of it. I think it's crazy that Nikola got technical foul in that situation. He's going to get the ball, and some fan is holding on to the ball like he wants to be a part of the game. Just give the ball up, man. You know what I mean? And they deemed Nikola doing something that was excessive, I guess, and they gave him the tech. But I still don't really understand it.
You think the fans, the owner of the Suns, made any difference?
I don't give a shit. I really don't care.
That was awesome.
Attaboy, Mike. That's all I wanted to get to. Do you think the fact that it was the owner made a big deal? I don't give a mess. Dude, he went Draymond on us.
He certainly did.
First of all, who gives an ass?
Number one, who cares?
And number one, who blanking cares? That's basically. Yeah, I don't either. Malone's right. Malone is absolutely right.
What?
So is Jokic. All right, here's the last piece of sound here for your sound soiree. Giants pregame in about 10 minutes at 5:45. Eddie Griffin, noted comedian, actor. You might remember him from Undercover Brother, one of my personal favorites. He's a huge Laker fan. He's watching the game at home on Saturday night, and he's pissed off at the officiating, even though it's benefiting the Lakers. Eddie Griffin says, I don't want to win like this. Here's Eddie Griffin, where at first I think he's like kind of joking, cutting a promo, but I think he's actually kind of pissed that the officials are screwing what he thinks should be a great series.
Yeah, them refs, woo-wee, and the Lakers. Well, yeah, help them across the finish line. Help them, they need all the help they can get. What the damn it, the refs, they done gave how many free throws the damn Lakers had in the damn first half? How many have Golden State had? I want to win, but I want to win fair and damn square. What the y'all ruining the game. Hey, I don't know who the head of the NBA is, but you and your damn refs, dude. You trying to take this series 12 seven game series so you can get all the commercial time and sell that ass beer. Look, we want some real damn basketball. How about that?
Your team's winning by 30. You ever heard a fan whose team is blowing out another team? And he's losing. Dude, I don't know who's in charge of the NBA, but F you and your GD refs. That's a hell of a lot. I was just like, what is he talking? How about this? What, you want this to go 12?
12?
No matter what happens, it's over after 7, Ed. They're not going 12.
Oh, man, that's hysterical.
Fantastic. Good stuff.
7-game series so you can get all the commercial time and sell that ass beer.
He's not wrong. It's what the NBA loves. All right, on the other side, we will get you ready for the Giants. And our guy Franny's in town with the Nats this week. I'm going to go see him tomorrow at the ballpark. Nice. Giants-Nats. We'll get you ready for pregame at 5:45. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking too much risk with your money, or even if you're going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement? Well, for more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to all of their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call. Greg is fantastic, and his team is a breeze to talk to, and there's no cost or no obligation. Give him a call today, 866-496-2300, or go online to o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy the blue. I said, woo! Buy the blue. If you're looking for a hero, exciting and new, there's a boy in Oakland named Vita Blue. He throws a fastball like it was shot from a gun. Everybody's talking that he's number one. That's Vita Blue. He's good looking, throws BBs too. Vita's still a youngster, yes he's just a boy. But let me tell you, he's the real McCoy. He turns it loose, inside and high. Before the hitter blinks, that ball has gone on by. That's Vita Blue.
All right, we're wrapping it up. Getting close to Giants, Nats, Franny. We gotta have Franny on tomorrow, don't we? Or the next day or something?
Got to at some point, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe after the day game Wednesday we should do it.
Yep. So it's a double TV kind of night. You got Giants, Nats, Warriors, Lakers. You're ready to rock for both of them. Or you can watch the game and then listen. KNBR, there you go.
That's the move.
Yeah, that's the move. I think that's the move right there. So we'll get you ready for that in a few minutes. I didn't get to watch much of the series over the weekend. Beverly Hills, not a huge sports bar town, unfortunately. So, I was thinking about going and checking out the Angel game on Sunday. I didn't make it down there for that.
Oh, too bad.
Well, it was like an hour and 20 minutes to get down there.
It's a hell of a ride,
God
man. You
dang,
think you're right there. Yeah.
That's a haul. And then I would have been unhappy that they got their heads handed to them. But just based on the pitching and the timely hitting, I mean, that was a nice win over the Brewers this weekend.
Yeah, you want to win those two games. Obviously, winning 2 of 3, and they kind of like singled them to death, which is sort of funny. By the way, Blake Sable, he's coming on, man. He's figuring it out. Whether he's behind the plate, I think it's still always going to be not always, but it's going to be a work in progress for him, just because he's learning on the fly, and they're bringing different arms in and out of there for sure. But him at the plate, he's definitely gotten more comfortable. And a lot of times with young catchers, and you saw this with Joey, is we were like, we know we're not going to get much at the plate right now, but you got to be a good defensive catcher. Just don't screw up behind the plate. You got to make sure one element of your game is down, and we'd rather it be handling the staff. For Blake Sable, it's almost like he's gotten more comfortable behind the plate, and his bat has been kind of the easy thing for him. He had 3 hits yesterday, drove in a couple of runs, and I don't know where his batting average is, but it was steadily climbing this weekend last I looked. So.
You're looking for Blake Sable's batting. I can give you that right now. He is batting .264.
264?
264 batting average, OPS 812.
How about that?
Yeah.
I'll take an 812 OPS. He strikes out a lot. He's not walking a ton. He does strike out a bunch, but when he hits.
He is a giant.
Yeah, that's it, right.
And that's one thing I did notice when I was looking at the Giant stats over the past 5 games. I went back and looked at the last 2 in Houston that they won, and they won the first 2 against the
Brewers.
And I think only one time they struck out more than 10 times. The first game they won in game 2, but it's the first game they won in Houston. They struck out 7 times.
Mm-hmm.
Then they won the next game, and they struck out 12 times. That was the game they struck out 12. And then they the first 2 games against the Brewers, I think it was like 7-5 or 8-5, something like that. So, I mean, there is a correlation there. They're going to be a team. I understand that. They're going to be a team that strikes out a lot. But there's a difference between like 9 and 13. Well, there's 4. But those are the rallies where maybe you get a run so you don't strike out. You don't have guys on first and second, nobody out, and then go strike out, pop up. And all of a sudden the inning is over. It can't just be home runs. And it hasn't been. Lately they've hit them, but they haven't just relied on them. So that's something that I looked at early on. I'll continue to look at throughout the season, just like how the strikeouts correlate and how them scoring without having to homer kind of correlates to them winning. But, yeah, that's, they're still below 500, and they've still got some work to do, obviously. But to take 2 or 3 from the Brewers and take 2 or 3 from the Astros, that's trending in the right direction. Now you got to take care of the teams that you should take care of, which are the Nationals.
By the way, I do think they threw off their little stretch there. Didn't they strike out like 14 times yesterday?
Is that what it was? Well, and they lost.
I think yesterday they came right
There you
back.
go.
So we should keep an eye on that because they are still leading the majors in strikeouts per game. They're over. They might be the only team. They're the only team in baseball over 10 strikeouts per game. 10.4.
And you are correct. 14 Ks, you hit it. That's a lot of strikeouts.
Yeah, it only tied him with the Rays for the most in baseball yesterday.
Can you name the guy? Only one guy that played. No. I take that back. Well, no, one guy that played didn't strike out. Can you tell me who it was?
I can't remember. My guess would be, I don't know, did Tyro not strike out yesterday?
Cal Stevenson.
Cal Stevenson.
Kind of a tricky answer, though. He played, but didn't get in at bat.
Was he Moonlight Graham?
That's the only reason he did not strike out.
Oh, about Moonlight Stevenson.
Let's put it this way. Everyone who had a chance to strike out struck out.
Took that opportunity to heart, I made the most of it.
Oh, my goodness gracious. But, so we'll see if they can take – you don't got to sweep. Just win the series versus the Nationals. Those are the teams that you got to try to get serious. All right, should we get on out of here? Thank everybody.
Let's do it.
All right, let's thank we had Andrew Bogut on today.
Mm-hmm.
We had Bruce Jenkins on today. And we had somebody on, Steve Jabby.
That's right.
Steve Jabby was on today. So, that was good stuff.
Good show.
So looking forward to a good sports night. Although I can't wait to get home so I can sit back and start watching and get caught up on all my baseball and all that kind of stuff. Being away is cool, but I just want to get back home and sit on my couch.
And we got to talk when you get back about how they've announced the final season of Yellowstone coming this year. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Let's do that tomorrow. Absolutely. Thank you, Derek. Appreciate it. Thank you, Tim. As always, good stuff. Coming up next, Nationals, Giants here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.